Good morning to everyone. First of all, I thanks to my management and my principal sir for this workshop. Thank you very much, sir. Because நீங்கள் செமினார்ஸ் நிறைய அட்டன் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க யூஷுவல். பட் இந்த ஒர்க் ஷாப்புங்கும் போது வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா எஸ்பெஷலி வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ். ஸோ கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் திங் அந்த ஒரு ஐடியாலஜி யாரும் பெருசாக இருக்காது. ஓகே எப்படி போகணும் என்ன மாட்ட ஒரு ஐடியாலஜி இருக்காது. ஸோ உங்களுக்கு இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் தெரியும். உங்களுக்கு ஃபார்மா கம்பெனி வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ப்ரொடக்ஷன் QA QC. ஸோ அதுவைஸ் உங்களுக்கு நிறையா செமினார்ஸ் கிடச்சிருக்கும். மேபி ஒர்க் ஷாப்ஸும் ஹேண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் ட்ரைனிங் அந்த மாட்டம் உங்களுக்கு கிடச்சிருக்கும். பட் அந்த கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ் இந்த கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச் ரிலேட்டடாக வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ஸோ ஒர்க் ஷாப்ஸ் பெருசாக யாரும் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணலை. ஸோ அது ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோட நாலேஜை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச் மேபி ரொம்ப நம்ம இருக்கிற இடத்துலேருந்து ரொம்ப தள்ளி இருக்குது, அது போகிறக்கு வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது அப்படிலாம் நிறைய பேர் சொல்லி கேட்டிருக்கோம். ஸோ ஆக்சுவலாக நான் இங்கே காலேஜில் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் கோஆர்டினேட்டராக ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸோ எவ்ரி ஒரு 2 to 3 months ஒன்ஸ் பார்த்தோன்னா நம்ம கம்பெனி விசிட்டிங் போவோம். ஸோ கம்பெனி விசிட் பண்ணும்போது வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ஈவன் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் கம்பெனிஸ் கிளினிக்கல் சைடு எல்லா வைஸ் போவோம். ஈவன் சார் கம்பெனி கூட நாங்கள் விசிட் போயிருக்கோம். ஸோ விசிட்டிங் போகும்போது வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா அவங்க சைடு சொல்கிறது என்னென்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ஃபார்மா ஃபீல்டு இருக்கும்போது அவங்களோட ஸ்கில்ஸ் அண்டு கம்யூனிகேஷன்ஸ் இதுதான் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ரொம்ப மிஸ் ஆகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. மேபி நீங்கள் டெக்னிக்கலாக வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா உங்களுக்கு சவுண்ட்ஸ் கிரேட்டாக இருக்கலாம், ஓகேவா? பட் கம்யூனிகேஷன் இஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். நீங்கள் எவ்வளோ டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்கில்ஸ் இருந்தாலும் பட் ஒரு கம்பெனி நீங்கள் இன்டர்வியூக்கு போகிறீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ உங்களுக்கு அந்த டெக்னிக்கலும் உங்களுக்கு தேவைப்படும். ஸோ இது நீங்கள் டெக்னிக்கலுக்கும் ரெடி பண்ணிட்டு ப்ளஸ் கம்யூனிகேஷன் பில்ட் பண்ணோம், ரெண்டுமே பில்ட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ அது வைஸாக வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா உங்களுக்கு சார் உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் எடுக்க போகிற ஒர்க் ஷாப்பில் எப்படி வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா டெக்னிக்கலி நீங்கள் சவுண்ட்ஸ் கிரியேட்டாக இருக்கணும். தென் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா மெயின் திங் கம்யூனிகேஷன். என்னதான் டெக்னிக்கல் இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு ஒர்க் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா உள்ளே வந்து அவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம் எடுத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ கம்யூனிகேஷன், ரைட் சார்? கம்யூனிகேஷன் இஸ் மஸ்ட். ஸோ அதை பற்றி சார் ஃபுல்லாக டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறக்காக தான் ஸ்பீக்கர் சார் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா பெங்களூரில் வந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா இங்கே யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. பிகாஸ் நான் பார்த்த வரையும் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ஒரு கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்கிறேன். சேம் என்னோட ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸில் போயிட்டு வெறும் இன்டர்னாக 1 yearக்கு 8,000 rupees வாங்குறாங்க. அதாவது அவங்க சேலரி வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க 1 yearக்கு. சில ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா 14,000 வாங்குறாங்க, சில ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் 25,000, சில ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா 42,000. ஆனால் சேம் எல்லாம் ஒரே இதுதான், ஃபார்மசி ஃபீல்டு தான். பட் உங்களுக்கு சேலரி வேரியேஷன்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 8,000 எங்கே இருக்குது, 42,000 எங்கே இருக்குப்பா? ஸோ இப்போ நம்ம கம்யூனிகேஷன்ஸ் நம்ம பில்ட் பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் ஸோ நம்ம 8,000 சேலரியிலேருந்து 42,000 சேலரி வரைக்கும் போகிறது வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா எல்லாமே நம்ம கையில் தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ நான் அந்த கம்யூனிகேஷன்ஸ் ப்ளஸ் இந்த டெக்னிக்கல் இது ரெண்டையும் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா பில்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். ஸோ அதுவைஸ் உங்களுக்கு சார் ஃபுல்லாமே வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுவாங்கப்பா. ஸோ அண்டு ஸ்பெஷல் தேங்க்ஸ் டு ஏஓ சார், அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டிவ் ஆஃபீஸர் சார் இங்கே இருக்கார் அப்படின்னா சாரோட கான்டாக்டில் தான் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா இங்கே சார் வந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ தேங்க்யூ சார். பிகாஸ் அலுமினி இதில் தான் கான்டாக்டில் தான் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா சார்கிட்ட கேட்பேன், சார் ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு சொல்லுங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இப்படி போன இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் காட்டுறாங்க. சாரோட நாலேஜ் தான் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா அங்கே IVR சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்னு சொல்லிட்டு பெங்களூர் கம்பெனி. ஸோ அங்கே சீனியர் வைஸ் பிரசிடென்ட் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா டாக்டர் பிரபாகரன் சார்னு சொல்லிட்டு சார் அவர் வந்து இங்கே காலேஜோட அலுமினி. ஸோ அந்த கம்பெனிலேருந்து தான் வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா ரெஃபரன்ஸில் சார் இங்கே வந்திருக்காங்க. சார் ஐ வார்ம் வெல்கம் யூ சார். ஓகேப்பா, தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச்.
Thank you, sir. I warmly welcome our esteemed speaker to kindly take over the session and share valuable insight with us.
So hi friends, say hi. Thank you. Sir, ஷால் எல்லாம் போடும்போது ஒரு பொலிட்டிஷியன் எஃபெக்ட் வந்துச்சு. So how many of you all know actually what is clinical research? Just you can raise your hands. Any idea? Whatever. Nobody knows anything. யாருக்கும் தெரியலீங்களா கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச்னா என்ன தெரியும் ஆனால் சொல்ல மாட்டீங்க கரெக்ட். ஸோ ஐ திங்க் லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்சர்ஸ் ஐ திங்க் யூ ஆர் ஏபிள் டு ஹியர் மீ ரைட். ஸோ ஜென்ரலாக மைண்ட் செட் என்னன்னா லெக்சரர்ஸ் சர்ஸ்லாம் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ நல்லா படிக்கிற பசங்க எதிர்க்க உட்காருவாங்க, கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் நாட்டி பீப்புள் நாட்டி பசங்களாம் லாஸ்ட்டில் உட்காருவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி தானுங்களா? ஸோ நானும் அந்த மாதிரி தான் இருந்தேன், லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்சில் தான் இருந்தேன். ஆக்சுவலி நான் லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்ச் கூட இல்லை, அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் ஸ்டூடெண்ட். அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங்னா ஸ்டாண்டிங் அவுட் ஆஃப் த டைம், அட்டெண்டன்ஸும் இல்லை எதுவும் இல்லை. அதுக்காக நீங்கள் அப்படி பண்ணணும்னு சொல்ல வரல. வாட் ஐம் ட்ரைங் டு டெல் இஸ் அட் எனி பாயிண்ட் நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு அந்த சீரியஸ்னஸ் வரணும். அஃப்கோர்ஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் யூ கேன் டேக் இட் ரிலாக்ஸ் அண்ட் ஈஸி. ஆனால் ஆஃப்டர் அ பாயிண்ட் ஒன்ஸ் நீங்கள் கெரியரில் என்டர் ஆகும்போது யூ ஷுட் பிகம் வெரி சீரியஸ். ஸோ தட்ஸ் வை ஐ செட். So we'll start the program. So I'll be talking both in English and Tamil so that just to connect with you all in a much more friendly way. So don't take me as your lecturers or anything. I'm just your friend. Maybe some of you all maybe become my colleagues in the next 2 years. So I don't know. So for that level, let's keep as a friendship tone only, okay? So if pathina, you would have seen gold. So you must have understood why I have put gold, right? Gold bar kadilingla, ladies ka special. You all like gold, right? So why did I put gold? Gold ko clinical research ko ena connection. So what I meant to say was, let me begin with my own experience. See, I have done my microbiology, general microbiology. So once I completed my graduation, I did not have any much options. மைக்ரோபயாலஜி ஃபஸ்ட்டு என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? நீங்கள் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு ஃபார்மசி வச்சுக்கின்னு எவ்வளோ பண்ணலாம். மைக்ரோபயாலஜி ஃபஸ்ட்டு என்ன பண்ணோம்? ஒன்று லேபுக்கு போனோம். லேபுக்கு வந்தாக்கா உங்களுக்கே தெரியும், யூரின் சாம்பிள், ஸ்டூல் சாம்பிள் அதெல்லாம் வரும் அனாலிசிஸ்க்கு. சரி, அதுவும் ஒரு 1 month பண்ணேன். பட் அவ்வளோ பிடிக்கல அந்த ஃபீல்டு. சரி, என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு யோசிச்சுன்னு போது ஒரு ஆட் பார்த்தோம். இது நான் சொல்லியிருக்கிறது 2008. ஸோ இன் தட் ஆட் தே டோல்ட் அபவுட் கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச். So I studied in the first university which came into India. It's called Clinical Research India. It was started by Dr. S.K. Gupta in 2008. It was associated with Cranfield University, UK. அப்படின் சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் நம்ம டிப்ளமா முடிச்சுட்டு சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கும்போது பார்த்தா கிரான்ஃபீல்ட் யூனிவர்சிட்டியே இல்லை. Then we asked, Madam, you told it's affiliated with Cranfield University. Inga pata varom Bangalore the ICRA in kudkaringa naka. Then we came to know they charged us number na diploma ke 2.2 lakhs pay pananga. Loan et kutanga avangale. Imagine in 2008 2.2 lakhs was a big amount. And for a new person, I didn't want to depend on my parents for the thing, so I had to take a student loan. So you can understand the amount of stress. And every week they will put a huge advertisement in Times of India. Times of India is one newspaper in Bangalore, famous. They'll be telling 6-figure salary. If you enter the CR industry, within 3 months, you will get 6-figure salary. So, andamadi asela poi sendittu, but it's a very good industry. And the reason I put gold is, after IT sector, the biggest industry which is very, very high paying industry is clinical research. Confidently I can tell you that. So today's agenda, see, this is agenda or pakka irukkutonga. At any time, if you all have any questions, you can please raise your hand. We can address the question. Let it not be like just I'm standing here and talking and you all are just listening. Half the time you all are not listening. So let it be interactive as much as possible. So first I'll give you a brief introduction of what is clinical research, why it came into existence, what things happened before proper clinical research industry began to come into existence, and little bit about clinical trial operations. Now right now I am working as the manager clinical operations. So my role actually, the structure first we have about 150 employees, not a very big company. It's a reasonably big company, 150 employees we have. So first level, we take interns. But of late, we are not, I don't know, the management decided not to encourage interns as much. So first level, CTA, Clinical Trial Assistant. Once they get 2 years of experience, 1.5 to 2 years, they become CRAs, Clinical Research Associates. I will tell you exactly what each one means. I'm just giving you an idea. Once CRA aitaperku, we have CRA2, CRA3, Senior CRAs, Team Leaders, Assistant Project Managers, Project Manager, then it's me, Manager Operations, and then me, above me, Director. So this is the general structure in most CROs. So I will tell you all that's about the operations. Data management. Now, full clinical, why should we do clinical studies? Basically, the ultimate output is data. Data is the most important result of clinical research. So how we manage that data, that is very important. So we'll discuss on that. Trial documentation. Or the common saying irukudunga clinical research la. If it did not document, it did not happen. Neenga sollala, yes, we did. Ipa recent we are doing a preclinical study in a pharmacy college. We do only clinical studies in our company, but for preclinical, we have contracted one pharmacy college. I think some of sirs might have heard, KLE Pharmacy College in Bangalore. So there we are doing a 12-rat model studies. Mostly they ask for 12-rat model. In atta konja cheap, namul budget liya workout avum. It comes within 5 lakhs and the full study, protocol preparation to data things. So 12-rat model number, mostly on the study pandrom. So preclinical also we have one contractor. So once it so happened, one of the studies which we gave to our contractor, they said, illa sir, number in the rat number idu pannamodu induce alla pannamodu ungalku theriyum, there'll be some adverse events, side effects varum. Avanga side effects vandirukkudu, but they have not documented. Later on they are telling, no sir, this happened, rashes did come, but we didn't document. Then we said, no, if you have not documented, that means we will understand ninga and the veliya pannala, you all did not do that activity at all. So I'll tell you all how important it is to understand the importance of clinical trial documentation. AI. So AI ninga varum system la da paathukuvenga. I will tell you all how AI is coming into clinical research also. Then stakeholders. Stakeholders, if you have any product, if you are having any investment or interest in that product, they are called stakeholders. So I will tell you all who are the various stakeholders in clinical research. You guys also, if you all are entering the industry, you all also become automatically a stakeholder in whichever company you join. So I'll give you all a brief of that. Very important, regulatory and ethical competence. So here we just can't do a clinical trial, right? We need approvals. Do you all know about the DCGI? Drug Controller General of India. You all have heard about him? Who is our current DCGI? Let's see who knows this answer. Yeah, somebody said correctly. Yeah, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi. He is our current DCGI, and he is the one who will give us approval for all our studies. So we'll talk about how we submit to them, how we do the process, all that I will share. And I have personally gone to Delhi to submit 2 studies to the DCGI. So I'll share with you all my experience, how interesting it was. And then finally, now many of you all, clinical research guidelines, many of you all think, I have done pharmacy, nanta pharmacy pachta illaya, innu enna irukudhu nan certificate course na em pannu. So many people come and approach me directly for a job. So I tell them, I just give them this simple example. Being a pharmacist, you know how to drive a car. Car ஓட்டருக்கு உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும்னு வெச்சுக்கலாம். நீங்க ஓட்ட முடியுமா ரோட்ல? எது இம்பார்ட்டன்ட்ங்க? Road sense, rules, traffic regulations, traffic violations panna enna avum, that is the main thing. Technical aspect we ourselves will train you all. So number new people vandaka, we don't straight away put them into the clinical trial. We cannot, because our sponsors, they will interview them. In fact, last time we had one Russian sponsor. We are doing a study on diabetic polyneuropathy. So this product is actually from Russia. It was supposed to start 4 months back, but because of this Russian-Ukraine war, பாருங்க எங்கேயோ வார் ஆகுது, நம்ம அஃபெக்ட் ஆகிட்டுக்கிறோம் இங்கே. நம்ம ஐபிஸ் வந்துட்டு இட்ஸ் நாட் ஏபிள் டு ஷிப் டிரெக்ட்லி ஃப்ரம் ரஷ்யா. ஸோ த ஐபிஸ் ஆர் கோயிங் டு கசகஸ்தான். ஃப்ரம் கசகஸ்தான் வி ஆர் டேக்கிங் இட். ஐபிஸ்னா இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷனல் ப்ராடக்ட், த ப்ராடக்ட் which will conduct the trial. So these people, they directly spoke to the most lowest CTA, entry level. They are interviewing them directly. They are asking them what is the regulations. So that time if you all can't answer them, we also don't have, as managers, we also don't have a choice. I have to remove them from that project and keep them on hold, bench them. Technically in corporate terms, bench them na exit ஆருக்கு முன்னாடிக்கிற step. சரிங்களா? So that's technically we'll call benching. Benching na cricket you have heard, no? Those of you all like cricket, they are on the bench, they are not yet come into the playing 11. Same thing. So if you have to confidently answer a foreign client when they ask you any question, that is where a certification matters. That is the reason I tell people who directly contact me in LinkedIn or email, WhatsApp, most of them get my WhatsApp number. I don't know, I don't give it to anyone. Somehow they get my WhatsApp number and ask for jobs. So simply I tell them, please do a certification course. You all need not spend 2.5 lakhs like what I spent long back. At least basic amounts, Sundar sir will tell you all different courses are available. Minimum is 3 months course. Okay. So that is primarily focused at clinical research guidelines. So now, one brief introduction. How many of you all know World War? Nappa, general knowledge இல்லையா? World War எப்போ ஆச்சு? Last World War தெரியுங்களா எப்போ ஆச்சுன்னு? அட்லீஸ்ட் ஹிட்லர் யாருன்னு தெரியுங்களா? அடால்ஃப் ஹிட்லர், அது தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு, you know. So why I am speaking about World War II? In fact, Hitler was one of the person who had a group of crazy scientists and doctors. Okay, they are technically called the Nazi doctors. So what these people were do, they are very, very smart. Okay, they wanted to find out new medication, new kinds of treatment. So what they did, who was Hitler against primarily? Jews, right? Jews are from Israel. So he used to take all these people. Now this hall holds about 500 people max. He used to put around 3,000 people in this hall. Okay, it was called concentration camps. So what used to happen? Obviously lack of oxygen, lack of space. There will be many people will experience many side effects, right? Then they will take those people, they will be observing them who is suffering more. They will take them aside and try to give them different medication to see how they will recover. This was also okay. One step ahead they used to go. They will take these prisoners and just slash them, make wounds, big wounds. They will take all garbage, put it in the wound, tie it up, allow it gangrene to form. Can you imagine the painful thing? They will allow the gangrene to form, then they will take their drugs and try to test which is working on the gangrene. So basically, humans were treated worse than guinea pigs. See, nowadays, when we do preclinical, I think you all also should be aware, there is something called Animal Ethics Committee. So animals kuda or ethics committee irukudhu, illingla? But those days, people, humans only were not having any ethics, nothing. So all these atrocities were going on. Then afterwards, I know, Hitler won or lost? Lost, okay. So when Hitler lost, all these Nazi doctors, they were taken and thrown in prison, but their data was still available. Whatever data, I know it was taken in a very inhuman way, but still data is data. So once these, mostly the Americans, once they had this data with them, they thought, okay, this data is there, now how to test it now? We can't test it directly, no? Again it will be, then what is the difference between avungalukku nammulukku enna vyathyasam? Nammalo patients koopittu test pannaga. So let us form one ethical process where everybody can follow that and do the trials. That is the first step of clinical research guidelines coming into practice. So இவர் இருக்கிறாரு இல்லைங்களா, இவர் தான் மெயின் ஹீரோ. நம்மளாம் இப்போ இங்கே ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கிறோன்னா அவர் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. He is the Dr. James Lind. He is the first person who conducted a clinical research study. So he was not only a doctor, he was also a sailor. Sailor, you know, those days, who came to India? Sailor, famous sailor. Who? Vasco da Gama. Before him, who tried to come to India? Hey, parvalappa. Columbus, jeans part இருக்குது இல்லையா, அதில் ஞாபகம் வந்துக்கும் உங்களுக்கு. Okay, so at least, so this guy was a sailor and he was a doctor. So what he noticed, whenever they used to go, you know, sailing, it's not like today's journeys, right? If you have to go sailing, you don't know anything, you'll have just one basic compass. With that, you'll have to find the directions and travel. You don't know whether you'll come back also, you don't know. At that time, he noticed that many of his team members will suffer from a disease called scurvy. So whenever they get this disease, many of them will not make it. By the time he completes his expedition, half of them will die. So for that he thought, okay, why this condition happens? He began to study that condition. Then gradually he learned that vitamin C, lack of vitamin C is causing, but that was just a hypothesis. He didn't have any confirmation. He, through his research study and other things, he assumed probably vitamin C deficiency is causing this disease, scurvy. So what he did, he conducted a clinical trial. He divided his sailors into two groups. One group, regular diet. Whatever you get, no fish, whatever you get in the thing, eat, they used to eat it. For another group, he specially took all these oranges, lemons, citrus fruits, other citrus fruits, and he gave them a higher increased diet of citrus so that they get more vitamin C. Then he noticed the group which were taking more vitamin C, they did not fall ill of scurvy, or even if they fell ill, they recovered very fast. So that is considered as the first, and he has documented all that. So whatever he journeys, they'll document. So he has documented all that, and that was the first so-called clinical research. So this happened before 1750. We will see. So clinical research industry, I have divided into three parts. Okay. First is before 1750. What happened? So you can see James Lind. Even before that, there is something in the scriptures also they have mentioned. Like, no, King Nebuchadnezzar. You have heard? Okay, you all can Google about him. So he also did something like research. So research has always been on humans' mind. So I'll tell you all, before 1750, 18th century onwards, what happened, and very, very important, this last part you all know, COVID, what happened during COVID. Many of you all did not even have this one, right, college. You all were sitting at home comfortably attending classes, if you all were there. So these three sections, what happened in the industry, we'll see. And about COVID, I'll give you all a small personal example. See, during COVID, all the industries went flat. Right? You all agree? Every industry closed down. Many people thought the food industry, the hotel industry, what I'm referring to, many thought that industry will not fall. Right? Everybody thought, no, food, மனுஷனையோ சாப்பாடே ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது, எப்படினாலும் இருக்கும், many thought. But during COVID, even that shut down. Many of my friends in other industries, they lost their jobs. In fact, two of them, I was supporting them during that time. At least for 6 months, I was just paying them something to just help them face through that period. But our clinical research industry, that was the time it was booming. When my friends were losing job, I was getting incentives. Every 3 months incentive. I'll give you one example. One Chinese sponsor had approached us for a vaccine study. Okay. Can you all guess how much would have been per patient cost they offered us? Any guess? Wild guess? 6.5 lakhs per patient. They wanted 40 patients. Somehow we submitted to the DCGI, but because what is COVID, RNA or DNA based vaccine? Whatever vaccines you all have taken. Covaxin, Covishield, RNA or DNA based? RNA based, right? Chinese sponsors, they had developed a DNA based vaccine. And the major problem was they wanted patients who were unvaccinated. But by the time we got the approval and DCJ by the time he gave us appointment, not he didn't come, the assistant DCJ came. So we presented to them along with the sponsor, online, everything was online. But by the time, many of the Indians had already taken the first dose. So the sponsor, we also could not promise them. And they wanted those 30 patients within a span of 3 months. So in 3 months, getting unvaccinated people to try out a new, completely different genre of vaccine was a little challenging. So we couldn't take it up. But only for feasibility. Feasibility na just on the product kutango, nam on the protocol review pannite DCJ kuda meeting adalla arrange panno. Only for that they paid us 10.5 lakhs. Only for that process. Innu நம்ம study உள்ளவே போல. Just ஒரு site பார்த்து இந்த study work ஆகுமா work ஆகாதான்னு சொல்லிருக்கு, we got that much amount. So what I'm trying to say, clinical research industry will never go out of business. In fact, many pharmacies were open during that time, COVID time. But even then, some important medication, the supply was missing. Most of the pharmacies were on dole vechinta otinkranga. நம்ம பெங்களூரில் வரோம் டோலை எது கேட்டாலும் டோலை கொடுத்து அமுச்சுடுவாங்க, போப்பா சாப்பிட்டு போ, இருந்தா இரு இருந்தா கட்டி போன். ஸோ ஈவன் தட் வாஸ் அ ப்ராப்ளம். பட் அவர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, ஐ வாஸ் இன் ஒன் வே ஃபீலிங் பேட். என்னப்பா நம்ம ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸுக்கெல்லாம் வேலை விட்டு போயின்னுக்கிறாங்க, நம்மளுக்கு இன்சென்டிவ்ஸ் வந்துன்னுக்குது. ஸோ சரி அவங்க ஏதாவது தப்பாக எடுத்துக்க போகிறாங்கன்னா we used to share the thing and help them to get through that phase. So what this industry, if you all are entering, it is no end. As long as India is there, as long as patients are there, this industry will 100% be growing, not stable. It keeps growing. Okay, so coming back, that's just a little clip. So coming back, from 18th century onwards, clinical design. Now what is a design? For anything, you all know only sari design, dress design, shirt design. Clinical trial also has a design. So there are multiple designs. Most common design is randomized, placebo-controlled, parallel group studies. I'll tell you all why it is. Remember, randomized, placebo-controlled, parallel group studies. So later on I'll come on to that. So placebos, you all know placebo, right? You all heard about the term placebo? It's a dummy drug, right? It has no, generally what we do, any product, you all should be teaching me this part. I think there are 2 parts, right? Active ingredient and excipients. Any pharma thing you take. So here in placebos, what happens is the active ingredient is not there. API is not there, but only the excipients will be there. That is basically the reason why the excipients have to be there is basically when we do a study, the active product and placebo should look same. Why? இல்லைன்னா தெரியும் இல்லைங்களா நம்ம பேஷண்ட்ஸு, உனக்கு மட்டும் ப்ளூ கலர் கொடுத்தாங்க எனக்கு ரெட் கலர் கொடுத்தாங்க, ப்ளூ கலர் ஒர்க்கே ஆக மாட்டேங்குதுப்பா, bias will come. Okay, for that it's very very important. In fact, I am not saying this, GCP guidelines say this, the placebo and the API should look exactly the same. Taste, in case it's a syrup or in case it's a oral formulation or a granule formulation, it has to taste the same. In case it's an infusion, if that is an intramuscular infusion, this also should be intramuscular. That is intravenous, this also. So it should be exactly the same, so that the patient's mind, the bias part is removed. Then the idea of random, what do you think randomization is? Random. Randomly you can answer. What is randomization? Basically it is, now for example, okay, you all are sat as boys and girls. Suppose if I say, I'm doing one clinical study. So I'm telling this group take product A, this group take product B. Will it be randomized or will it be biased? Biased, because all the gents are here, all the ladies are here. So if I give them, maybe my results may not come properly. For example, right now we are doing one study on endurance. You all heard about ashwagandha? It's an extract, right? It's a nutraceutical. So we call them nutraceuticals. So we are doing that study in a gym setup. So its industry is very interesting. You see what and all we'll do. So we have hired one entire gym. In that gym, our people will take this product, go and work out. So if they are able to lift, say, 15, how many of you all go to the gym? Exercise. If you are able to lift 10 kgs, I work out regularly. So if I am able to lift 5 kg dumbbell and I can do 20 reps, after taking this extract of ashwagandha for 90 days, what will be my 1 RM? Technically we call it 1 RM, 1 repetition maximum. Either I should be able to do 25 kgs or the same 5 kgs, if I am doing 20 times, I should be able to do 30 times. Okay, so this is the basic primary endpoint of that study. So this study also, out of 80, the sample size is 80, 20 are females. So this 20 females, if we give them, this is a placebo controlled for your information. So this 20 females, no, if we give them all 20 only placebo, don't you think it will be a bias? So how we'll do is, we'll randomize them. We will not know. We will give them one randomization code. So whoever comes first, they will get that first randomization. It may be first 2 ladies, 1 gents, or 1 lady, 15 gents, then next lady. However it is, it will be randomized. So this randomization we don't do. We have a special software for that. Okay, RCT Clinical. So we will put the primary endpoint data into that software. That will give us the randomization schedule. Okay. So randomization, just remember, it is to avoid bias. Then the first trial using properly randomized treatment was carried out in 1948. So these things you yourselves can mostly Google it. Now Google doctors, many of them you all will be Google doctors, experts in Google, AI, Meta AI, so many other, ChatGPT. You all can Google these things. So I'll come to the main aspect. Then this is again later developments. So if you see the Nuremberg Code, it came in 1947. World War II got over in 1945. So this is the Nuremberg Code, is the first proper regulation to come outside to make clinical trials more humanly ethical. Then we have something called Declaration of Helsinki. So in that, the latest revision of Declaration of Helsinki, it is 2024. Don't think nothing. Helsinki is a place, just like ERODE, Helsinki is a place somewhere in Europe. So there they all met and they said, okay, let us come to a common consensus. Let everybody follow this process to conduct the clinical trial. Okay. Why you think everybody should follow the process? American kara edhu chonnalu nama kekano. Adukaga. Why do you think? Number ishta illingla. Number Indians number ishtathukku number pandrom. America kara avan pannikittom. Inathukku ore madi panna ellaru ene ore rule follow pannu. Adu indha madi industry la. The answer is to avoid repetitive research. Now what happens is, we are doing one study in India. Namma the data ethukku poitu we are spreading that product in India. It is fine. Everybody are buying it, they are using it, recovering, all fine. Now I am a sponsor. This is my product. So I am taking that and going to US. US kara what they'll tell? They'll accept your data. They'll tell, hey, illapa, நீங்க வந்து உங்களது லைஃப் ஸ்டைல் வேறு, உங்களது ஃபுட்டு வேறு, உங்களது இது வேறு, உங்களது ஜெனட்டிக் காம்போசிஷன் வேறு, உங்களது ரேஸே வேறு, நீங்கள் எப்படி அந்த ப்ராடக்ட் இங்கேயும் ஒர்க் ஆகுதுன்னு சொல்கிறீங்க, இங்கேயும் ட்ரையல் பண்ணுங்க. கரெக்ட்? தே வில் டெல் டூ த ட்ரையல் ஹியர் ஆல்சோ. அண்ட் தே வில் டெல், நீங்கள் ட்ரையல் பண்ணிங்களா இல்லையான்னு என்னப்பா கேரண்டி? நீங்கள் சும்மா டேட்டா க்ரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு கூட கொடுக்குவீங்க. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் நம்ம ஒத்துக்க முடியாது. இங்கே பண்ணுங்க, இங்கே விற்கணும்னா உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை இங்கே வந்து நீங்கள் ட்ரையல் பண்ணுங்க. ஸோ திஸ் வாஸ் ஆல் த கண்ட்ரீஸ் வர் சேயிங் திஸ். யூ கம் அண்ட் டூ ஹியர், யூ கம் அண்ட் டூ. இப்போ நானே ஒரு புவர் ஸ்பான்சர், எங்கேயோ கடன் வாங்கி ஒரு 5 கோடி இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். இப்போ இவங்க ஒரு கண்ட்ரிலையோ ஸ்டடி பண்ணுன்னா வாட் ஐ வில் டூ? ஃபைனலி அந்த ப்ராடக்டை நான் தான் போட்டுன்னு மேலே போகணும் இல்லைங்களா? ஸோ ஃபார் தட், டு அவாய்ட் திஸ், many people said, let us follow one common guideline. So the 3 superpowers, who are they? Superpowers in any industry you take, these 3 are the main. That is US, UK, Japan. These three guys came together and formed something called ICH, International Conference on Harmonization for Registration of Pharmaceuticals for Human Use. This is the entire definition of ICH. So they formed. Now wherever you do the study, we are doing studies in Russia, Hong Kong, South Korea, Jordan, and US, and one place in South Africa. Adino finalized avla, it will get finalized. So all these places we are doing trial following GCP. So once you say my study is GCP certified, good clinical practices, GCP. Once my study is certified under GCP, I can market my product anywhere. But still, recently I will tell you, RT-PCR test you all have taken. How many of you all have taken RT-PCR tests? RT-PCR pa COVID time la. Swab at the nasopharyngeal swab at ullodu. It was painful, right? It used to pain, right? 2-3 times. At least 2 days it will pain. That pain was there. And how long that result you got? You have to wait for 1 day. Minimum 8 hours. RT-PCR test. Minimum 8 hours you all wait. Rat, forget it. Rat, rapid antigen test, that's a waste. That's a gimmick. We have enough data to prove rat was just a gimmick. RT-PCR, okay, to some extent it was the gold standard, but rapid antigen test, it was just a media gimmick. That's one of the result, all false positives. So, this Canadian sponsor, they came up with one more product. Glucometer blood sugar testing, wheatlay panirdu. So, they had devised one device. So, the person has to just spit into that. Spit sample vechittu device la pottingna within 1 minute, as per protocol, 1 minute result vandrum. Ninga COVID positive or negative one. Ana actual study la 15 seconds. In 15 seconds we got the result, and we were matching that with the gold standard. So we should know idu chumma idu or gimmick illa chumma vana, but approximately 96% it matched RT-PCR and the device result. So this one, why I spoke about this is, though we did around 300 patients, we had to wear all that mask, everything, and go to COVID centers. In Bangalore, we had some COVID centers where all the people were quarantined who were having higher level of infections. So we used to literally go there, take the local Karnataka government permission, go there, visit them. There we conducted, they took their samples. We were all wearing like Vikram la pathingla, Vikram movie la. Vijay Sethupathi potten kuvaringle, full mask. And the madhi potten ukankini will be doing testing. So that way we did, and we gave the data to Health Canada. It was a Canadian study, Canadian sponsors, but Health Canada didn't accept. They said, please repeat the study. Then we told them it was as per GCP, have all the results, all the procedures we followed. Then they said, it's okay pa, ningalla panikringo nambrom, irundalo inge oru small sample size ku pannunga. So we contracted one more CRO in Canada, in Vancouver, and they conducted the same study for 30 patients. And then they got the result, they marketed it. Only difference is RT-PCR was what, 1,500, 1,800 per test. This one test cost 15,000. Of course, right? Time is money. For people who are coming from the airport and all, no, they were quarantined. And they have to take the RT-PCR and wait for 8 hours in the airport. How much of stress that is. Rich business people and all that, for them 15,000 is nothing. They'll say, it's okay. In 1 minute I'm getting the test, I'll go for that only. So that was the intention why they went for this particular study. But unfortunately, as I told, since we said it was GCP certified, they accepted for 30 people. Otherwise, they would have asked to repeat 300 people there. Okay, so that's the one example what I wanted to give. Now, the new drug development. Any new drug you develop, it has first different processes. So that process in detail we will check. This is just a brief. So what here you have to notice is, what is the amount given there? The amount goes, now this is actually millions, but right now it goes in billions. You know the insulin market, what is the market of insulin in the world? It's touching $7.5 billion USD, insulin. And we did one study on multiple sclerosis. We just finished, Gujarat sponsor, the sponsor was from Gujarat. You all know multiple sclerosis. It's a very debilitating condition where the patient has to be very weak and all that. One tablet, it was cladribine, the reference product, 9.5 lakhs, one tablet. Like that, 6 tablets, 1 dose we have to give them for the entire 1 year sustenance. So you can imagine, tablet only was 9.5 lakhs, one tablet means how much that investigating doctor would have got, how much money we would have got as CRO, how much we would have got, and what is the entire business, how rich the business is. So I'm just giving you a brief. So there's something called patent period. What is the patent? You all should be knowing, right? What's a patent? So what is the general patent period? 15 years in India, 15 to 20 years. So if I take a product, in fact, I am also doing one research. This product, black jeera. Jeera, I don't know. Jeera only know, in Tamil also, black jeera. Then Vendyam, they say, fenugreek. So Vendyam, jeera and omum, ajwain. Omum, they say, Omam Tanila, they'll drink. So in these 3 things, I'm also doing one small research. I have made one composition. I'm giving it to many of my relatives for immunity boosting and reduction in FBS. So they have given me a good result. They are saying it's working. So right now I'm looking for a sponsor. So already I have approached Arjuna Naturals. I think you have heard about them. They are into the nutraceutical market. So they are based in Kerala. So they took my product, they did their testing and all that, but they wanted it in capsule form. I said, no sir, if you give it in capsule form, that product will lose its efficacy. They are saying, how do you know? I said, I know. Okay, so I have said, let's give it in a sachet form. So they didn't agree to manufacture in bulk using a sachet form. So right now another person, a real estate guy, talks are going on. So if it works out, maybe I also will become one sponsor with one patent thing. So generally it takes 15 years. So all you get is 10 years of research. Your full R&D, everything till clinical trial, 10 years goes off. So if a sponsor has put 100 crores, he has only 5 years to get back that money. Because once it goes off patent, what will happen? Dr. Reddy's is there, no? Immediately 9 lakh drug, they'll bring it for 9,000 rupees. Yes, you know, right? Dr. Reddy's, many other generic companies. So they will just completely reduce the costing, which will affect the pricing of the sponsor. Investment is gone. So for that, you should understand the scenario, what this market is, how huge this market is. So, idla neenga thaan pantru, sorry, Kannada use panta, pantru na neenga thaan idla main. Ungalku theriyadungla, ADME, absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, right? How many of you have seen that ad on Vicks Action 500? Prabhu sir will come, no? Talavalikidippa, Jaladoshampa, idun. Or matra potunda seriyaidvaru. What happened to absorption? What happened to distribution? What happened to metabolism? Edume illa, avlo seekram aidongla. Or tablet potunda absorption aidongla. So all this, when you see all these ads, no, as clinical research people, we literally laugh. Inapa ipata matra potara avlo seekram ella ADME aiti excreta aitko uttaka athuda kamchiduvanga excretion aichinnu. So whenever you see these ads, you guys as pharmacists, it's not only your job, it's also your responsibility as citizens. In the madla paathattu unga parents or relatives on the product la ettaka solno ma idella saapdadingo idella nobody knows whether actual what exactly happens. If a trial panindaka, generally there will be a USC, peak value kenjikoilingla, peak value tenjinda immediate relief kedikongla. Then what is happening there? Placebo effect, right? We can easily say it's a placebo effect. I have taken a thing, I have become thing, right? Stent, they keep stents in the heart, no? You all have heard, right? Stent. Now they have gone one step ahead, biostents. Stent will be dissolved by itself. So basically they'll tell stent is a stunt. Stent வச்சு ஒன்றும் பிரயோஜனம் இல்லை. அவங்களுக்கு எப்போ போகணுமோ அது போயின்னு தான் இருக்கும். Blockage, naturally we will develop, if a blood flow is not happening in a certain sequence, automatically you will have a different sequence provided your other parameters, your health is okay. So what I'm trying to say is, Ningo as pharmacists, you all have a greater responsibility in the society. I have seen whenever I don't take any medicine, nothing, but still when I just go to buy some things for my parents or someone, relatives, I'll be seeing them, small people, no basic wages, no workers, small workers, they come and tell, sir, talanodu sir, ஏதாவது மாத்திரை கொடுங்க. வந்து pharmacist எது விற்காத மாத்திரை இருக்குதோ அதை எடுத்து கொடுத்து என்னப்பா எடுத்துன்னு போ, இருந்தா இரு, வாழ்ந்தா வாழ், இல்லை செத்துனா செத்து போயிடுங்க. It doesn't happen like that. Later we'll talk about pharmacovigilance. As a pharmacist, you have a lot of responsibility in the society. Pharmacovigilance, we will talk about it in depth. You will understand how that one tablet can cause multiple effects. Okay? So this is what ICH is. ICH is basically a guideline, as I told, when 3 countries came together and formed this. India is not yet a authoritative person in ICH, but if you open their website, no, our Dr. Raghuvanshi, DCGI, he will be listed as one of the members. So members ku avlo onno periya say illa. Mostly the rule, the power resides with US, UK and Japan. So far any doubts you all have? No doubts, right? Now this one is about various terminologies. See, in clinical research we'll use lot of short forms. First time when I went to join this course, I did not know head or tail. என்னப்பா இவங்க இதுன்றாங்க, CRA, CTA, NDCT, ICH, GCP, GDP, ஒன்றுமே புரியலையேன்னு. வடிவேல் சொல்கிறாங்களே, என்னங்க இது ஒன்றுமே புரியலன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி ஆயிட்டுச்சு. ஸோ ஐ ஹவ் மேட் திஸ் ஒன் திங் ஐ வில் பி ஷேரிங் வித் சுந்தர் சார், மேபி ஹி வில் ஷேர் இட் வித் யூ ஆல். ஸோ த என்டையர் என்ன abbreviations இருக்குதோ, terminologies, I have personally collated it into one almost 6 or I think some huge document. So that I will share with you all. You all can go through that. And if you all have any questions or doubts, we can come. I can show that for those joining the course. I think we'll go in depth into that. But just understand, CR has its own terminologies. And there's a reason for that. Why do you think we should follow a common terminology? You know what's the problem? I'll tell you one live example which we have. We have something called EDC. EDC. EDC means electronic data capture. So instead of capturing it, EDC will automatically capture. So directly you have to enter into the system. So what happened was 5 patients came. One patient said stomach ache. Second patient said grumbling sound in the stomach. Next patient said pain in the abdomen. Doctor எழுதிக்கிறது இதெல்லாம். I am not telling patient சொன்னது. Patient என்ன சொன்னாங்க நம்மளுக்கு தெரியாது. As per the medical records, I am talking whatever I saw. Doctors, MD physicians are writing like this. Different terminologies. Pain. Patient is okay. Okay, நம்மளுக்கும் தெரியும்பா. What is okay? You have to mention that in clinical research, as I said, documentation is very important. So doctors, what they'll do, patient is okay to be discharged. In clinical research, it will not work. In clinical research, we have to say, patient's vitals are stable, full stop. Patient's BP was, okay, 120/80 or 120/90, full stop. Patient did not complain of any physical discomfort, full stop. There was physical examination was done and patient was found to be okay. That time you can use okay. Otherwise, what they'll do, they'll simply put okay and send. So to avoid all these things, we have made terminologies. For example, we'll only use abdominal pain for the study. So whether pain in the stomach discomfort, whatever comes, the doctor will see, okay, terminology prakaram enna pakudhu, abdominal pain athe eldunga. Because when we do EDC, it will capture only abdominal pain as a adverse event. Adverse event means a side effect. Got it? That is the reason why we use specific terminologies in clinical research. Basically, it helps us in doing our statistical analysis, basically for that. Okay. Now, why do you think doctors will participate in clinical research? Actually, main point last la potkaran venon. Seringla. Adutha main. Idalla vera adalla chumma. When we go to meet doctors, no, they'll tell, yeah, I'm interested in research. Yeah, I just want to get publications. I'm very much, sir, yola sir veno per patient ungalku point vaanga sir. Seri or 35,000 40,000 panikapa பண்ணிட்டு க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு CTA சரின்ட்டு. That's the main thing. First is, I'm not talking against doctors if in case somebody is here, but many of them, of course, right, world runs on economics, right? So that is the main thing. Just ஒரு ஃபீலிங்க்கு வேற டால்ஸ்லாம் மேலே போட்டுக்கிறேன். So first one, advancement of medical knowledge. Insulin. How many of you all remember? I think you all are Gen Z, so நம்மளா வேற generation, but still my grandparents, no, insulin, they will go stand in a queue in front, just for insulin. They will stand in the queue in front of a physician's clinic, small clinic. And there was no disposable syringe. Syringe ஒருத்தர் குடித்து boiling waterல போட்டு boil பண்ணுவாங்க. I think sir maybe sir or ma'am may be knowing. They will boil it, then that is sterilizing. Then they will take the same syringe, same injection, again fill insulin, then give the shot. Now what has happened? Anybody can take and just give an injection, right? Use and throw. All of the needles are use and throw needles. Disposable. Now next level, you know what is coming up? Talks are going. Insulin chewing gums. So whenever you want to take insulin, just like your orbit, anything, cavity thing, pop in your mouth, start chewing. Slow release of insulin. Perfect, no? For slow release, you keep chewing gum. Generally, you chew a gum for what? 2 hours. You can chew a gum. I'm not talking about bubble gums, chewing gums. In chewing gums, you can chew for at least 2 hours, right? So some sponsor has taught, idlaye insulin podakradhu, slow release irukitome, correct fit avume body ku, absorption la neat avum. So that is the research. So advancement of medical knowledge. One more example I'll give you all. You know, heard about BTCP? Breakthrough cancer pain. For those who are in stage 4, any cancer, they'll get a severe pain. I have literally seen these patients suffering. I can't imagine, I can't express you all the pain they go through. And this pain, suddenly, we don't know when this pain comes. That is the biggest problem. I think you all should be knowing about BTCP. So what happens is, one of the common, that time, I'm talking about 2010, when I was a CRC, junior level, I used to do the dosing. So at that time, the most common treatment was, I think, Fortwin. There's some product called Fortwin, no, painkiller. Fortwin something, it was basically like a narcotic thing. So that was given in the bone marrow. I think you all have seen bone marrow injections, how big the needle will be. So there they'll give that injection, and first of all, patient is suffering. Idla yunga vera yulo pere needle ettu ullo kutti, it used to be very difficult. So our product, very simple. This puffs they will take, no, for asthma patients will take that puff. Similar model. The product was called nasal fent. It was based again on a narcotic substance. Just whenever they get that pain, they'll call for us. In St. John's, we have one place called Karunashraya, which is basically for oncology setup. So they will just press, we'll be there, we'll just run to them, open their mouth and give. 15 seconds, pain gone. Zero pain, 15 seconds. So can you imagine how much advancement has happened? Now that product, of course, it will be expensive, so not all can afford that. But at that time, there were so many patients who really benefited from this. Instead of suffering, see, oncology, we cannot, in clinical trials, some trials are not meant to treat. Some conditions you can't treat. Oncology, can you treat? You can't treat. So why we do clinical trials? Now we are right now doing one study on non-small cell lung carcinoma, NLCLC. Last stage. In the protocol only, it says out of 350 patients, the protocol states we are expecting 270 people to die. Minimum. Because last stage, we can't help it. So why we do the trial then? Ninga kekla. எப்படினாலும் அவங்க சாவ போகிறாங்க, இன்னத்துக்கு ட்ரையல் பண்ணுறீங்க, காஸ்ட் வேஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களே இரிட்டேட் பண்ணுறீங்க. இட்ஸ் நாட் லைக் தட். வாட் எவர் டைம் தே ஹாவ் லெஃப்ட் ஆன் earth, we try to make their quality of life a little better. Okay, that is again one more example of medical advancement. We did one more study on rheumatoid arthritis. You all know anybody in your family or anybody rheumatoid arthritis? What are the things? They'll have joint swelling. Synovial fluid will collect, and their biggest problem is morning stiffness. As soon as they get up in the morning, their hands will be like frozen. They can't even take the phone, they can't hold the brush, they can't talk on the, nothing they can do. They will be having stiffness for at least 1 hour. Some people, 1 hour they have stiffness. Can you imagine, as soon as you get up, you want to use the washroom? Nothing you can do. You have to just lie like that, control. Can you imagine the amount of stress, how much of pain, psychological pain the person will go through? We did one study wherein we means foreign sponsor. So we were the CRO for that. So when we did this study, we can't cure rheumatoid arthritis, right? We can't cure it. But that pain, that condition, from 1 hour, it came down to 15 minutes. So instead of sitting in the bed for 1 hour and struggling, reduction in 15 minutes is a very good quality of life improvement, right? So some clinicals are designed not to treat, but to better their quality of life. Okay. Then enhanced professional development. If you are a doctor, or even you guys, if you are do your PhD in future and become another doctorate, once you have publications in your name, your CV, your salary, it will go to the next level. Okay. So many doctors, I think out of 10, maybe 1 doctor, I know of very few doctors who will actually tell me, Eugene, idella venapa. இவன்ட்டு எனக்கு பப்ளிகேஷன் மட்டும் எனக்கு பேர் வர மாதிரி, ஃபர்ஸ்ட்லி என் பேர் வர மாதிரி பார்த்துக்கோ. ஸோ தட்ஸ் வாட் சம் டாக்டர்ஸ் ஆர் ரியலி ஈவன் நவ் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் இன் பப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. தென் access to cutting edge treatments. So as I told you, all these what I spoke about, all are cutting edge. It's completely opposite to the normal treatment. Then networking and collaboration opportunities, especially for doctors. See, we do trials. For example, this same study which we are doing, NLCLC, it is done in 3 countries. India, US and Russia. So now 3 sites. From India they need 300 patients, from US 90, and Russia again 90. So when we are doing this study, all these doctors will come together because they'll interact. We'll have a common teleconference or a Zoom meet wherein all these doctors, highly professionals, MDs with many years of experience, all of them coming at the same platform, discussing, interacting. It's very important for each of them, right? So that is one about networking and collaboration opportunities. Then professional recognition. Nowadays many doctors, they'll ask, how many publications you have? If they say I have 10, 12 and all, that's like a big respect for them. Then of course, last one I need not say, that is the main one. Now why patients participate? First, again, here also last is only main. One thing which I used to do as a college student, I'll go as a volunteer for clinical trials. But I'll make sure I put myself in the placebo group. யார்ப்பா மெடிசன் எடுத்துன்னு கஷ்டப்படுறது, ஸோ பிளசிபோ குரூப்பில் வர மாதிரி சிஆர்சியை கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு கொஞ்சம் பிளசிபோ குரூப்பில் போடுறதாண்டாக்கா நான் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறேன்ப்பான்னு. யூ வில் கெட் ஃப்ரீ பிளட் டெஸ்ட், ஃப்ரீ அமௌண்ட்டு, சாப்பாடு, எவ்ரி திங் தெல் கிவ். ஓகே. ஸோ ஒன் திங் இஸ் ஃபினான்ஷியல் பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் were there, but since 2017-18, Indian government said no, you can't compensate. We did one study in St. John's Hospital. I think you all know about St. John's. It's one of the biggest hospitals in Bangalore. So there we did one study on iontophoretic device. It was a UK sponsor. So this product, you put eye drops. Many of you all wear specs, right? So you guys use eye drops, right? As soon as you put the drop, what happens? What happens? Tears, right? So what is the bioavailability? Roughly in percentage, 50% or 40%. Definitely not 100%, okay, correct, right? Everybody will agree. Definitely 100% you can't, because as soon as you put, நீங்கள் என்னத்தா ஸ்ட்ராங் இதுவாக இருந்தாலும் you will get tears. Once the tears come, 50% of the drug is washed out, right? So these people, they found out one lens. It was called iontophoretic device. where they'll place that lens attached to a device close to your eyes. They'll put the product into the device and a mild current will be passed. So the negative positive ions will interact and absorption will go to 95%. Can you imagine? Where is 40%? Where is the bioavailability of 90%? So patients also have a better improved health care. Now instead of putting, என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க டாக்டர் உங்களுக்கு காத்தால 2 drops, மதியானம் 2 drops, நைட்ல 2 drops. அதெல்லாம் வேணாப்பா, இந்த டிவைஸ் வச்சுன்னு ஒரே வாட்டி போடுங்க போதும். ஒரு வாட்டி போட்டிங்கனாக்கா for the entire day it's enough. So it's an improvement in personal health care. Then new treatments, as I told you about insulin, if the chewing gum comes into the market, it will be a huge breakthrough. And for your information, I think it is Glenmark who is trying for this chewing gum and insulin. Then volunteer to contribute. This is sometimes patients, especially like in onco studies, they know they are dying, they know they are having some issues. At least they want to contribute something to the medical industry. You know, right? Many people, they give their bodies for this medical, for dissection and all that, right? They write and inform consent and give it to the hospitals. Similar way, some good patients also are there who want to just volunteer. Then, of course, financial benefit. Even now, though the government has told not to pay the patients, we have something called TADA, T-A-D-A, that is travel allowance, daily allowance. So the minimum amount we have to give for a non-onco patient is 500 rupees per visit. So each time they come to the hospital for our procedures, treatments, 500 rupees we have to pay them. And we have to give them food for them and one attender. That is the rule. For onco patients, it goes anywhere between 3,500 to 5,000 per visit. So that is the common norm. Everybody has to follow that, because otherwise ethics committee will not give us approval. Okay, now coming to clinical trial operations. So we'll finish this slide and then you all can break. I think 11:30 sir said we'll give a break. ஆல்ரெடி பாதி பேர் தூங்கின்னுக்கிறீங்க, இன்னும் விட்டிங்கனாக்கா நான் பேசினே தான் போவேன், நீங்கள் அப்படியே தூங்கிட்டுக்குவீங்க, எல்லாரும் ஃப்ளாட் ஆகிட்டுக்குவீங்க. ஸோ கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல் ஆப்ரேஷன்ஸ், திஸ் பார்ட் only, this is actually a huge slide. So this is actually seven days training topic. I am trying to summarize in 10 minutes. So first we'll finish on your left hand side what is there. IB. Anybody knows full form of IB? Hey, good year. How come? Girls are always smarter, huh? Number padikirlende adhe thampa. Girls are smarter. Seri. Correct. Investigator's brochure. So IB, it will contain basically the preclinical data. I will show to you all one some rough IB of one active study which we conducted. So it will basically have preclinical data. What happened in the preclinical studies, the chemical structure of the drug, the drug-drug interactions, if at all any drug-drug interactions are there, all that will be enlisted, and it's like a brochure for the investigator. Investigator is the main doctor who conducts the study. So that is the IB. Now IB will be given by the sponsor, not by the CRO. Next, protocol. Now from the IB, we CROs are contract research organizations. So we CROs will prepare the protocol from the IB. From the IB, we'll understand, okay, this drug is like this, let us do randomized trial. Okay, don't want randomized, let us do open label. Or don't want open label, let us do parallel group. So we will decide how it is. Then we will arrive at primary endpoint, secondary endpoint, and exploratory endpoint. Why exploratory endpoint, you all know? Primary, secondary, okay. Exploratory, not kupa. Why do you think? You don't know, any study will have a primary endpoint, secondary endpoint. These two you all understand. Hope so. So what is the exploratory then? Why should we do exploratory? Some sponsors know they are very smart, especially nutraceutical sponsors. Primary endpoint panaka kandipa the CSR lo pote avano. Result vardo varliyo. On product click acho, fail acho, it will come in the CSR, final study report, which they have to submit to regulations. And exploratory lo pottaka or advantage. Vanda poduvanga result. Varlanda ta update close panniduvanga. Kamchka matanga result la. So that is the advantage of exploratory endpoint. Mostly pharma sponsors don't go for that. Nutraceutical sponsors, they want everything. They'll give us 1 crore. That's all. Budget. They will ask for 90 patients. They will put inana endpoint podungo. Ella endpoint podungo. Edu click avudho adla நம்ம project பண்ணி நம்ம போறோம். So that kind of an attitude they have. That's why for them specially we have devised exploratory endpoints. சரிப்பா பண்ணுங்க, result positive வந்தா போடுங்க, வரலனாக்கா மறிச்சிடுங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். Simple. For that it is exploratory. Then ICD. Any idea ICD? Napa boys. எல்லாம் அங்கந்தா வருது ஆன்சர். சரி, நானும் உங்களை மாதிரி தான் இந்த பரவாயில்ல. ICD கரெக்ட்மா? ICD is informed consent document. So it is basically a combination of PIS and ICF. PIS is patient information sheet. ICF is informed consent form. We'll discuss in detail what that is because that's the most important aspect of clinical research. CRF, இப்போ அது சொல்லுங்கப்பா. இதுவும் போயிட்டீங்களா? கேஸ் ரிப்போர்ட், யா எல்லாம் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணி வந்துக்கிறாங்க சார் இந்த பக்கம் ஃபுல்லாக. ஸோ கேஸ் ரிப்போர்ட் ஃபார்ம். வாட் இஸ் அ கேஸ் ரிப்போர்ட் ஃபார்ம்? There is a protocol. From IB, you got the protocol. From the protocol, you will get two documents. One is ICD, one is CRF. Got it? So what is the use of a CRF? We'll again discuss in detail. We'll come to the other side. Site selection. Main aspect of clinical trial operations. If you don't select the proper site, study is gone. Okay. Investigator selection. So we generally don't call them doctors in clinical research. We'll always call them investigator. டாக்டர்கிட்ட போயிட்டு டாக்டர்னு சொல்கிறதோட, சார் நீங்கள் தான் நான் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர்னா, ஆமாப்பா நான் தான் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர், நான் டாக்டர் இல்லை நான் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர். சம் டாக்டர்ஸ் வில் பி, ஐ டோன்ட் நோ ஹவு இட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ், எஸ்பெஷலி இன் ரிமோட் பிளேசஸ் இன் கர்நாடகா ஐ எம் சேயிங், அவங்களுக்கு அந்த they have studied to become doctor, MD and all. ஆனால் பேசிக் டிஃப்ரென்சஸ் தெரியாது அவங்களுக்கு இங்கிலீஷில். சார் இது வந்து they'll ask us, ஏன்பா ஸ்டடி டிலே, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಡಿಲೇ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಡಿಲೇ ಆಯ್ಚನೆ. ನೋ ಸರ್, ದ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಕ್ ಇನ್ ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ಇಂಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಇಂಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿಯಾ, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿಯಾ ಇಂಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿಯಾ ಚೊಲ್ಲುಪಾನ ಸರ್? ಇಂಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿನಾ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್. So like that, doctors, they'll say, I am not doctor, I am investigator in the study. Okay. So they feel happy when they call them investigators. Then regulatory approval, very, very big headache. I personally went to DCGI's office in Delhi. It took us 1 month to prepare the entire dossier. அவ்வளோ பெரிய ட்ரக். சரி, அப்போ வந்து ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் ஃப்ளைட்டில் போகிறோம்ப்பான்னு 2009 ஒரு குஷியில் போயிட்டு ஒத்துக்கினேன். சரி சார் நானே போகிறேன்னு. நான் கொஞ்சம் ஆக்சென்ச்சரில் கால் சென்டரில் வேலை பண்ணியிருந்தேன் ஒரு 3 monthsக்கு. ஸோ கொஞ்சம் இங்கிலீஷ் நல்லா வரும்ன்ட்டு அந்த பாஸ், சரிப்பா நீயே போ, இங்கிலீஷ் பேசி நீ கவர் பண்ணிவிடாங்களேன்னு ஃபோன் அனுப்பிவிட்டேன். நானும் சரி ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் ஃப்ளைட்டுன்னு ஒத்துக்கினேன். அங்கே போனால் தான் தெரியுது இவ்வளோ பெரிய டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ். இப்போல்லாம் ஆன்லைன், எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் ஆன்லைன், சுகம் போர்ட்டல். பட் தோஸ் டேஸ் ஃபிசிக்கல். I am holding and standing just like a government queue. Almost 1.5 months we have spent. Each protocol word by IB எல்லாம் word by word we have checked. ஒரு மிஸ்டேக் கூட இருக்கக்கூடாது. எல்லாம் அவ்வளோ நீட்டாக எல்லாம் பண்ணின்னு போய் வெயிட்டிங் ஃபார் தெம் டு கம் அண்ட் கிவ் த அக்னாலேஜ்மெண்ட். வந்தாக்கா போந்த பார்த்தார் ஒரு கிளர்க்கு. சொன்னேன் சார், இட்ஸ் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனல் மெடிசன் இந்தியா TMI, நம்ம கம்பெனி பேர் TMI சார். அந்த சப்மிஷன் லெட்டர் கொடுத்தேன். ஓகே எத்து டாசியரை எத்து ஒரே விசிறச்சாரு போயிட்டு அது எங்கேயோ வந்துச்சு. ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் லிட்ரலி திங்கிங், ஏன்பா இதுக்காக நம்ம 1 மாதம் அவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்பட்டோம் ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட்டை வேர்ட் பை வேர்டாக செக் பண்ணேன். ஸோ the regulatory part I will share with you all what are the documents required, but now it's very easy. Now everything is online. There is something called in Google panla Sugam portal, SUGAM. You can do all the submissions, SAE reportings, everything online. EC approval, again EC approval is very, very important. DCGI will primarily look at the technical aspects. EC will look at the, again what? Girls, boys. What will ethics committee? Ethics. Or clue, ethics. They will see the safety aspect. Okay. So what they will tell is, உன் ட்ரக்கை வச்சுக்கின்னு நீ நல்லது பண்ணலன்னா பரவாயில்ல, இருக்கிற பேசுறதை வச்சுடாடப்பா நீன்னு வாங்கும். சரிங்களா? they will tell basic Hippocratic oath. You all remember, doctors will take that. Once they graduate, no, they will take the Hippocratic oath. That is, do no harm to the patient. If you don't do good also, okay pa, it's okay, we accept, but please don't kill off the patient or do harm. So ethics committee will make sure the person is not harmed in any way. CTRI, any full form? Yeah, you can tell loudly, no issues. Perfect. At last, boys got 1 point. So, clinical. Clap பண்ணுங்க பரவாயில்ல. என் இனமாடா நீ. So, CTRI is Clinical Trial Registry of India. So, now, since 2019, all clinical trials, regardless of wherever the sponsor is from, you have to register in CTRI. Without registering CTRI, you can conduct and publish பண்ண முடியாது. So nobody will take that risk. They will submit to the CTRI. Then SIV, SMV, SCV. Who can note this? எல்லா chat GPT தானே இப்போ கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டோம்ப்பா எல்லா chat GPT. So SIV is site initiation visit, site monitoring visit, site closeout visit. So what this is, our entire clinical trial operations, if you want to summarize only these 3 words, SIV, SMV, SCV. இது மூணுல entire clinical trial operations will be. Okay, so we'll just break for whatever snacks there. So we'll break and we'll come back after whatever time. Sir, what times are coming? I think 15 minutes you all can come back. Yeah, sure. Thank you. management. Now, full clinical, why should we do clinical studies? Basically, the ultimate output is data. Data is the most important result of clinical research. So how we manage that data, that is very important. So we'll discuss on that. So we'll start, guys. Some more of your friends have not come. Bayintangla clinical research vana ante. Okay, just call your friends. Another 2 minutes we'll start. Just group கன்சைஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க
மற்றதெல்லாமே டீட்டெயிலாக
சரி சார் அது பெட்டர் அத்தான் நானும் நினச்சேன் அத்தான் இது லைவ் டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் அது
ஓகே
So we'll start, guys. Start பண்ணலாங்களா? ரெடியா இருக்கீங்களா? இப்போதான் மெயின். Okay, so before we start, no, I just got a WhatsApp message. ICMR தெரியுங்களா? Indian Code of Medical Research. They are having a open first in the world challenge into a program. So they are inviting entries. Now the forward panni ampra Sundar sir ku. So whoever is the coordinator, it's in WhatsApp only. So ninga enter panningna, it is to aims to foster innovative out of the box ideas from Indian scientists or developing breakthrough health technologies. So ninga edavadhu ungalde idea irundha ipo naan sonna illingla I have one product for immunity and diabetes adha madri ungalla yarkada and ideas, different innovations, just a concept. You need not have the product. Okay, just a concept irundha podum. You can try for this. First prize evola tharingla? First prize I think it's around 75,000. Okay, so try pannunga. It's a government initiative, so I'll forward that. So I'm in many WhatsApp groups where they keep sending this update information. So இது நான் ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணுறேன் சாருக்கு இப்போவே பண்ணிடுறேன். ஸோ நீங்கள் சார் சுந்தர் சாரை கேட்டு நீங்கள் இது பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இப்போ தான் வந்துச்சுங்க, ஒரு 5 minutes பிரேக் டைமில் வந்துருந்துச்சு. ஓகே, ஸோ ட்ரை இட் அவுட். ஸோ ஆல்வேஸ் டோன்ட் திங்க் இன்கம்னா ஐ ஷுட் கெட் அ ஜாப், நான் ஒரு சேலரிக்கு போனோம், எனக்கு சேலரியிலேருந்து தான் காசு வரணும். நோ, ஆல்வேஸ் பி அவேர். If you want to make money, you can make money in many ways. After lunch, it's purely about in clinical research, what are the different ways you can make very good money. Okay, I think some of you all attended my webinar. So in that I told you all, after 5 to 6 years, especially the ladies, once you get married, you'll have restrictions for travel, or if you feel like, why should I go and work in an office? You want to spend more time with family. So many options are there. Sitting at home, literally you can make anywhere between 1 to 1.5 lakhs sitting at home. And 1.5 lakhs na, don't think ayo nan morning 9 o'clock log in panno 6 o'clock no, nothing like that. அந்த 1.5 lakhsக்கு நீங்கள் 5 to 6 days in a month ஒர்க் பண்ணிங்கன்னா போதும். அது கூட எப்படி பண்ணுறதுன்னு I will show you. So morning we'll finish the technical part we'll finish. Post lunch I'll tell you all how you can make more money. And whatever I'm putting on this one, don't think I took from ChatGPT or I took from some friend and I'm putting. அதில் நான் போட்டுக்கிற ஸ்கெடியூலில் எஸ்பெஷலி த செகண்ட் ஆஃப் எதில் வேணாலும் நீங்கள் என்ன கொஸ்டின்லாம் கேட்கலாம். ஐ வில் நோ டு ஆன்சர் பிகாஸ் நான் அதெல்லாம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். நான் பர்சனலாக அந்த ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒர்க் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஐ வில் ஷோ யூ த எவிடன்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. சம் 2-3 evidences I will show that I have literally worked in all those fields, freelance, part-time, and I will also tell how much money I made out of that. Okay, that's for the post-lunch session. Now we'll get back to clinical trial operations. One notice பண்ணீங்கன்னா சேம் ஸ்லைட் இல்லைங்களா? ஒருவேளை மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணிட்டனோ? What do you think? Why I put clinical trial documentation அதே டாபிக், டேட்டா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டு அதே டாபிக் தானே? ஸோ மெனி ஆஃப் யூ ஆல் மே திங்க் இவன் சும்மா மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டுக்கிறான்ப்பா, ஏதாவது கடவுடுவான்ப்பா இருப்போம். It was intentionally done. The reason is, as I told you, entire ICH, if you want to concise, ரெண்டே தான். One is patient safety, second is data integrity. So data integrity means in every aspect of operations you should have data. Data integrity is a must. That's the reason. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு நான் IB அதெல்லாம் ஆப்ரேஷன் சைடில் I explained. Now I'll explain to you from the data perspective. First IB. To design the IB you should have what data? Preclinical data. IB is done for clinical trial submission. So the data which goes into the IB is from the preclinical study. Protocol will tell you what data to collect. Diabetes, type 2 diabetes na இல்லாத ஒரு பேஷண்ட் தெரியலைங்களா? பேஷண்ட்ஸ் தெரியலைங்களா? உங்கள் ரிலேட்டிவ்ஸே இருக்குவாங்க, பெரிய ஃபைல் வச்சுன்னு சுற்றினுக்குவாங்க. அது ஒரு ஃபேஷன் மாதிரி ஆகிட்டுக்குது. நான் டயபெட்டிஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ப்பா, நான் டயபெட்டிஸ் ஐ எம் சஃபரிங் ஃப்ரம் டயபெட்டிஸ் ஃபார் 10 years. சாரி ஃபோன். ஸோ ஐ எம் சஃபரிங் ஃப்ரம் டயபெட்டிஸ் ஃபார் 10 years, 15 years. அது ஒரு ப்ரைட் மாதிரி ஆகிட்டுக்குது. டயபெட்டிஸ் கண்டிஷனில் இவ்வளோ பெரிய ஃபைல் இருக்கும். நம்ம ஸ்டடிக்கு அவங்க ஒரு பேஜாக படிச்சிருந்தாக்கா 10 வருஷம் ஆகும் அந்த ஒரு ஃபைல் படிக்கிறதுக்கு. ஸோ ஆஸ் பர் த ப்ரோட்டோகால், வாட் டேட்டா பாயிண்ட்ஸ் we need for our study, that one we will capture. That will mention in the protocol. ICD. To collect this data, we will never use the patient's name. It is highly confidential. I will show you some documents. In no place, even the lab report, we are not supposed to mention the patient's name. We will always call them by a certain participant identifier, basically a mix of alphanumerical number. We should not do it at all. Okay. CRF is the main for data management. CRF illana data management illa. From the CRF, the data management team will take all the data and enter it into their database. Site selection, again, investigator selection, regulatory approval, EC approval, CTRI. Data in the first 4 or 5, not that much directly significant, but CTRI very important. How many of you all have gone to the CTRI website? It's an open website. Yaar venalo pola. It's a right to information vardilingla. You can know about what trial is happening. It's okay. Anybody can go and go to the website. If you want to know how many diabetes studies have happened in India, you just go to CTRI. There is one option called advanced search. Click on that option and just put type 2 diabetes. You will get the full list of diabetes studies, where and all they have conducted, how it has happened. But one thing you will not get, what happened. So that one, recently we have given a suggestion to CTRI to include even the what happened, the results. Because without results, there's no point, right? You can have a very nice study, but no result means there's no point. So CTRI, then SIV. SIV is where what happens in the SIV is like this. We'll have to present there will be the program going. So my team, the CRAs, they will be presenting to the doctors. They will tell, this is the study, this is how the patients, only these patients you can select. That is called inclusion exclusion criteria. There will be one certain parameters. Only if that patient comes into that parameter, we can take them into our study. Okay, so again data points are involved. Then monitoring, SMV. Monitoring is the main part where we check the data. Whether the data, what the doctor has captured, is required or no. For example, one common example I'll give you. Whenever we go for the studies, no, they will tell all patients' vitals, no, 120 by 80, full copy paste. எந்த பேஷண்ட் எப்போனா வரட்டும் எந்த விசிட் எடுத்து பார்த்தாலும் எல்லாம் 120 by 80 120 by 80 மேக்ஸிமம் 140 by 90. ஏன்னா நம்ம சிஆர்சிக்கு ஆல்ரெடி சொல்லிட்டு டாக்டர் ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டாக ERODE பண்ணின்னுக்கிறது. வீல் ஹாவ் 100 patients, 150 patients. Each patient will come at least 4 to 5 times to the hospital for visit. So the doctor will give off 120 by 80 ஒரு parameter, 120 by 90 இன்னொரு permutation, 140 by 90 இன்னொரு permutation. So இந்த மூணை வச்சு அச்சத்தல் பண்ணின்னு சொல்லிட்டு உத்துருவாங்க. So whenever we go, we will tell them that is not proper data entry, right? Whatever it is, it may be a simple thing, vitals, but it's very important. We can't just put a thing. Same thing, heart rate, they'll give off one range. For everything, temperature, temperature, நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டேட்டா நம்ம எடுக்கிறது டாக்டர்ஸ் என்னன்னா கூட்டம் அந்த பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு 90 கரெக்டாக அந்த 98.5 98.6 அதை விட்டுட்டு வேற டெம்பரேச்சரே இல்லை. 6 months ஸ்டடி ஒரு வாட்டி கூட 100 பேஷண்ட்ஸில் ஒருத்தரும் சிக் ஆகல, ஒருத்தருக்கும் எந்த ஃபீவர் எதுவுமே ஆகல, பர்ஃபெக்ட். ஸோ டேட்டா சம்டைம்ஸ் தட் இஸ் ஒன் திங் வாட் அமெரிக்கன்ஸ், US, UK people and other countries, no, they literally mock Indian data. They tell, we know about all your data, ஒரே பேஷண்ட் blood sample எடுத்து 10 பேருக்கு நீங்கள் ரிசல்ட் அனுப்புவீங்க. So we know, so all that from the core level we should stop it. Okay, here I'll give you one example. There was one person, he came from actually Madurai. So அவங்களது actual business வந்து இந்த குஷ்பு இட்லின்னு சொல்கிறீங்க இல்லைங்களா, அதுதான் அவங்களது primary business. So this guy first time he came into clinical research. So he did actually B.Pharm பண்ணிட்டு then he did not have enough money to do M.Pharm, so he became a CRC directly. CRC, ஆனால் ரொம்ப dedicated பையன், நல்லா 2 years நல்லா டெடிக்கேட்டடாக he worked. I don't want to tell the name because some might know, it's not thing. So what, நல்லா இருந்தாக்கா சொல்லியிருக்குவேன், ஏன்னா அவரது கெரியர் கொஞ்சம் டவுனில் போயிடுச்சு because of himself. So what he did, after 2 years, no, he made very good money. More than what he was making in this one, he began to make good money. And I only told him, you start one SMO by yourself. I told him, பார்ப்பா உனக்கு எல்லா எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்க்குது ஒரு 2 years எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு அவருக்கு. 3rd year என்னத்துக்கு நீ ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கிற, உன் கான்டாக்ட்ஸ் கொடுக்குது, நீயே ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் உந்த ஓன் பிஸ்னஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுன்னு he started one SMO, Site Management Organization. So he only was one CRC 2 years back. As soon as he started, no, he had 5 CRCs under him. Each CRC's salary was 15,000 he was paying per month. We from our company only, we gave him 3 projects. So if he is paying 15,000 into 5, okay, how much money he should be making per month to pay 5 people 15,000? Got it? So he was making very good money. His career was growing very nicely. Suddenly what happened? He began to play around with the data management. காசு ஜாஸ்தி வர ஜாஸ்தி ஆசை ஆயிடுச்சு. ஸோ சூப்பர் ஸ்டாரே சொல்லிக்கிறார் இல்லைங்களா, அதிகமாக ஆசைப்படுறாமல நல்லா இருக்க மாட்டான். ஒன் எக்ஸாம்பிள், வாட் ஹி பிகான் டு டூ, ஹி பிகான் டு மேனிப்புலேட் த டேட்டா. பேஷண்ட்டே இல்லை, சும்மா இவரே 60 பேஷண்ட் ஸ்டடினா 10 பேஷண்ட்ஸ்க்கு மட்டும் பண்ணுவார் ஃபுல் ப்ராப்பராக. அந்த டேட்டா எடுத்துக்கின்னு அப்படியே மிக்ஸ் மேட்ச் பண்ணுறது, மற்ற 40 பேஷண்ட்டை அப்படியே மிக்ஸ் மேட்ச் பண்ணிட்டு, பட் ஃபார் அஸ் he will take money for all the 50 patients. So like this, first 2 projects, we also didn't notice anything. We thought எல்லாத்துல இதே மாதிரி தப்பான்னு think. But after one level, இங்கே ஈசிக்கு இது பாருங்க, ஈசி அப்ரூவல் லெட்டரே he began to manipulate. அங்கே தான் அவர் மாட்கின்னு நம்ம பரவாயில்ல, அப்போ ஒரு அது சின்ன கம்பெனி நம்ம விட்டோம். ஆனால் சன் ஃபார்மசூட்டிக்கல்ஸ் கேள்விப்பட்டுக்கிறீங்களா, Sun Pharma is a very big company. They said nothing doing, they put a legal case on him. So right, as of today, this happened in 2021. As of today, he is absconding. எங்கே போனால் என்ன யாருக்குமே தெரில 3 கேஸ் ஓடினுக்குது. சன் ஃபார்மா போட்டாங்க, அப்புறமா கிளென்மார்க் ஃபார்மசூட்டிக்கல்ஸ்து ஒரு இங்கே இருக்குது ஹைதராபாத்தில் ஒரு லொக்கேஷன் இருக்குது அவங்களது. அவங்க மூலிமா 2 கேஸ் போட்டாங்க. நம்மளோ போட்டுக்கலாமா இருந்துச்சு, பட் நம்மளது ஸ்மால் கம்பெனி அவ்வளோ வேணான்ட்டு அப்போது அந்த கம்பெனி ப்ரீவியஸ் கம்பெனி வாஸ் லிட்டில் ஸ்மாலர் ஆர்கனைசேஷன். ஸோ தட் ஓனர் டிசைடட் நாட் டு புட் அ கேஸ். ஸோ this is also because of data. He learned how to use the data. That same knowledge he could have used it to better himself, but he began to manipulate. He was making close to, remember, B.Pharm student, only 2 years he has done experience. From the 3rd year, he was making close to 1 lakh, approximately 1 lakh per month. In that, 50% used to go for his CRCs and 50% for him. So imagine, that's how much money you can actually make. This is one negative thing. One positive thing also has happened. Another person who is running a very successful thing, that I will tell you in the post-lunch session. Positives alla post-lunch physical. And site closeout. Site closeout, you all may ask, why site closeout? Site closeout is very important because whatever you start, you should finish. So for finishing also, there is some formalities. You can't say, என் டேட்டா வந்துச்சுப்பா, இதோட நான் திருப்பி அந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் போக மாட்டேன், டாக்டர்கிட்ட போகணும். You have to do the site closeout. Whatever data you get, you have to make the report. You have to submit to the ethics committee. Only then they will allow for site closeout. Okay? Now, clinical trial documentation. This is the main reason. I'll give you one simple example. We are doing currently one study in 2 hospitals. In one hospital, CRCs, the site coordinators, are all life science graduates. Another, but experienced, certified and experienced. Another site, same study, same manager, site manager, but the other site, all are B.Pharm, M.Pharm, CRCs. 4 CRCs are there. Last week, my monitor had gone for the thing. She said, sir, this particular B hospital, please don't send me again, sir. Nothing, the documentation is 0. I am going and sitting and doing there. And then I asked, what about site A? Site A is okay, sir. They are at least reasonable. Qualification wise, who is higher? Site B, right? B.Pharm, M.Pharm. These people, BScs. But why there is difference? Why? I literally called the manager and I said, if you want the payment for this month, please change your CRCs, otherwise I am not going to pay you. He said, no sir, I will try to train. The training kadeya vanapa. Then our CRA has asked them, they are all interns, directly come from B.Pharm. This guy also has not trained them. So simply they have just know little bit, they are just doing A kada, A, B kada, B. That's all they are doing, data entry. So many errors, so many issues. So literally I told them, please replace. I'm not against B.Pharm and all. Please don't take it that way. I am against people who are not properly trained and certified to do the activity. So now he had to change them. All 4 he has sent, and I told, if you want the next project, you have to change. You keep anybody, but they should be certified, and we will interview them personally. The main problem, documentation. Clinical research industry, as I told you before, if you do not know how to document, it's better you all don't enter that industry only, because each and everything should be documented. So this is the world-renowned principles which we follow for documentation. It's called Alcoa++. First, attributable. If I am entering one data, 120/80, I have entered one data. Who am I to enter that data? It should be attributed to a who. As a BSc person, shall I enter? Shall I make one BSc person enter the data 120/80? Will it be attributable? No. Who should do? Doctor can do. Okay, PharmD can do. BDS can do. Nurse can do. Study nurse. Right? Then we can attribute. Okay, because these people know about that. Nurses are the ones, generally doctors nowadays, who takes, you all know, right? If you all go to the hospital, doctors, do they take your BP and all? all nurses only take, no, they are more experienced than doctors. Even in infusion, we are doing one study on polyneuropathy, diabetic polyneuropathy. So for the infusion process, no, the doctor is having 15 years experience, diabetologist. He is telling, nurse, nee panniduma konjam. அதெல்லாம் எப்போ பச்சந்துமா எப்போ டிகிரியில் பச்சந்துமா அதெல்லாம் மறந்துட்டுக்கிறோம், நீயே பண்ணிடுமா. இன்ஃபியூஷன் ப்ராசஸ் intravenous, nurses doing so perfectly. Okay, nowadays phlebotomists do even better than nurses. Infusion, collection, blood collection, all that. So attributable first. Second thing, how many of you all think doctors have the best handwriting? You do not know, no? In one comedy, Vivek tells, no, ಅವ್ರು ನಾವು ಕಿರಿಕಿ ಕೂತಾರೆ ಅತ್ತ ಪೋಯ್ ನಾನು ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಅವ ಇನ್ನ ಪುಂಜ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಏದೋ ಒಂದು ಎತ್ತು ಕೂತ ಅವನ ಸಾಫ್ಟನ್. ಸೊ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್, ರೈಟ್? Many of you all may agree for that. But in clinical research, it should be legible. Very, very important. It is, I am not saying, the principle is saying. The global principle of clinical research documentation is stating whatever data you enter should be legible. Especially 4 and 9. That's one big headache. 4 and 9. Whenever they enter 4, for whatever reason, 4 and 9, no, it will be a problem because they will not cover that 9 properly. It will look like 4. Such kind of things. O and 0, those kind of things. Sometimes we'll tell them to put it in Celsius. They'll put it in Fahrenheit. Okay, but the data will be Celsius. 37.5 Fahrenheit in Portugal. Okay, that F will look like C. So all that thing, so it should be legible. Legible illanaka, there's no point in having the data. Contemporaneous. Contemporaneous means you should enter the data as soon as the data is generated. Iniki BP ersthe 14 vittu the CRC will be thinking, அன்றைக்கி வந்திருந்தார்ல தேர்ட் விசிட்டுக்கு அந்த பேஷண்ட்டு எவ்வளோ பிபி இருந்துச்சு, அவங்களா ஒரு டிஸ்கஷன் 120 போட்டான், 120/40 போடு, ஏதோ ஒன்று போட்டு they'll put. No. Contemporaneous is, if you are taking the thing, may not be immediately, at least same day. Because sometimes we'll have batches of 15 patients in a single day. So you can't keep doing immediately, but we'll note down in a diary or somewhere. Same day they have to transcribe into the CRF and source note. So contemporaneous means that. Next, very important, original. First, patient should be original. We did one study. Unfortunately, I was also part of that study. One patient actually gave the blood. Again, diabetes study. Most of the diabetes studies you all do know, 50% are fake. Openly I am telling you. Because all made up patients. நான் பர்சனலாக 10 பேருக்கு பிளட் கொடுத்துக்கிறேன். எந்த பிளட் எடுத்து அவங்க பேஷண்ட் கொடுத்த பிளட் மாதிரி தே வில் டூ அண்ட் சென்ட். தட் டைம் ஐ டென்ட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் மச். சரி, அமௌண்ட் வருதா, நம்மளாம் ஃப்ரூட்டிக்கே அந்த காலத்தில் ஒரு ஃப்ரூட்டிக்கே பிளட் கொடுக்குவோம், காசு கொடுக்குறாங்க, எவ்வளோ பிளட்னு எடுத்துக்கோங்க ஃபன் கொடுத்துருவோம். ஸோ தட் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆல் ஹேப்பன் கைஸ். ஸோ யூ ஷுட் பி aware of all the fraud also which happens. That is the reason why they have specified the data should be original. It should be traceable. Nowadays, some people are there, even lab report, they will do fake, fraud lab report. Lab report, DEXA scan theriyangla, DEXA scan report. It will show your body mass, weight and all that. No, it's a complicated report with images. Atta ortha panikiran panamba study la, duplicate panni amchikaran. We have to come for 3 times. But DEXA scan பண்ணும்போது, especially for ladies, is difficult because they have to remove their dress and jewelry. Ladies jewelry remove பண்ணா tension ஆயிடுவாங்க. Okay, so 3 times they have to do that DEXA scanning. Only first time he has made, and it takes almost 40 minutes. I have seen that they have to lie straight, just like your CT, they have to lie straight and they should not move and all that. So all that inconsistency that patients have said, I cannot come. So what he has done, he cannot tell that to us, because we will not pay him the money. First visit he has done properly. Second visit, third visit, DEXA scan, ella Xerox copy. Okay, so that kind of fraud people do. That's the reason why they say the data, what you obtain, document should be original. So where do you go for original data in a big hospital? Which department? MRD. So if you go, if at all you have any doubt, when we go for site visit, if we have any doubt with the data generated, we'll straight away tell, can we visit the MRD of, can we request the patient data from the MRD? Then nobody can fool us. We'll come to know what is the truth. Then accurate. As much as possible, it should be accurate. As I told you one example, right? The doctor cannot just say patient is fine, patient is okay. He has to specify patient's vitals were normal, patient's this one was fine, the temperature was so much. So then we can say, hence I consider this patient as normal, ready to discharge. So it should be accurate, complete. Many times, this is one of the most common observations which our CRAs have. Data will not be complete at all. Paditha irukum. Meedi engappan ketta, nobody will know. What happened? I have seen lab results. Only safety profile will be there. Most common profile they will miss out is this serology. Serology will clearly specify, please do HCV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV. This is the common serology parameter. HIV mattam tha pannuvango. But payment mattam they will ask for full serology profile. So it should be complete. Hepatitis B and C is not such a big condition compared to HIV, but still when we say the protocol requires HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, all three parameters should be present. If it's not present, it will not be complete. Then consistent, very, very important. Consistent means in one place, patient's BMI is 38. In one more place, if you see, it is 35. One more document. In the third document, it is 38. So difference, it should be constant. This also okay. Once what they have done without thinking, without proper documentation like this has happened, in 10 days, weight can increase, decrease. Agreed? 10 days. Something. 1 kg, 2 kg, something. Can height increase or decrease? Orthar height increase pantukraru. Varamodu 5'10", pomodu 5'11". So no consistency. Height increase, how can it happen? That too, worst case, some magic formulation you have for height increase. Can it happen in 10 days, guys? At least on the basic logic also they don't have. So that's why it should be consistent. Then enduring. Enduring is even after 15 years. You know how much, what is the amount of years the government has told us to keep the documents? 15 years. For 15 years, any time the government agency, the DCGI or his team can come and ask us, you did the study, in 2015, show me that data, they can ask. So the data which you write, that's the reason why we don't allow pencils. No pencils in clinical research. You have to use a ballpoint pen. That is also important. Ink pen, gel pen will not accept. ஏன்னா நானே பண்ணிக்கிறேன் அந்த மிஸ்டேக் when I was CRC. ஜெல் பெனில் எழுதிட்டு சும்மா எல்லாருக்கும் இப்படி கை வச்சேன் ஃபுல்லாக போயிடுச்சு. Okay, so ballpoint pen and preferably blue ink. We will prefer blue ink because when you scan and other things, the data is much more clear. So it should be enduring for how many? Not 1 or 2 years, 15 years minimum. Then it should be available. Whenever you go, the common thing doctors will tell is, the test panna, and the report enga vechen therla. Next visit vango, next visit varaporda after 2 months. Nan report la naina eldithon report la. I should report it's not there only, no. If I put it's not there, they will question why you took this patient. Then what I'll answer the sponsor? So, and anga induchi veetla utta சாப்பிட்டு அங்கே விட்டேன், காஃபி டேல விட்டேன், ஃப்ரெண்டு கூட வழியாக போயிருந்தேன், அங்கே விட்டு அதெல்லாம் இல்லை. இங்கே இருக்குதா இல்லையா அவ்வளோதான். நம்ம மானிட்டரிங் போகும்போது தட்ஸ் ஆல் வி லாஸ்ட் சார். wherever you keep it. When I came for monitoring this patient's, this visit report was not there. If it's there right now, you give it to me, I will not put in the report. Otherwise, I have to put in the report, I can't help it. Doctors know they'll get very scared of us. You know why? Why? நம்ம தான் டாக்டரை பார்த்து பயப்படணும். டாக்டர் ஏன் என்ன பார்த்து பயப்படணும்? என்னன்னா நம்ம டீமை பார்த்து. ஏன்னா பேமெண்ட் தர மாட்டோம். டாக்டருக்கு எவ்வளோ கிடைக்கும் ஜென்ரலாக? கன்சல்டிங் பண்ணுறீங்க இல்லைங்களா? நம்ம பெங்களூரில் 1000 rupees. If you want a good doctor, ஒரு வாட்டி நீங்கள் போய் கன்சல்ட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா 1000 rupees. இங்கே எப்படிங்க சேமுங்களா? 500 to 1000. You know how much we pay the doctor? நம்ம எவ்வளோ தரம் தெரியுங்களா டாக்டருக்கு ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு? நியூட்ராசூட்டிக்கல் ஸ்டடின்னா 30,000 ரூபாய் ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு. அந்த இவாலுவேஷன்ஸ்லாம் கரெக்டாக பண்ணிருக்கு. ஆன்காலஜி கேன்சர் ஸ்டடினா 5 லட்சம் ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு. 30,000 ரூபாய் நான் ஒரு பேஷண்ட் கொடுக்குறேன்னா அவர் கொடுக்குற 1 hour half an hourக்கு அவர் ஒழுங்காக பண்ணணுமா இல்லையா டாக்குமெண்டேஷன்? தட் இஸ் த ரீசன். இந்த சிஆர்சி எல்லாம் செப்பரேட்டு. டாக்டருக்கு மட்டும் ஐ எம் டெல்லிங் 30,000 பர் பேஷண்ட் 3 months மேக்ஸிமம் இல் ஸ்பெண்ட். ஒரு ஃபுல் ஸ்டடிக்கு 1 hour ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணால் ஜாஸ்தி டாக்டர். அதே அவர் கன்சல்டேஷனில் உட்காந்தாருன்னா 30 பேரை பார்க்கணும். அந்த 30,000 ரூபாய் அவங்க சம்பாதிக்கிறதுக்கு. இது அவங்களுக்கு அவ்வளோ ஈஸியாக கிடைக்குது. தட்ஸ் வை வி ஆர் வெரி ஸ்ட்ரிக்ட். அந்த டாக்டர் எவ்வளோ பேர் தான் இருக்கட்டும், சார் இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட் இருந்தாக்கா நான் போடுறேன், இது இல்லைனாக்கா ஐ எம் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் இட் இஸ் நாட் தேர். பேமெண்ட் இஷ்யூ ஆச்சுன்னா என்ன கேட்காதீங்க. வில் டெல் ஆஃப் ஓப்பன்லி அண்ட் தே வில் பி வெரி பர்டிகுலர். ஓகே, ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் அபவுட் இது ஒன்று ஆல்கோவா ப்ளஸ். அகெயின் இட்ஸ் அ 5-day டாபிக். I am concising it into 10 minutes. This again for the course we'll do it in detail. Now, synopsis. You have a protocol, right? For the protocol, first when we give it to the doctor, see everything is confidential. I cannot show you some documents because they are all confidential documents. Even when I show you all during the course, when I have to show it to you all, when I have to show it to you all at that time, I'll be masking out many details. Many details I'll be redacting. PDF thanan kaakkuven. PDF la kuda I'll redact many information because most of the things are confidential. So we are bound by confidentiality. So before I join the company, any company, even if you all are joining my company tomorrow, first you all have to sign one document called confidential disclosure, non-disclosure agreement. So whatever, because we'll be talking to you about the formulation. அந்த ஃபார்முலேஷன் நீங்கள் லீக் பண்ணிங்கனாக்கா நீங்கள் ஆகிடுவீங்க, நீங்கள் கோடீஸ்வரர் ஆகிடுவீங்க, ஓவர் நைட்டில் ஒபாமா ஆகிடுவீங்க நீங்கள். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஃபார்முலேஷன்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆல் யூ வில் பி ரீடிங், எஸ்பெஷலி ஃபார்மா கைஸ், யூ வில் பி நோயிங் மோர் அபவுட் தட். நம்ம லைஃப் சயின்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் அவ்வளோ நாலேஜ் இல்லை அதை பற்றியெல்லாம், ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு இருக்கும் டெஃபினட்டாக. ஸோ யூ ஷுட் நாட் லீக் அவுட் தட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். ஸோ யூ ஆர் லீகலி பவுண்ட். ஸோ யூ can't just you can share with your friends, no. Even we tell them, if your friends are working in any other company or competing company, competitors, you are not supposed to share. Hey, என் ஃப்ரெண்டு தானப்பா, hey, என் கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் தானப்பா, என் கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் கேட்குறாங்க ஃபார்முலேஷன் நான் சொல்லனா எப்படி சொன்னீங்கன்னாக்கா அப்புறமா லீகல் ஆக்ஷன் வரும். சரிங்களா? ஸோ கான்ஃபிடென்ஷியாலிட்டி இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸோ ஃபார் தட் வாட் வில் டூ, வில் நாட் சென்ட் த ப்ரோட்டோகால், வில் சென்ட் சம்திங் கால் சினாப்சிஸ். ஏன்னா ப்ரோட்டோகால் வில் ஹாவ் எவ்ரிதிங் இன் டீட்டெயில். So that one will generally not send. For that, we have formulated one concept called clinical study synopsis. So in the synopsis, there will be a summary of the protocol. What is the basic design? How many patients? What is the primary endpoint? Secondary endpoint? What is the inclusion criteria? Exclusion criteria? What is the schedule of events? Schedule of event means when the patient should come to the site. What are the things the patient should undergo? For example, first visit. First visit, he has to undergo blood testing, CT, MRI, and maybe he has to give one biopsy sample. Then second visit, CT, MRI not required, only biopsy sample is required, and maybe blood testing, general examination. So we'll specify. All that is called the protocol summary. Then it will contain only the core important information. More than what it will contain, no, I'll tell you what it will not contain. Simple, it will not contain anything about the product. So when the product comes, we'll just put XXX. Okay, that's all. Then helps the investigator team because SMO is the site management team. So they will give us the budget. Now we are telling them, we are giving the synopsis, we'll tell Parpa in the study panno, இவ்வளோ பேஷண்ட்ஸ் வேணும், இந்த மாதிரி டாக்டர் ஆர்த்தோபெடிஷன் வேணும் இந்த ஸ்டடிக்கு, ரூமட்டாய்டு ஆர்த்ரைட்டிஸ் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், ஆர் ஆஸ்டியோ ஆர்த்ரைட்டிஸ், ஆர்த்தோபெடிஷன் வேணும், இவ்வளோ பேஷண்ட்ஸ் வேணும், 3 months ஸ்டடி, இவ்வளோ பேஷண்ட் ஷுட் விசிட் த சைட், மாதத்துக்கு 2 வாட்டி வரணும் பேஷண்ட்ஸு, இவ்வளோப்பா பட்ஜெட் உங்கள் கொடுக்குறீங்க, அது வில் ஆஸ்க் தெம். டு கிவ் த பட்ஜெட் தே நீட் ஆல் திஸ் திங்ஸ். தென் NDA is same as CDA, non-disclosure agreement. Then generally we will send it to many sites. யார் ஃபஸ்ட்டில் வராங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு டெண்டர் மாதிரி we'll send out the synopsis to many people because it's not any confidential information is not required. So we'll send it out to many people. Whoever reverts first, whoever reverts lowest cost, we will give them the opportunity to do the study. Then there is something called site feasibility questionnaire. Again, that questionnaire will go in detail. At this workshop level, it's not required that much. Then again, stakeholders, not only to sites, hospitals. Number logistics ku a separate business irukudhu. Avangalde vela enna England, US lende IP irukum, IP investigational product. US lende medicine eduthu India la ikkira sites ku distribute பண்ணுவாங்க. அவ்வளவுதான் அந்த வேலையே. They will charge in lakhs for us for that. But it will be cold shipment. For example, vaccines. Now, vaccines, what is the temperature? Maintenance temperature. Girls, boys, vaccines. 2 to 8. 2 to 8, less than 8. So now we are doing one study on vaccines only. This is little opposite. From India, it will go to US. So we have contacted one person. It's called Billcare. Billcare is one of the top guys in full thing. Mostly we'll go to them for IP logistics, and for other clinical trial shipments, we will contact World Courier. But recently, our Russian study, World Courier said we can't take it up. You know why? World Courier is a US company. So US has put sanction, you should not do any business with Russia. So they are saying, sir, sorry, this time we cannot help you. Because 3 years back, 4 years back, we did one more study in Russia, they helped. But this study, they are saying, sorry, sir, US sanctions irukudhu, we cannot take up your study, sorry. Adnaliye 4 மாசம் அது யாரப்பா எத்மறதுன்னு தெரியல இப்போ all the IP from Russia, it is stuck in Kazakhstan. இப்போ கசகஸ்தான்லேருந்து எப்படி எடுக்கிறதுன்னு தலையாக பிச்சுன்னு நம்ம எப்படி அங்கேருந்து ஐபி எத்துன்னு வர்றது இந்த வார் இதெல்லாம் இருக்கிறதுன்னு. ஸோ சச் திங்ஸ் when you have the stakeholders, they will manage all that. If a World Courier had accepted means no problem. They will take from Russia, even to your house they will deliver. That much networking they have. No problem at all. But now because of these sanctions, we are having some issues. So I will show you some synopsis samples. Both I will show you Pharma and Nutra. So you will get an understanding. See, Pharma, Nutra, the process is same. Okay, only thing the pricing and others is different. Biryani pudikangla ellarkum? Everybody likes biryani. Pharma na chicken biryani, Nutra na veg biryani. Process எல்லாம் சேம் தான். ஆனால் அங்கே சிக்கன் போட்டு நல்லா ஃப்ளேவர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும், இங்கே ஏதாவது வெஜிடபிள் காய்கறி போட்டு இது பண்ணுவாங்க. பட் ப்ராசஸ் ரிமைன்ஸ் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி சேம். அகெயின் பட்ஜெட் வேரிஸ். Pharma trials go up to, my biggest pharma trial I have worked in is 60 crores, one project. That's the biggest I have seen in my career. Nutra, I'll tell you the lowest so that you'll get an idea. Lowest was 25 lakhs, Nutra study. My photo and all I'll show you now. This one when we came on the TV and all, that was a product called Amrit Noni for diabetes. So you know Dr. Shivraj Kumar, Punit Raj Kumar who died, his elder brother, he is the brand ambassador for that. So we had met him during that event, and he's the marketing person now for that product and thing. And Surya Kumar Yadav is there now. He is their brand ambassador for pain management. They have one product. He is the thing. So two, Shivraj Kumar and Surya Yadav is the brand managers for that. Then ICD. So ICD is, as I told you, informed consent document. Without the ICD, if the doctor touches any patient for the purpose of clinical trial, straight away the patient, if they are aware, they can file a complaint with the police. Straight away they can file. The doctor can even be arrested. Informed consent is such an important document. Without informed consent, you cannot even ask the patient, for trial patient, I'm talking about trial patients, what is your name, what's your address, nothing. First ICD, first நீ sign பண்ணுப்பா, அப்புறமா அதெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். First you read, understand, sign, and then we'll take. That's the reason why the ICD will be in multiple languages. The sponsor will give us only English, but we have to customize that to multiple local languages. So generally we do Kannada, Hindi, Telugu, and sometimes Tamil. So because though there are Tamilians, in Bangalore, they don't know to read. So for them, it's always a little difficult. ஏன்னா கன்னடாவும் கொடுக்க முடியாது, கன்னடா ஸ்கிரிப்ட் அவங்களுக்கு படிக்க தெரியாது. சரி, ஆனால் தமிழ் தான் பேசுவாங்க. தமிழ் தமிழில் பண்ணித்தரோம் படிக்கிறீங்கன்னா தமிழ் தெரியாது சார்ன்னு. சரி, இங்கிலீஷ் போயிடலாம், இங்கிலீஷ் தெரியாது. இப்போ என்னதான் பண்ணுதுப்பா, நீங்கள் ப்ராஜெக்ட்கே வேணா நீங்கள் போங்க அனுப்பிச்சுடுவோம். ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஒன் சேலஞ்ச். த ஐடியா இஸ் we have to always give it to the patient in the language the patient can understand. Simple. That is the one thing you can keep in mind. And without ICD signing, nobody can touch the patient. And whenever the DCGI, they will come for checks and all. Do you all know that? I have faced almost 18 DCGI audits in my career. 4 US FDA audits, US people audits, their regulatory audit, and 2 of the, one is Australian, TGA. Australian regulations is called TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration. Their one audit, and one EMA. EMA is European Medicines Agency. So when they come for audit, DCGI audit especially, they will check only ICD. Because ICD is the one document where many errors are possible. And if they find out something, what they'll tell? ஒன்றும் இல்லை, strengthen பண்ணுவாங்க, amount கொடுத்தா silent ஆகிடுவாங்க. Okay. So I have literally seen this, not for my study, but for another study. So they had come, some auditors that had come and all, they had many issues with the ICD. Patient has not signed, then it looks like CRC only has signed for patient. All that stories, natak will happen. Then he told, I will escalate this. Then finally they came to one settlement. They took some 30 or 40 and no online ginline and all. போய் கேஷை வித்ட்ரா பண்ணினா வந்து கொடுங்க, கேஷ் தான், ஒன்லி பியூர் கேஷ் தான். சரிங்களா? ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஐசிடி திங். இட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் டாக்குமெண்ட் இன் கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச். திஸ் இஸ் ஒன் திங் விச் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் தாட் ஐ ஷேர் வித் யூ ஆல். நவ் திஸ் வில் ஸ்பீக் அபவுட் த ஸ்டடி டைம்லைன். ஸோ இஃப் யூ ஆல் ஆஸ்க் மீ, okay, now protocol is ready, preclinical is over, till I go for publication, what is the duration? Approximately for one study we had given to the sponsor, this is the duration. So protocol finalization, if you see, it was 15th October 2023. Then from protocol finalization to ICF, not very much, just 5 days is enough for ICF and CRF. Then for other logs, there are lots of logs, and as I told you, documentation is very, very important. There are lots and lots of logs. For that, again, 1-2 days. Then EC submission, 6, again, about approximately 15 days. Then EC approval. See, ethics committees, you all have an ethics committee. How often they meet? Monthly once. How often they meet? Monthly once, huh? 2 months once. Okay. So generally, most of the hospitals we select monthly once they have to meet. And what is the charge here, ethics committee? Fees? No fees. Okay, mostly you all do your project submissions. No? Commercial submissions they don't take, right, sir? Institutional, sir. Oh, okay. That is for your projects, no, sir? Okay. So our, in Bangalore, generally ethics committee fees for nutraceuticals, it's between 40,000, starts at 40,000 per study. And for Victoria Hospital, you all have heard, in Bangalore, that ethics committee is the highest. They charge 1.2 lakhs per submission. அதுக்காகவே அங்கே யாரோ போகிறதில்ல, அந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கே ஸ்டடீஸ் போகிறதில்ல. ஸோ ethics committee approval is again very important. Then CTRI registration. I told you all right, without CTRI registration, nothing can happen. And ethics committee means we are paying fees, right? We can ask them, we can demand. Now, 2 weeks ஆச்சு, ஒன்றா அப்ரூவல் தரல, ஒன்றும் இல்லை, என்ன எனக்கு then we can question. Even DCGI has a scope. We can revert to them because we pay them. But CTRI is what? It's a free registration. So, அது fully out of our control. அவங்க இஷ்டத்துக்கு they'll take, sometimes we'll get in 3 days, sometimes 1 week. We have waited for even 3 weeks for CTRI registration. But without registration, we can't start the study. That is CTRI registration. Then SIV, as I said, from CTRI பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 30th November, SIV பாருங்க immediately next day. ஏன்னா CTRI ஒரே ஒரு ரோட் பிளாக் தான் நம்ம கண்ட்ரோலில் இல்லை. அது கெச்ச உடனே நெக்ஸ்ட் டே இமீடியட்டாக வில் ஸ்டார்ட். Then first patient பார்த்தீங்கன்னா first within 4 days we'll have to do. Then 30th, this was a 30 patient study. So 30th patient enrolled பார்த்தீங்கன்னா within 1 month Then last patient, 6th April. So what does this show? Study was for how many months? 3 months. Then data entry. For data entry, again, if you start by 10th April, we'll finish. Because this was only 30 patients, not much data is there to fill. We can finish in 4 days. Then stats, again, if you see, almost data entry ko stats pathina 1 month irukudhu. Illingla? Almost 20 days. Generally will take 1 month because statistical analysis is again very, very important. Because stats is what can make or break a study. If you have a proper statistician, that means your study 90% it will succeed. Then if you see clinical study report submission, that is submission to ethics committee, inga pathingana DCJ varamatare yana this is a nutraceutical study. So that's why DCJ is not coming into the picture here. Aur vandaka you should add 3 more months in between. Then final studies close out pathingana 15th May. Submission 10th May, close out 15th. So in 5 days we'll wrap up. Why you may ask, inath sir 5 days, inath sir close panarki inath sir 5 days you will ask. But we'll have to count. IPs are given, no? Medicine is given. Suppose 30 patients, 2 tablets every day. So 180 tablets are there. That 180 tablets, whether the patient took or no, if the patient has some missed dose, all that we'll have to calculate. So CRA's job is not that easy. Literally they'll open bottle by bottle and we'll calculate how many is missing. Especially I told you about that nasal fent, no? It was a narcotic substance. Number 2 pasanga indanga North Indian go, CRC go, kuda irundungo, night la pataka yunga achinkirango. Yampa patient ko dose panana nee unga thana achinkiriye. Apna cholanga nahi bhai ye ganja ke jaisa hai. Ye aisa hi rahega ba wo narcotic hai. For the 2 puffs, you know how much of headache we had. See, we did playfully 2 puffs, but it was a narcotic substance. Finally, when we came to close out, we could not justify those 2 puffs. Yaar etten managed moon period in Nan chollama vanava, mati udlama vana, silent I was standing, starting part of the career. So, site close out, you have to do all these reconciliations of the IPs, everything. That is why we need some time. Finally, if you see publication will take anywhere between 1 month to 1 year. Depends on which publication you go to. You have heard about JAMA? The best publication, journal, best journal is JAMA. What is JAMA full form? JAMA. Yampa pharma students, JAMA terlana every. Seri India, which is the best publication? Okay, most common publication is that. PubMed. Okay, that is also there. JAMA means Journal of the American Medicines Association. They are the best. JAMA la ungal the article publish aichina, ninga vera level. People will just be behind you. You have a lot of respect. So JAMA, please don't forget, one of the common interview questions. Please, at least interview kagadu nyabuga vechukongo. JAMA, they will ask what is JAMA. Not the Java. And the bullet la na voted la sir. Na varam TVS 50 voted. Adu choidadingo. Okay, you should know basic publications. NIH, National Institute of Health, that one, PubMed, JAMA. They will just ask you, okay, so can you name a few journal publications? Then what will you answer? Or they may only ask you straight away, what is JAMA? Who do you think are the main stakeholders in JAMA? If they ask you such question, if you don't know means it will be difficult to pass the interview. We don't ask. In our company, we mostly ask technical questions. But in some companies, they will ask namadi tevala the question. You may think, yampa nanu CRC vele kondukara na yampa JAMA pati publication la terinjikano. It's good to know because sometimes some crazy HRs will be there. They will ask such stupid questions. Okay? But you should be prepared. You can't say, I don't know. These are called essential documents. Without these documents, DCGI will not accept. 1 minute, the bus people are calling. Hello. So these are the documents that are most important either for DCGI submission or ethics committee submission. First, you all know IB. Next is the CRF that we have understood. ICD, PIS plus ICF. Napa the PIS, ICF, I have put. PIS means Participant Information Sheet. ICF, Informed Consent Form. Together they are called ICD. Now ICF will not change. In India, if you are doing the study, ICF template government has given. Adla spelling mistake irundalo irukkudu. Spelling mistake irukkudu. Adu irundalo we will not go to correct that. Because it's a regulation. We will talk about guidelines and regulation. What is the difference? So ICF template is given by the government. We cannot change that. You do oncology study, you do healthy volunteer study, doesn't matter. You cannot touch the ICF. But PIS you can change as per you want. Because for oncology study, PIS will be different. For nutraceutical study, PIS will be different. Or for any kind of an osteoarthritis study, it will be different. It will basically contain information related to that particular condition which is under study. IU, any idea IU? Let's see this. இது நீங்க chat GPT கூட கொடுக்காது உங்களுக்கு. ஐயூனா என்னன்னு ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க. Okay, I is investigator. அப்போ U, undertaking. This is also a government document. This we cannot change. This is a legal document. Tomorrow doctor எல்லா காசு எத்தனை escape ஆயிட்டாரு. Okay, 30,000 per one study, one patient. 10 patients எவ்வளோ ஆச்சு? அது 30 lakhs. யாருப்பா உங்க மேக்ஸ் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டர்? 3 lakhs. ஸோ 3 lakhs எத்தனை டாக்டர் ஓட்டாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. அட்வான்ஸாக கேட்டார், ஏதோ அர்ஜென்ட் நம்மளுக்கு ஆகிக்குதுப்பா இது. லிட்ரலி ஒன் டாக்டர் லிட்ரலி டுக் அட்வான்ஸ். சடன்லி வெண்ட் ஆஃப், ஹி காட் அ வெரி குட் ஜாப் இன் சவுத் கொரியா. நம்ம ஸ்டடியை அம்போன்னு விட்டு எஸ்கேப் ஆயிட்டாரு. எனக்கு வேலை கேச்சு. அதோ பிரின்சிபல் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர், கோ இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர்னா கூட ஏதோ அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பிரின்சிபல் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர் வித்தின் 1 week இஸ் கிவிங் அஸ். He's calling and telling, Eugene, I got another job, man. Just arrange some, your formalities are there, not just arrange. Then he's not allowing me to talk only. He's telling, yeah, I got a job in South Korea. This much salary is there. And this Vadivel tells no one scene. Yo, Iria, Kelia, Nan children, ya children the Kelia. No, I was okay, you were arranged for it, punch, cut punter. Cut punter. But 50% he has already taken the money. That was almost 30 lakhs, 15 lakhs we have paid him. Of course, study also was near closure only, not fully closed, but still he had some responsibilities to take care. So suddenly he has gone. Now how will we catch him? IU. IU is a legal agreement. He cannot, with that IU you can put a case on him. That is the main, that one and CTA. Last, these two are legal agreements. Even if you file a case on the doctor, the judge will ask you, can I see the IU and the CTA? Because that's legally signed by the doctor. That he will complete the study, give the data to the concerned sponsor, and then only allow the site to be closed. It's legally specified all this. That he will take full responsibility. 9 points. He will take full responsibility for patient safety. He will take full responsibility for data, developing the data, giving the data, all that. Okay. So IU is very, very important. CV, you all know. All your CVs, you should get it ready. And please, guys, நீங்கள்லா CV அனுப்பும்போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு CVயை ப்ராப்பராக பண்ணிக்கோங்க. I get some mails for job application. Hi. பேரெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. நான் ஏதோ கொஞ்சம் முடிவு விட்டுன்னுக்கிறேன்னு என்ன மேடம்னு ஒரு வாட்டி ஹாய் மேடம் ப்ளீஸ் ஃபைண்ட் அட்டாச் மெசி. ஏன்பா அத்தா லிங்க்டின்ல இருக்குது இல்லைங்களா, ஹியா ஷியான்னு. ஸோ அதாவது பாருங்க. தென் சம் பீப்புள் நாட் இவன் தட். இப்போ தான் நான் இன்னும் அவங்கள வேலை கேட்குற மாதிரி, ஹாய் மை சிவி அட்டாச்ட் ப்ளீஸ் லெட் மீ. ப்ளீஸும் இல்லை. இஃப் எனி ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ரிவர்ட். வை வில் ஐ ரிவர்ட்? ஓகே. ஸோ சிவி, தேர்ஸ் அ ஆர்ட் டு டூ த சிவி. உங்கள் சிவி இஸ் வாட் யூ ஆர் ஷோயிங் யோர் செல்ஃப் ஆன்லைன். தட் இஸ் யுவர் ஆன்லைன் presence. So how good you can show yourself, that good you have to show yourself. Okay. Then CV la photo போடும்போது please put normal photos. That is, CV is for job application. Okay, not for fashion show. Some CVs, no, one lady has put like this photo. Literally. சரி பார்க்க நல்லா தான் இருந்துச்சு. But still, is that not professional way? See, professionally you should put a decent, like a passport size photo, something like that. That's a professional way. So these basic things, no, you should understand. And grammar, spelling mistake. இப்போ அவங்க சொந்த பேர் ஒருத்தன் வந்துட்டு அம்பிக்கிறான் சிவி, பிரசன்னாக்கு பிரதர்சனா என்னவோ எஸ் புட். அப்புறமா அவங்க லிங்க்டின் ப்ரொஃபைல் என்னப்பா இது புதுசாக வித்தியாசமாக்குது பேருன்னு லிங்க்டின்ல பார்த்தா பிரசன்னா அவர் பேரையே இயர்ஸ் டைப்ட் ராங்லி அண்ட் இயர்ஸ் புட் சென்ட். So that kind of thing. So CV itself is it's an art. You should know how to do a CV. You should know what are the basic things that should contain. Ellarko hobby cricket, football, listening to music. I had put once in my CV, I write books also, okay. I have published 3 books on Amazon. So I had put in my CV the book that HR, on the company, she wanted to corner me. She said, oh, you write books and all, is it? She wanted to know whether I am telling the truth. Then she asked, okay, what is the book you have written? Immediately I opened Amazon Kindle, I showed her my book. Madam, this is the book which I have written. So, if you put anything there, my hobby is ice skating in ortham potkarampa. Yampa, India li ice skating a game illiyappa nee enga poi kathukuna. Where you are from na Shimoga. Shimoga vandu remote area la or remote area. Anga thanniye illa. Anga enga unku ice skating varum. So, please, when you do the CVs, I will teach you all, if time permits, basic things in your CV, I will tell you. Please put only those things. MRC, what is MRC? Doctors will have this, medical registration certificate. Because I don't know about here, number Karnataka neriyo fake doctors karango. In the MRC, vandata namulke teriya, you're doctora illiyan. Okay, because MRC also, some people will do fraud, but we have a way to find out. We'll go to the MCI, Medical Council of India website, and we'll cross-check and all. Simply will not accept. But known doctors will take. So MRC is very much required for EC submission, regulatory submission. Then GCP certificate, very, very important. In Basveshwara Medical College, 2 years back, I had conducted a program for 15 MD doctors and about 100 final year MBBS students. That was primarily targeted at GCP, good clinical practices, and we gave them the certificate also. Okay, so GCP certificate is a must. If a doctor can be 10-20 years experienced, if there is no GCP, either we'll give them GCP. If he says, no, I don't want to do GCP, we'll tell, sorry sir, we don't want your services. We'll go to the next doctor. GCP is such important, especially US FDA's trials. If any doctor has done without GCP certification, straight away they'll reject the publication. Straight away. They'll not even see what data study, nothing. GCP illiya, how did you do the study? Reject. Insurance. Insurance you all know, right? What is indemnity? And why did I put it together, insurance and indemnity together? Any idea? Insurance. Insurance you all know, right? Indemnity. Insurance will cover whom? The patient. Now for one study, generally we pay a premium, we take a 1 crore insurance. That's the common. For 30 patients, 1 crore. That is our kind of a slab. For 60 patients, 2 crores. For 120 patients, 4 crores. So it will keep multiplying like that. So now insurance is for the patient. Indemnity is for us. It's for the doctor. It's for the sponsor, it's for the ethics committee, for us CROs. Tomorrow if the patient dies, whom they'll put case on? Doctor, right? Doctor verily ask, hey, nee thanappa undu medicine thana kutta, nee handle panni case ana. Namba enna pannuvom? Yo sponsor, nee thana ya kutta, pariya product ettu set poitango, nee patkoya in the case. So we'll put it. Sponsor, can he fight the case? It will go in crores. For that, we will take indemnity. It's basically a corporate insurance for us. In case the patient dies or physical disability happens, they will definitely know. Some people will put a case. Once, I'll give you one example. In Mysore, we did one study. One patient was actually a second-year medical doctor. It was an anti-obesity study. So this guy was little big, so he participated in the study. He knew exactly about clinical research. You know what he did? Itta chance he faked one SAE. saying that he had palpitations, he got admitted. Ina scan irkudo, DEXA, CT, MRI. MRI ko obesity ko inaya seri ella whatever thing, he gave us a bill of close to 35,000. And he's telling you all pay for it. Why should we pay? Because at that time I was a CRA, I did not know much about the industry. I was just 4 years into the industry. So I told my manager, sir, this person is telling, one patient is telling SAE has happened, he's asking 40,000 from me. Then he's telling, then he knew all the process. Then he went legally. And legally we had to handle it. So that legal cost and all, why we should pay? No, lawyer cost and all. Indemnity people will pay. Then CTA, very important. This is not the position. Clinical trial assistant is also a position, but this CTA means clinical trial agreement. So this agreement is between the doctor, the institute. Suppose I am doing in ERODE hospital. Suppose this is a hospital. The hospital dean or the principal, he will sign. He'll be one signatory. The doctor will, main doctor, principal investigator, he'll be one signatory. And the third signatory will be us. Okay, so CTA is very important because any doctor, if you go, before they see the protocol synopsis, they'll tell, CTA paklamappa, they'll ask. Yena CTA la tha ella payment irukkum. Endha payment, or patient ki evlo payment, inna sequence of payment, evlo payment, eppo pay pannuvom, how long is the invoice timings, everything will be there. Okay, this I just put earlier. So what I am showing is how you all know this, no? At least guys should know. Rock, you all know. The other person, he is actually a basketball player, Tao Ming from China. So why I put is, if you see patient file, Rock itself is what, 6'4". 6'4" means he'll be almost this much. Then you can imagine how big that fellow will be. So CRAs, when we go to the site, this is our plight. Patient file will be this much only. Medical history will be this much. Now from the medical history, we have to search what is required and we have to enter the data. Okay, now coming to the main people involved in clinical research. So they are called stakeholders. So how many of you will do some investment? You will do any investment? You all should do, guys. Ipalla 100 rupees, 200 rupees also you can invest. In mobile recharge panirda utte, ஒரு 100 ரூபாய்க்கு டெய்லி சிப்ல போடுங்க, இல்லை இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணுங்க. க்ரோ ஆப்க்குது, யூ கேன் பை ஸ்டாக்ஸ் ஃபார் 10 ரூபாய்க்கெல்லாம் நீங்கள் ஸ்டாக்ஸ் வாங்கலாம். ஸோ டூ சம்திங். யூ டு நாட் நோ ஹவு இட் வில் ஹெல்ப் யூ, பட் டூ சம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட். Who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders are those who have invested either their time, their money, or their efforts into a concept. First stakeholder, main stakeholder, amount kudukrade avartha, sponsor. So in the sponsor, they will have many departments. For us, main department is R&D and MM. MM na any guesses? MM. Medical monitor. Okay. So the medical monitor will decide how safe the study is. And R&D, you all know, research and development. So they are the ones who will actually give you the data. Then CRO, that's where I come from. My industry is the CRO industry. So here we have little more stakeholders. If you see, many stakeholders are from the CRO industry. First thing, MW. Anybody knows MW? Medical writer, I think somebody said. So medical writer is the one who will write the protocol, first step. And they'll design the ICD, they'll design the CRF, all that. CRA, Clinical Research Associate, you all know that. PM, Project Manager. MM, we also have a medical monitor. They also will have a medical monitor, we'll also have a medical monitor. Medical monitor compulsorily MBBS person with MD, with at least 2 to 3 years of experience, clinical experience, not CR experience. Clinical experience is a must to be the medical monitor. DM, data manager, okay. Biostatistician, the one who does the statistics. QC QA, you all know, quality control, quality assurance. Then, of course, another important stakeholder, principal investigator, institutional head. In case some problem happens, once it so happened, the doctor, payment, no, directly the doctor was taking. See, we also didn't know. Okay, doctor said CTA only doctor had signed. He said, I am the owner of that particular place. That place also, if you want, I'll tell you, because everybody in the industry in Karnataka knows about that fraud doctor. It is Bangalore Diabetes Center. So we did one study. So this person, this doctor, Aurtha owner in Cholte, Namla study Panasonare, say Namlo Poindo, study Apo, I was a freelance monitor. Say on monitoring Poikra, suddenly one elderly person, means doctor was maybe around 45, 50 years. So elderly one 60, 65 years, straight away he came to the monitoring room. He asked, who are you? I said, sir, I am CRA from so-and-so company. I have come for monitoring. Monitoring, enough monitoring, what study? He's a Tamilian only. I said, sir, in the diabetic study one 40 patients, almost 30 patients, second monitoring, sir. He just looked at me like this. He looked at me then. He looked on top. He just called the two people, attendees. Then he said, looked at me and he said, you get out. And sorry, drop the files, get out of my place immediately. Then I said, okay, sir, sorry. I was having that ISF, site master files, some patient files. Update, I just came out. Then I called up my manager and I told, sir, I went for monitoring. In the Madi Yaro Vandar. Or one to chonari, the end my place this is, get out an error. I couldn't do anything more, sir. I came out. Then we came to know that person is his Maman Cholwangilingla, Akka Unge Tambi, the doctor whom we contacted. So the Akka's husband is the owner of that place. Without his knowing, trial, he has gone somewhere abroad. Without his knowledge, he has done this study. Then that person is telling, இப்போ இங்க complete பண்ணோம்னா give me the full CTA, whatever amount is there, pay me. Now this doctor already we have paid off some 5-6 lakhs he has taken off. Now that's a small study. Budget over 20 lakhs or 25 lakhs. Already 5 lakhs already paid. Sir, we requested him. Sir, this is not our mistake, sir. This person only told it's his hospital, everything, and he didn't. Literally, enga madam request pani owner avaru otkunar final. So remaining over 5 lakhs the payment kudu sir. Michala nammul vera pesung tarno stakeholders karango. Ningla fulla vaangitingana nammulku romba loss la poiduvanu request pani we told. So such kind of scenarios also are there where principal investigator takes the money and escapes. That's why we'll keep institutional head, owner of the hospital. So afterwards, you know what we used to do? After every site selection, SIV, we will take one photo also. So that tomorrow they will not tell, I did not know. One dean also in Basaveshwara Medical College, we did one study. So that dean, he was not aware. Then suddenly, I don't know, he forgot or what. Then he suddenly asking, which study is this, man? These 3 studies I know, but 4th study I don't remember only. No. We were fully shocked. Sir, neenga tha sir ukandu CT ella sign panninga paarenga naka. Oh, iduva illa enku sign panna nyabagame illa. Avrtha inda. So that's why we will keep institutional head as one of the stakeholders. Then of course ethics committee, then DCGI, central laboratory. Why we go to central laboratory? One important reason, local labs lo kutaka avanga fraud panniduvanga. Thana reports, yolo reports veno, inna madi reports veno, they will give you. Exactly ungalku inna parameter veno, and the parameter madi they will give. So we can't go by that trust. So a lot of trust issues we have with local labs. So always we'll prefer central laboratory. In a central laboratory, they will use LIMS, LIMS. Laboratory Information Management System. Adula nobody can do fraud. Sample vanduchenu irukum. Illanaka illa adu innatha neenga pannalum neenga just because it's a system. You can't penetrate the system and makes fraud. It's very, very difficult, complicated. So for that we'll go for central laboratory mostly. Even though it's more expensive, we will prefer to go to central laboratory. Then insurance company, I told you all, the insurance company for both insurance, indemnity, we'll have one person. Translation, as I told you, ICFs, right? It has to be translated into the local language, for that ICF translation. SMO, Site Management Organization. இந்த எல்லா ஸ்டேக்ஹோல்டர்ஸ்லையும் ஜாஸ்தி காசு, ஈஸி காசு, குவிக்காக காசு பண்ணுறவங்க SMO தான். And the least legal responsibility also SMO. SMO எந்த கான்ட்ராக்ட்லையும் சைனும் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, லீகலாக அவங்கள எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது. காசு எத்தனை எஸ்கேப் பண்ணாக்கா அவ்வளோதான், ஒன்றுமே பண்ண முடியாது. பிரின்சிபல் இன்வெஸ்டிகேட்டர் மாட்டிக்குவார், இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் ஹெட் கூட மாட்டிக்குவார், SMO பிடிக்கவே முடியாது. Okay, I have worked with 6 SMOs as a consultant, so I know the thing. They are the ones which make lots of money, at the same time least responsibility, at the same time highest documentation lies with them. CRC இருக்குது பாருங்க, CRC தான் main documentation core, CRC தான். Then IP vendor, IP is the investigational product person, that vendor. Logistics vendor, as I told you about bill care, they will just take from one, basically your courier guys. Then clinical trial supplies, some sites are there, some doctors அவர் சொந்த காசுலேருந்து ஒரு ஃபைல் கூட வாங்க மாட்டார், ஒரு பெண்ணு வேணால் கூட வாங்க மாட்டார். Hey, what happened to the clinical trial supplies, man? Please send in. And sometimes we'll give tab and all. Good tabs we'll give refrigerator to the doctor for the storage of samples. Study ஆகிட்டு க்ளோஸ் அவுட் சமிட்டில் கேட்டாக்கா, இதெல்லாம் ஒரு காஸ்ட்டாப்பா, என்னப்பா நீங்கள் லட்சக்கணக்கில் ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறீங்க, ஒரு ஃப்ரிட்ஜு போய் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்க, விட்டு போப்பா பரவாயில்ல, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டடி. டேப் சார், இது ஃப்ரிட்ஜு ஓகே சார், டேப் அங்கே ஸ்பான்சர் கேட்குவான் சார், ப்ளீஸ் சார் டேப்பாவது ரிட்டர்ன் பண்ணுங்க சார்னா, உடுப்பா பரவாயில்ல, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டடி நல்லா இருக்குது, என் பையன் கேம்ஸ் ஆடின்னுக்கிறான் அதுக்கு வச்சுக்கிறேன் சார், அது EDC டேப் சார், அதில் கேம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வராதுன்னு சொன்னால் கூட கேட்கறது இல்லை. So then archivist, as I told you, 15 years documents should be archived. For that we should have an archivist. So after this, what time you all want to break? 2 o'clock? Pasi vanduchingla? 2 o'clock. So we'll, I think after this, so 2 things will finish off. Okay? So soon you all got lunch, hungry. हमारा स्नैक्स की ना साप्टिंगो समोसांगला. ओके, ब्रेकफास्ट ओके, वेरियस थिंग्स. ब्रेकफास्ट डाइजेस्ट आयिचिंगला, अवलो सीक्र समोसा साप्टिंगो इनात काट दूंगा बॉडी. You should never eat. நீங்களா educated people, நீங்களே இப்படி பண்ணீங்கன்னா எப்படி? You should allow, what is the normal digestion time? Little off topic. இப்போ ஏதாவது சாப்பிட்டீங்கப்பா, 4 இட்லி 2 தோசை, அவ்வளோ சாப்பிட மாட்டீங்கல்ல, சரி 4 இட்லி சட்னி சாம்பார் 1 கப் காஃபி குடிச்சிங்க. How long you think your body takes to digest this? How much? 8 hours. You can go research about it. 8 மணி நேரம் நீங்கள் என்ன சாப்பிட்டுக்கிறீங்களோ that is there in your body. What we do, why major diseases happen? Cancer. Why cancer happens? You are eating. What is cancer basically? Abnormal multiplication of cells, right? Now for abnormal multiplication, what is required? Extra glucose, right? Who is feeding that extra glucose? Going on feeding? You only. You are going on eating non-stop. Breakfast சாப்பிட்ட இட்லியே டைஜஸ்ட் ஆகல, அதுக்குள்ளே சமோசா, அதுவே டைஜஸ்ட் ஆகிக்காது, அதுக்குள்ளே லஞ்சு, அதுவே டைஜஸ்ட் ஆகிக்காது, அதுக்குள்ளே ஈவினிங் டீ, திருப்பி இப்படி சாப்பிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா தான் அதுலேருந்து தான் கேன்சர் வருது. இங்கே கேட்கலாம், இவன் என்ன சாப்பிட்டு வந்தான். நான் ஐ eat only before 8, after 8. No coffee, no tea. When the sun is up, I don't eat. And no, எங்கள் டீமில் ட்ரைனிங்கில் நான் ட்ரைனிங் பண்ணும்போது my CRAs will come. உட்காந்துக்கின்னு ஃபஸ்ட்டு பெஞ்சில் உட்காந்துக்கின்னு இப்படி ஆன் பண்ணிக்குவாங்க, ரொம்ப டென்ஷன் ஆகிடும். ஏன்பா இவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் டாபிக், இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக விடுங்க, இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் டாபிக் இது, ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ் பேசின்னுக்கிறேன், ஃபஸ்ட்டு பெஞ்சில் உட்காந்து நீ யான் பண்ணுறியப்பான்னு. அதுக்கு 1 person said, உங்களுக்கு யானே வராதா சார்ன்னு. நான் சொன்னேன், 9 to 6 இந்த ஆஃபீஸ் ப்ரெமிசஸில் இருக்கிற வரைக்கும், இஃப் எனிபடி யூ ஆல் see me yawning once, immediately catch me, immediately I will transfer you 1000 rupees on the spot. If I catch you all yawning, you send only 100 rupees to my account. Till today, 1.5 years, nobody has caught me yawning because I don't yawn during the day. அது எவ்வளோ போரிங் என்னன்னா இருக்கட்டும், no yawning. Okay? Because I follow very strictly eating before 8, after 8. So morning 8 breakfast சாப்பிட்டேன்னா திருப்பி after 8 தான் சாப்பிடுவேன். இன்னைக்கு லஞ்சு சாப்பிட போகிறோம், அதை பார்த்து போய் சொல்கிறான் பற்றியான்னு சொல்லாதீங்க. இன்னைக்கு நான் பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் சாப்பிடல, ஒரே லஞ்ச் இஸ் த ஒன்லி கோயிங் டு பி த ஒன்லி மீல். ஓகே, ஸோ வை ஐ செட் திஸ் வாஸ், you all should not get hungry. You know, they did one experiment with dogs. Okay, dogs alla koopnante, it's also a clinical study, animal study. They brought a group of dogs into one room. Exactly at morning 10 o'clock, they rang the bell. One bell, some sound. Immediately they gave food for all the dogs. So dogs, the same thing they did for 10 days. So dogs began to associate, okay, mani acha sor. They began to associate not with the food, but with the sound. Then what they did, every alternate day they rang the bell. The dogs did not even know they were hungry for one whole 2 days. Whenever the bell rang, because they began to associate hunger with the bell. Then they went step further. 3 days they didn't ring the bell only. Dogs did not even know they were needed food. They were nicely playing, relaxing and all. Then when they rang the bell, again they are eating. They reversed the experiment. They began to ring the bell 3 times a day. All 3 times a day the dogs were hungrily going and eating, as if they are not eaten. So what does this show, this study? Same thing what we are doing, we are associated. 8 mani aicha, breakfast pa. 1 mani aicha, ayyo 1 mani aichu, ayyo saappunno, saapullanaka kai odrom, maika vandrom, saappunno. 4 mani na tea kudiginnu. Sir, evening na. So nothing will happen, guys. Relax. Give your body time. You will be much more healthy, much more stronger. எனக்கு நிறைய பேர் சொன்னாங்க, என் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இப்படியே பண்ணிருந்தது உனக்கு டயபெட்டிஸ் வந்துடும், அவங்களுக்கு தான் வந்துக்குது, நான் ஒழுங்காக தாக்குறேன். ஓகே, ஸோ டோன்ட் கிவ் டூ மச் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் டு ஹங்கர், எஸ்பெஷலி அட் திஸ் ஏஜ். This time you should be hunger for your career. You should be hungry for knowledge. You should be hungry for money, bank balance. Unga bank balance will decide your next entire life. So the more you have, better for you. And this is one industry where you can increase that bank balance very fast. Okay. அதுக்காக உந்து blank plans எவ்வளோன்னு கேட்காதீங்க, அதெல்லாம் சீக்ரெட் சொல்லிருக்குல்ல. So regulatory and ethics, fastly we'll just go through fast. First thing, DCGI. DCGI is the main regulatory body of India. If the DCGI doesn't give approval and you conduct the study, it is equivalent to legal complications. They can get arrested, basically. SEC is nothing but Subject Expert Committee. When this SEC will come into the picture, you know, for studies which are very complicated. Now we are doing one oncology study combined with vaccination. So it's a complicated study. And it's almost 2 years duration, one study, 2 years duration. Such complicated studies, SEC is there. One more study I'll give you in psychology. The DCGI ke purila approval tara mudiyadunu soltaru 2 years back. What is this study, you know? You know split personality, onion multiple personality, Chandramukhi movie you all see, you know, Jyotikas. Psychologically it's called split personality. Suddenly they'll behave like something else, someone else. They'll not be aware. That's an actual condition. So the study was for that condition. And whenever they go into the trance, you know, no, she will lift one full chair, full bed only. All that is not fake. That all happens in real life. I have witnessed in some 2-3 cases. When they go into the trance, they'll get that superhuman energy. You can't describe how it is. Bruce Lee was so thin, he'll be this much shorter than me. Okay, if he kicks me now, I'll go flying if he were there. How can such a thin, small man generate so much of power? Power is there. But when you go into that subconscious level, that power gets activated. So this study was for split personality, and the sponsor was a German sponsor. So they had devised one avatar therapy. So avatar therapy means, so suppose when the split personality happens, what that Onion movie you have seen, no, they'll take Vikram to one doctor, he will show him something and do some counseling. That is what a psychiatrist or psychologist will do. But psychologist and psychiatrist cannot be available all the time, right, with the patient. Suddenly at home he gets into that split, what will the people do? His friends or his brother, sister, mother, he'll start beating or getting violent. At that time, They have divided the desires. No, they should just make him sit, make him put that VR glass. So the avatar of the psychologist will start having a conversation with the patient. See what level they have designed the study. Germans. Such a nice study. I'll show you that synopsis also if I get time. I am not simply making it up. Actual synopsis is there. I'll show you the synopsis. We had 2 meetings with the DCGI. DCGI means not the main DCGI. Assistant DCGI only will join for the meetings. Main DCGI and all will not join. 2 times we tried to explain. The sponsor tried to explain. And Germans, they are not very good in English. And if number explain பண்ணலாம்னா நம்மளுக்கு ப்ராடக்ட்டே புரியல. இப்போ கூட I don't really understand how it will work. So even I couldn't do anything. My owner also couldn't do anything. So they only explained 2 times. DCGI said no, can't give approval. It looks too complex, so not possible. So DCGI's approval is very, very important for any study. US FDA, what DCGI is to India, US FDA, Food and Drug Administration, is to the US. EMA is European Medicines Agency. These people for the European part. JFDA, any idea? FDA is Food and Drug Administration. J stands for Jordan. Okay, Jordan Food and Drug Administration. TGA is the Australian guideline. Therapeutic Goods Administration of Australia, that is TGA. Health Canada, name itself says Canadian regulation. So each of these regulations, there are huge. This is actually a 10 days topic. I am trying to give you all a summary in 5 to 6 minutes. DCGI itself, you have to know each and every regulation. That itself will go for 6 to 7 days of proper training to understand the entire DCGI rules. Then that side, if you see, IEC, full form? Yeah? Then Institutional Ethics Committee is the third one. Why I'll put 2 times? Spelling mistake, huh? Whenever I do some mistakes in the slide, it will be wantedly done. I'll be aware why I am doing and then I'll do. So that is Institutional Ethics Committee, that you all know. Ethics Committee which is associated with an institute. First is Independent Ethics Committee. That is, if I want to start an ethics committee, I can independently, I need not be associated with any institute. I need to follow CDSCO. CDSCO is Central Drug Standard Control Organization. It comes under the Ministry of Health. They have given a certain regulations to start an ethics committee. If I have all those people, 2 to 3 doctors, then 1 legal person, then 1 lay person, 1 social scientist, if I have these members, I can start my own IEC. Okay? Of course, I have to get it registered. So first is Independent Ethics Committee. Next is IRB. What is the difference between IRB, Institutional Ethics Committee? IRB also is Institutional Review Board. But there's a small difference between IRB and IEC. The difference is IRB is mostly a US concept. So in US, what they'll do, these IEC and both the IECs, they'll give approval for sites. So for each hospital, if I ERODE 5 hospitals, I have to go to all the 5 hospitals, submit all the 5 hospitals' data to the IEC and Institutional Ethics Committee. IRB not like that. They'll give approval to the protocol. So I will just submit the protocol. Then I can add whatever sites I want, I can add. Adding is fee. It's free, no cost. But Independent Institutional Ethics Committee, each site I have to pay the institutional fees. Okay, got the difference? Okay, the last slide before you all are very hungry. So the last slide before lunch. Post lunch, it will completely be on jobs. What is the market? What are the roles? What are the different options available? So it will be very interesting because I know after lunch your energies will be low. So for that's why I kept it after lunch. So please come back with renewed energy. So CR guidelines. Before we go to guidelines, I'll give you a brief difference between guidelines and regulations. Now NDCT, it is a regulation, not guideline. ICH GCP, it's a guideline, not regulation. Who can tell the difference? Just language, there's nothing technical, just guideline, regulation, what it is. Any idea? Okay, very simple. NDCT is a regulation. Regulation means you have to do it. There is no this one. Must na, panni avana avlatha. You have to do it. If you don't do it, legal problem. Straight away legal problem. Guideline is, it is good if you follow. It is not mandatory. Between ICH GCP and Indian GCP, some variation is there. Doesn't mean we have to 100% follow. And Indians, you know what the DCG has done very smartly? He has taken Indian GCP and put it as a schedule to NDCT. So, இப்போ the guideline or regulation நம்மளுக்கே கொள்விட்டு போயிருக்கிறோம் சரிங்களா but generally GCP is a guideline, NDCT is a regulation. Guideline is good to follow. There are no legal implications if you don't follow, but regulation, if you don't follow, legal implications. ICMR you all know, right? Indian Code of Medical Research. So all your CTRI is there, no? CTRI is managed by these people only, ICMR. So in case CTRI we don't get response, we will write to people in ICMR with the reference number and ask for the approval. Okay, I have mentioned here ICH GCP. GCP you all know, right? Good clinical practices. What is that QESM? ChatGPT. Okay, quality okay, then efficacy okay, then safety fine, then M. Sorry? Tell it's okay, nothing is wrong. M is miscellaneous. So whatever topics don't come under quality, efficacy, safety, it will come under miscellaneous. Okay. So our GCP, it comes under E, efficacy guidelines, under section 6. So basically we call E6. E6 is basically nothing but good clinical practices. Okay, you want to break for lunch or some more, sir?
ஓகே மேம் லஞ்ச் முடிச்சுட்டு 2:10க்கு அரேஞ்ச் ஆயிருங்க ஓகேவா ஹாஸ்டல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ரெகுலராக சாப்பிட்றவங்க ரெகுலராக சாப்பிட்ருங்க டோக்கன் கொடுத்துருவங்க நீங்கள் பாய்ஸ் ஹாஸ்டலில் வாங்கிக்கலாம் இப்போ சரியா ரெகுலர் ECP ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் Okay. Okay, session will start now. அப்படியே பேக் சைடுங்களா அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரண்ட் வந்தீங்கன்னா பெட்டராக இருக்கும். பேக் சைடு உட்காந்து கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரண்ட் வந்தீங்கன்னா பெட்டராக இருக்கும்ப்பா. ஸோ ஃபார் இன்ட்ராக்ஷன்ஸ் நீங்கள் ஃப்ரண்ட்டில் இருந்தீங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியராக இருக்கும். No response.
हाँ सही है करियर था हाँ तो अपना क्वेश्चंस के
हाँ ओके इंट्रोडक्शन सेशन
हाँ दूंगा
ओके
मतलब பெரிய कंपनी लग डॉक्टर सुरेश
ओके
Okay, shall we start? You want to call your friends in? This is the main session for you all. I'm sure all of you all are looking forward to this session only. I think if front people are gone, you can come in front also, if you guys feel okay. Okay, we'll start. So what is the first, I want to ask you all one question before you all want to ask. What is the starting salary you are looking at? Starting salary. Another 40 lakhs. Yampa, na study kekla, salary keta. How much? 20. 20 is okay? 40? 40 difficult. 20 to 25 starting. But after 1 year, how much you think it will go from 25? Once after 1 year, it will be doubling. Okay, it will be around 50. After 1 year, 50. See, generally in the industry, what is the thing, right? 10 years, 1 year is equal to 10,000. Generally, when we started the industry. So our payment and all, no? 1 year means 10,000. That is the payment style. So I am having 15 and a half years experience. So you should know what is my salary approximately. Okay. So, but now industry is different. Now they are going 1 year 15,000. So that's what I heard in 2021. 1 year 15,000. Now current thing is 1 year 20,000. So you can imagine when you come to my position, what I am making now, you will be making at least double. And then what I am making. Okay. So we'll go in depth. This is a very interesting session, so all your questions, please ask. Even if those who have missed out, please share with them. Because always don't think, இதெல்லாம் நம்மளே வச்சுக்கலாம்ப்பா, யார் நான் கிடைக்கிட்டோம் கிடைக்காட்டி போட்டோம், நம்ம மட்டும் ஜாப் போயிடலாம். There are lots of job openings. You should know how to tap that. That's all. Okay. So, sir, in the light. Okay. So this is nothing much. I think those who attended the webinar, you will get to know. The industry is highest paying. So to boost you all, I'll tell you all one real life example. This person's, I will tell the name also. I'll give you the name of the organization also. You guys want to call him and call also, ask. Whatever I am saying is truth. Now this person, his name is Mohammed Shafi. Okay. So he worked as a CRC for us in my one company. As a CRC is the basic entry level position. His salary was 8,500. Okay. He had done only this phlebotomist. They do one course, no? BLT something they call phlebotomist, MLT something. So that course he had done after his second PO. So he was getting only 8,000 rupees. That too after deduction and all, in hand 6,500 in 2017. Okay. 2 years he worked. In 2 years he did almost 15 studies. He worked in various studies. He worked. After 2 years, unfortunately, his dad expired. But fortunately, he got some amount from his dad's pension or something. So I don't know what that is. So he asked me. I used to go for monitoring to his site. So we know, well, we used to go out, have some lunch together and all. So he asked me, sir, I got this money, advise me something. So what I told Shafi, he was very dedicated person. Okay, his language was not very good. So I told him, improve your language. You have very good dedication, very good knowledge. Why don't you start your own SMO? He said, sir, only 2 years experience, sir. How I can start? I said, I'll guide you. Maximum you have to, for the entire SMO setup, you may have to give 45 to 50,000. I asked him how much money you got from your dad's thing. He said he got some 5 lakhs plus. Plus he had some other commitments for his mom's health and all he had to keep. So I said, from that 5 lakhs, only 50,000 you set aside for your SMO. He started the SMO. The SMO name was Ishnova Clinical Research. Ishnova Clinical Research based in Hyderabad. Okay. Now he is much bigger now. He'll be making more than me right now. But I'm giving you the example. So within 3 years, first year it was little struggle for him. Because as a business owner, no, he only had to be the CRC, everything. In just 4 years, I used to keep in touch with him and all. Then during COVID, he had lot of studies. As usual, many things came, many studies came. Suddenly drastic improvement. Now he is having 16 CRCs under him, 16 CRCs. Each CRC is paying 15 to 18,000. 15 CRCs working under him. Can you imagine what is the amount he is making per month? Even now, we also keep contacting him for studies and other things. We have given some studies to him. Only oncology studies he doesn't take because he doesn't have the bandwidth. Onco studies, little more expertise is required. Other than oncology studies, every study he takes. So his income, what I can see is, he will be making somewhere around 2 to 3 lakhs in a month easily. As his money, not the total money. Total money means it will go much more. That is the amount of payment you can get. But dedication. You should not think, okay, this is my job, I'll just wait, whatever job is given, I will do it and I'll go. No. You should be interested first in yourself. When I was just a basic CRC, I used to take the protocol reading is not required much for us. Because what? My manager will tell patient is coming, they'll give me the visit schedule. According to the visit schedule, I'll keep going. Generally CRCs. But I showed extra interest. I will see the protocol. I will read the protocol and try to understand. And since I was from a life science background, I didn't get to know many of the medical terminologies, all that. So I used to Google and search. I used to spend, other than work timing as a CRC is hectic. Almost 8 to 8. Okay. That much work time will be there. But when there is no job, there will be literally no job. Because only when the patients come to the hospital, you will have to be with them from morning till evening. When the patients are not there, simply will be just roaming around. Chuma abde hospital poi nursing kitta pesikine chutkine abde time pass panine will be sitting. But when there is work, there will be lots of work. So you should take interest. I'll start with my career only, that itself will inspire you all. So as I said, first 3 months I worked free of cost. After I finished my postgraduate diploma in ICRI, Indian Institute of Clinical Research, they told me they'll give me a placement assistance and all. My first job interview was in Kiram Mazumdar, Biocon. First job interview, I failed. Okay, they didn't give me a job because as soon as I went in front of the interviewer, my mind went blank. They're asking basic questions. What is GCP? What is clinical trial? What are the principles of clinical trial? All that I knew by heart. I was almost the topper in my batch, though there were other medical doctors and all. Regulation-wise, I was the topper in my batch. But still, when I went in front of the interviewers, 2 ladies, 1 gentleman, they are sitting and asking, first of all, Biocon, you know, right? In Bangalore, we stay in the city. Biocon is little far off. So by the time, that time I didn't have my bike also. So I had to take a bus and go. Completely blank, nothing I know, and my legs are shivering. Because though I know the answer, I'm not able to say anything. So they themselves said, but the written test I had done well. The first round I completed. Second round, face-to-face, I lost it. They said, sorry, we can't entertain, and I came back. The second job, again, they sent me to one company. That company I went, ellame avrta, owner na avrta, coffee na avrta etnarar, office boy avrta, very small company near MG Road in Bangalore. There again, he said, you can join me, but you should do every work. That time we had some little attitude, no, why should I do this? Coffee give you work? No, I don't want, sir. Startup company and all I don't want. I want established company, I told. Then third time they sent me to one company. That company said, okay, we'll give you a job that is in as a CRC, but after 3 months. So 3 months, why to waste? I went to one hospital called NIMHANS. NIMHANS, you all know, National Institute of Mental Sciences. So it's actually for mental patients. They have the hospital. It's very famous, NIMHANS, you can Google. So I joined there. It was a psychiatry study. So my job was as a CRC. I went and I joined. So there I did for 2 months. Within the 3rd month, I got a job in Accenture. But Accenture, I got as a call center executive, not in clinical research. Though they have clinical research, my job I got as a call center. Luckily, after I joined, within 1 month, there is something called IJP. All corporate companies have this IJP, that is internal job posting. Now, one big company, they'll have multiple departments. So once every 3 months or 6 months, they'll have this IJP. So IJPs, I joined as a call center, but my target was data management in Accenture. So luckily for me, as soon as I joined, within 1.5 months or so, I got this IJP posting. I also applied. So they'll give first preference to employees. So if 5 people from outside are applying for the same position and employees also are applying, the employees will get first preference. So what I did was, immediately I went in. Just vela kecha podampa. MNC means just first you should get in. I got into the job and working in a call center, see how advantageous it was. My language improved like anything. My confidence improved like anything. Every day I used to take at least 150 US calls. Night shift only. Call centers, you all know night shift. So US calls, US customers kita pesi. Language became very good and accent became good. And flow, I got the flow, I got a lot of confidence, self-confidence. Then in Accenture interview was just like that to create because of my confidence in this. So once I got into Accenture, 6 months I worked as a data entry operator. So data entry operator, I personally did not like because that's what I advise all of y'all. In clinical research, there are multiple domains. Okay. Suppose you are a person who is an extrovert. You all know extrovert, right? நல்லா பேசுவீங்க எல்லாருக்கிட்டையோ பேசுவீங்க பல்லுகளுக்கெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு இஷ்டம் உங்களுக்கு வந்து கொஞ்சம் நிறைய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கிறாங்க யூ லைக் டு ட்ராவல் அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் மைண்ட் செட்டில் இருந்தால் டொமைன்ஸ் ஆர் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் இஃப் யூ ஆர் சம் ஒன் ஹூஸ் அன் இன்ட்ரோவர்ட் யூ டோன்ட் யார்கிட்ட பேசுறதுலாம் வேணாப்பா எனக்கு பயம் ஆகுது பேசினாக்கா எனக்கு பயம் ஆகுது நானாச்சு என் சிஸ்டம் ஆச்சு ஐ வில் ஜஸ்ட் சிட் வித் மை சிஸ்டம் அண்ட் கோ ஃபார் தெம் தேர் ஆர் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டொமைன்ஸ் ஸோ நீங்கள் டொமைன் இன்ட்ரோவர்ட்டாக இருந்துக்குன்னு CRA apply பண்ணீங்கன்னா within 4-5 months you will get saturation, mental pressure, job pressure, all this will happen. Why? Because unga personality வேற உங்களது ஆக்சுவல் ஜாப் கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸ் வேறு. அதுக்கு தான் ஐ டெல் ஃப்ரெஷர்ஸ், ப்ளீஸ் ஃபஸ்ட்டு உங்களது என்ன பர்சனாலிட்டின்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியணும். am I an introvert, am I an extrovert? You should make that. யாரையோ கேட்க முடியாது, நீங்கள் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸை கூட கேட்க முடியாது. யூ ஷுட் சிட் ரிஃப்ளெக்ட். சரி, எனக்கு என்ன பிடிச்சிருக்குது, எனக்கு வந்துட்டு இந்த மாதிரி ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணுறது, இந்த மாதிரி டாக்டர்ஸை மீட் பண்ணணும். சிஆர்ஏனாக்கா லாட் ஆஃப் ட்ராவல் பண்ணணும். இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிற 50% 5-star ஹோட்டல்ஸில் நான் ஸ்டே பண்ணிக்கிறேன் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் மை ஜாப். சரிங்களா? சிஆர்ஏனாக்கா ட்ராவலிங் எக்ஸ்டென்சிவாக இருக்கும். எஸ்பெஷலி ஃபார் கைஸ் ஐ திங்க் இட் வில் பி குட் பிகாஸ் யூ வில் பி ரெடி டு ட்ராவல். ஏன்னா ஆல் த ட்ராவல்ஸ்னால் பஸ்ஸு ட்ரெயின் நினச்சிக்காதீங்க. நான் பஸ்ஸு ட்ரெயினில் போனதே இல்லை அஃபிஷியலாக. பஸ்ஸு ட்ரெயின் வரும், நம்ம பர்சனலாக வரும்போது காசு சேவ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு பஸ்ஸு ட்ரெயினில் வருவோம். அஃபிஷியலாக இட்ஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் ஃப்ளைட். அண்ட் வென் வி வர் இன் த பீக், கிங்ஃபிஷர் ஏர்லைன்ஸ் வாஸ் த பீக். சரிங்க, எங்கே போனாலும் ஏர்லைன்ஸ் தான் ஸ்டே எல்லாம். ஏன்னா ஃபாரின் கிளைண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எவ்ரிதிங் 5-star ஹோட்டல்ஸு எல்லாம் ஃபுல் அமேசிங் லைஃப் ட்ராவலிங்கு. ஆனால் ஜனங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. ஆக்சுவலி எனக்கு பிஃபோர் மேரேஜ் மை இன்லாஸ் ஆஸ்ட் மீ, தே தாட் என்னப்பா இவன் ஊர் ஊராக போய் வேறு வேறு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போயின்னுக்கிறான், ஏதாவது தீராத நோவுக்குது பழக்குது இவனுக்கு, இவனை நம்பி எப்படி பொண்ணு கொடுக்கலான்னு யோசிச்சுக்குவாங்க. ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு புரியல. ஏன்னா கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வாஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங். ஸோ எனி டைம் தே கால் மீ, ஐ டெல், அங்கிள் நான் ஆக்சுவலாக அகமதாபாத்தில் இங்கே இருக்கிற இந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் இருக்கிற மானிட்டரிங் ஆக்டிவ்னா என்னன்னு தெரியாது அவங்களுக்கு. ஸோ சொல்லுவேன், சரி இன்றைக்கி எங்கே இருக்கிறப்பனா வீட்டுக்கே வரமாட்டேன். அகமதாபாத் அங்கேருந்து அப்படியே பட்னாலேருந்து அப்படியே வேறு ஒரு மும்பை அப்படியே அங்கேயே சுற்றிந்தாக்குவோம், அந்த பக்கமே வரமாட்டேன். ஸோ தே வில் ஆஸ்க், ஓ ஏதோ தீராத நோவுக்கு இது பழக்குது, மறைச்சிட்டு இவன் வந்து கல்யாணம் பண்ண பார்க்குறான். ஸோ இட்ஸ் நாட் லைக் தட் மச் ஆஃப் ட்ராவல் வில் பி தேர். எனக்கு எவ்வளோ ட்ராவல் இருந்துச்சுன்னா, மார்னிங் ஒன் டே I'll be in one city, next day I'll be in another city. ஃப்ளைட்டில் வரும்போது I'll be sitting and preparing the site SMV report, சைட் மானிட்டரிங் விசிட் ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணோம் இல்லைங்களா, டெட்லைன்ஸ் இருக்கும் நம்மளுக்கு. ஃப்ளைட்டில் உட்காந்துக்கின்னு டைப் வச்சுருக்கோம் ரிப்போர்ட்டை. ஸோ அவ்வளோ தேல் பி ஸோ மச் ஆஃப் ஒர்க். ஸோ நீங்கள் இன்ட்ரோவர்ட்டாக இருந்தீங்கன்னா சிஆர்ஏ இஸ் நாட் யுவர் டொமைன். ப்ளீஸ் டோன்ட் ஈவன் திங்க் அபவுட் தட். இன்ட்ரோவர்ட்டாக இருந்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு டேட்டா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், ஃபார்மகோவிஜிலன்ஸ், மெடிக்கல் ரைட்டிங், அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்ட்ரீமில் யூ கேன் ப்ராஸ்பர். ஐம் நாட் டெல்லிங் யூ கேனாட் டூ வெல், அது கூட ஈக்குவலி குட் பேயிங் ஒன்லி. பட் யூ ஷுட், நீங்கள் உங்களை கேட்கணும், am I an introvert or extrovert? ஸோ நான் லுக்ஸ் லைக் ஐம் an extrovert. ஸோ எனக்கு அந்த டேட்டா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பிடிக்கவே இல்லை. ஸோ ஐ ஹேட் டு லீவ் தட் ஜாப். At that time in Accenture I was getting 18,000 as a call center, as a data management person. I got a job in St. John's as a CRC, clinical research coordinator, for only 10,000. ஸோ எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு புரியல, என்ன பைத்தியமாடாதி 18,000 ரூபாய் ஜாபை விட்டு 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு போயின்னுக்கிறேன். நான் சொன்னேன், இல்லைப்பா 10,000 ரூபாய், அது 10,000 ரூபாய் கம்மி இருந்தாலும் எனக்கு அந்த ஃப்யூச்சர் என்னான்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். ஏன்னா நான் படிச்சுக்கிறேன். I have invested a lot of time reading and understanding my career path. ஸோ எனக்கு தெரியும்ப்பா, அப்புறமா எது இதாகும்ன்ட்டு நான் கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணேன் எங்கள் அப்பாவை. ஆனால் ஆக்சென்ச்சரில் அவங்களது அட்டெண்டன்ஸில் எல்லாம் லாகின் தான், பயோமெட்ரிக்ஸ், அப்போவே பயோமெட்ரிக்ஸ். ஸோ டில் த லாஸ்ட் டே நீங்கள் பயோமெட்ரிக் பண்ணால் தான் உங்களுக்கு நெக்ஸ்ட் டே சேலரி வரும். சரிங்களா? ஸோ லாஸ்ட் மந்த், ஐ ஸ்டில் ரிமெம்பர், இட் வாஸ் ஜூன் மந்த். ஸோ ஜூன் வந்துட்டு 30th தான் நான் எனக்கு சேலரி வரும். ஆனால் 18th 19th இவங்க ஜாயின் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டாங்க, புது கம்பெனி சிஆர்சி. ஸோ 3 days ஐ ஸ்லெப்ட் ஒன்லி ஃபார் 1 hour. ஒரே ஒருவர்த்தாஸ் தூங்குறது. நைட் ஃபுல் ஆக்சென்ச்சரில் வேலை, நைட் ஷிஃப்ட்டு. காத்தால ஏஞ்சிட்டு அங்கேயே லவுண்டில் தூங்கிட்டு சும்மா ரெஸ்ட் ரூம் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ஃப்ரெஷ்ன் அப் ஆகிட்டு அங்கேருந்து நேராக சைட்டுக்கு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சிஆர்சி வேலை. அங்கே ஈவினிங் வந்து திருப்பி அங்கேருந்து நேராக ஆக்சென்ச்சருக்கு. வீட்டுக்கே வரல. 3 நாள் வரும், 3 hour தான். பிகாஸ் ஐ வாண்டட் தட் சேலரி. சேலரி வந்துட்ட பிறகு அப்பா உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கும்பிடுப்பான்னு சொல்லிட்டு அது விட்டு தென் தட் சேலரி வித் தட் ஐ மேனேஜ். ஸோ வாட் ஐம் சேயிங் இஸ் யூ ஷுட் பி டெடிக்கேட்டட். ನೀವು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಫೋಕಸ್. ಸೊ ದೆನ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಐ ಕೇಮ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ 5 years அவ்வளோ ஒன்றும் பெருசாக தெரில. ஜஸ்ட் நார்மல் மானிட்டரிங்கு, விசிட்ஸ், அதுலேயே போயிடுச்சு அப்படியே. ஸோ கொஞ்சம் நல்லா கார்பரேட் என்வாயர்மெண்ட் இருக்கும். ஸோ இது அப்படியே போயிடுச்சு. தென் ஆஃப்டர் தட் த கம்பெனி விச் ஐ ஜாயின், தே செட், பர்ப்பா உந்த சேலரியும் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகிக்குது, வி கேனாட் பே யூ தட் மச், நீ வந்து ஃப்ரீலான்சராக ஆகிடு, எங்களுக்கு கன்சல்டன்ட் மாதிரி ஆகிடு, உங்களுக்கு அதே சேலரி கொடுக்குறோம், பட் யூ நீட் நாட் கம் டு ஆஃபீஸ் ஆர் எனி திங், யூ ஜஸ்ட் பி லைக் அ கன்சல்டன்ட். ஆஃப்டர் ஐ ஃபினிஷ்ட் 5 years, தென் ஐ தாட் இது நல்லா இருக்குதுப்பா, இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் நல்லா இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு வீட்டுக்கு போவதுக்கு. அப்போது ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் எல்லாம் யார் அன்ஹர்ட். After COVID only work from home and all became thing. At that time, when I'm talking about 2015-14, work from home is like a blessing. So idu nalla irukudhe freelancer panin pola ante slowly I began to contact other freelance companies. So at one point I was working for 6 companies, 2 CROs, 4 SMOs at the same time. Okay, very easy it was. Then besides more money, I began to get more experience also. Eppa traveling, monitoring idu plus experience daasti aina irunduchu. Then I thought, okay, full perfect aichi. There was sometimes in per month I have my highest in the record inana per month la I have made close to 6 lakhs, 5 lakhs change per month salary for constantly for almost 4 to 5 months continuous. My salary was at that range. Salary means from multiple places. ஒரு கம்பெனில இருந்து இல்லை, ஏன்னா கன்சல்டன்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் ரெண்டுனே இருக்கும். எனக்கே குஷியாக இருக்கும். ஒரு ஃபஸ்ட்டு இது வந்துட்டு ஃபஸ்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு சேலரி வரும், 5th 2-3 சேலரிங்க வரும், 10th இன்னொரு 2-3 சேலரிங்க வரும். ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் வெரி ஹாப்பி. பட் தென் இப்போ நீங்கள் கேட்கலாம், இவ்வளோ காசு பண்ணிட்டு நீயே அது பாதி காசுக்கு இப்போ வேறு இடத்துல சம்பாரிச்சுக்கிறேன்னு. The reason is I have one small court case going on my land. So what my brothers only have put a case on me for the court. So at the court ku nan kaamkino I am employed in. Ena freelance la documentation kaamtanga othukala. They are thinking engaldu periya veedu. So they are thinking nan veedla irundha tha we have PG paying guests karango. So the court ku enna soltanga na ivunku vela illa, paying guest cost la irundha நம்ம வீட்ல இருந்து தான் காசு is generating ன்னு. அத disprove பண்ணதற்கு my lawyer told no, இதெல்லாம் உடுப்பா, நீ காசெல்லாம் விடு, பில்டிங் வேல்யூ இஸ் மச் மோர் இன் க்ரோர்ஸ். ஸோ நீ விட்டு நீ ப்ராப்பர் வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு அந்த பே ஸ்லிப்பு அதெல்லாம் நீ வந்து இது பண்ணணும். ஸோ இப்போ நான் சேலரிக்காக வெயிட் பண்ணுறதில்ல, என் பே ஸ்லிப்புக்காக தான் வெயிட் பண்ணுறேன். ஏன்னா அது வந்துருந்தா ஐ வில் கோ சப்மிட் டு த கோர்ட். ஸோ 3 years தான். ஐ ஜாயின்ட் இன் 2024. 2027 வில் பி மை லாஸ்ட் டே. நான் ஜாயினிங் ஆக முன்னாடி சொல்லிட்டேன். அவர் கேட்டார், இன்டர்வியூவர் கேட்டார், வாட் இஸ் யுவர் பிளான் ஆஃப்டர் 5 years? ஐ செட் சார் ஐ வில் பி ஹியர் ஒன்லி ஃபார் 3 years. Now only I'll tell you often. So that is the reason why I left up. But as soon as 3 years over, I will be going back to freelancing. So why I am telling you this is, don't think, many mindset, you all may not, yaro ungalku sollirukka matango. Parents kudo maybe they may not have this exposure to the industry. Unga brothers illa ena solluvaanga, hey first or velekku popa, or velekku poi nee sambarikkaru. No, ungalku vela mukkiyama, money mukkiyama, salary mukkiyama? அல்டிமேட்லி நீங்கள் என்னத்தா சொல்லுங்க, இல்லை எனக்கு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் வேணும், எனக்கு பப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ், அல்டிமேட்லி எங்கே வருது? உங்கள் சேலரி தான். மணி ஸ்பீக்ஸ் ஃபைனலி. ஓகே, ஸோ யோர் ஃபோக்கஸ் ஷுட் நாட் பி, வை ஐம் சேயிங் திஸ் இஸ், தட்ஸ் வை ரொம்ப பீப்புள் நீங்கள் கேட்குவீங்கள ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் ஆகிறாங்க, ஜாப் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் ஆகிறாங்க, வித்தின் 5 years they get job stress. Why? Because they are focused on the job. Don't focus on the job. சில பேருக்கு வந்தீங்கன்னா இவனுக்கு பைத்தியம் பொழுது என்னவோ சொல்கிறான். இல்லை, திஸ் இஸ் த ப்ராக்டிக்கல் ட்ரூத். டோன்ட் ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் யுவர் ஜாப். இஃப் யூ ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் யுவர் ஜாப், யூ வில் கெட் மோர் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ், மோர் ஆங்ஸைட்டி. நீங்கள் என்னத்தான், ஈவன் இஃப் யூ கெட் 2 lakhs salary, யூ வில் கெட் அ பர்ன் டவுன். பர்ன் டவுன் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி மென்டலி யூ வில் பிரேக் டவுன். ஐடி பீப்புளுக்கு வெரி காமன் திஸ் ஒன். ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட் திங், இதெல்லாம் ஆகக்கூடாதுன்னா ஃபஸ்ட் திங் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் வாட் இஸ் யுவர் பர்சனாலிட்டி. ஆர் யூ அன் எக்ஸ்ட்ரோவர்ட் ஆர் ஆர் யூ அன் இன்ட்ரோவர்ட்? அதுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி ஐ வில் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் யூ. இன்ட்ரோவர்ட்டாக இருந்தாக்கா எந்தெந்த ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் நீங்கள் போகலாம், உங்களது கெரியர் பாத் எப்படி இருக்கும். எக்ஸ்ட்ரோவர்ட்டாக இருந்தாக்கா நீங்கள் எப்படியெல்லாம் போகலாம், ஹவு யோர் கெரியர் பாத் வில் பி. ஓகே, கீப் திஸ். இது சொன்னது ஃபுல்லாக இந்த பேக்ரவுண்டை வச்சுக்கின்னு இந்த ஸ்லைட்ஸை பார்க்கலாம். So this is the actual market. This, as I told you, it's an older version. There are many more things which are happening. It is much bigger. I told you, only the insulin industry is worth about $8 billion. Only insulin. Saringla. Then, now career options. First thing, as a CRA, if you want to become a CRA, directly nobody will give. I get many job applications. Sir, I want CRA profile. How can I give CRA profile to a fresher? It's actually a lot of responsibilities. Straight away, not only my company, any company will not consider a CRA directly. அப்படி consider பண்றாங்கன்னா they have not understood clinical research. Directly, nobody will give you CRA. So, starting, this I am talking from the extrovert personality type. extrovert who like to talk, who like to travel, who like to present, corporate atmosphere. This is the thing. And boys, ki idu good news. 60 to 70% of CRAs are girls. Industrial. Okay. So mostly you will be having female colleagues. அப்போ இந்த மாதிரி செப்பரேட்டெல்லாம் உட்கார தேவையில்லை, மிக்ஸ் பண்ணி உட்காரலாம் எல்லாரும். Okay, so 70% is female dominated for the CRAs. And one plus point is this. Negative point is, once the ladies get married, then they have family restrictions and they personally don't like traveling. In a CRA, as I told you, I have traveled for 20 days in a month. 20 days நான் ட்ராவல் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். எங்கள் அப்பா தெரிவார், யார்ப்பா இவங்க எங்கேயோ பார்த்த மாதிரிக்குதுன்னு. ஏன்னா ஒரு 3-4 மாதத்துக்கு வீட்டுக்கே வர மாட்டேன். அங்கேயே ட்ராவல் பண்ணிக்கினா I'll be going. So CRA, especially ladies after marriage, what they do is, that may not be the right profile for you all. நீங்கள் அந்த ஆங்கிளில் கூட நீங்கள் பார்க்கணும். After marriage, then with that all that experience, you should try to deviate into other options. That will tell. But for boys, CRA option is excellent for you all, provided you all do lot of self-development. Now see, I am just a life science graduate. But in my team, I had doctors, I had medical doctors with MD reporting to me. I had D-Pharms reporting to me. I had Ayurvedic doctors, homeopathic doctors reporting to me. How? In this industry, education doesn't matter. Education doesn't matter. What you talk, how you talk. Simple thing. There was the one company, because of my call center background, once there was happening a call with the US client. So my boss is a US return guy. So he was talking to them. Suddenly for one call, he was not available. Suddenly he got another call, he got up and he went. So here the client is asking something. Inga kurungala MD doctors, much more experienced, much more this one than me. Knowledgeable and technically sound than me. They were not able to answer them. They are pushing. Hey Eugene, talk man, ask what is they telling man, ask man. Seri nambata erkanave US kitta pesi idille itta chance pa namba yaran kaatnonu full style la pesi avanga kitta pesundo. Next call US client sonnaru. Eugene is there, I think we can interact with him better, he is able to understand us better. You got doctor kalla shock. Appa sonna, what you understood by this, education doesn't matter. You should take initiative. நீங்கள் வந்து சரிப்பா நம்ம வந்தனா குத்தாங்களா வேலை முடிச்சுட்டு ஆயிடுச்சுப்பா அவ்வளோதான் நம்மள அப்படி இருந்தாக்கா நீங்கள் திஸ் க்ரோத் யூ கான்ட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட். ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் 5 years டோன்ட் டெல் மீ சார் நீங்கள் அன்றைக்கி சொன்னீங்களே 5 yearsல சேலரி ஜாஸ்தி ஆகணும், எங்கே சார் ஆயிக்குது, ஒன்றுமே சேலரி ஆகலும், அது நான் என்னப்பா பண்ணுறது. நீங்கள் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்கணும். We can only, as they say, take the horse to the water, but we can't make it drink it. We'll go one step ahead. We'll take the water and splash on the horse. Hey, பாருங்க தண்ணிக்கு இது குடின்னு. ஆனால் குடிக்க வைக்க நம்ப முடியாது, அதை தான் குடிக்கணும். ஸோ தட் வே யூ ஷுட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் எனி ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. இப்போ அங்கே கார்பரேட் ஆக்சென்ச்சர்னால் கடல் மாதிரி அது. அங்கெல்லாம் நீங்கள் யாருன்னு காமிச்சிக்கலன்னா அப்படியே நீங்கள் மைனஸ் ஆகிட்டு அப்படியே போயிடுவீங்க. ஸோ ஐ ஆல்வேஸ் டெல், as much as possible, even if you are introvert, at least for first 3 years, you are still young. So in the mental depression, அதெல்லாம் வராது உங்களுக்கு first 4-5 yearsக்கு. Even if you are an introvert, try to behave like an extrovert if you want to really climb the corporate ladder. Otherwise, you will just be one among the crowd. I know of one lady, அதுக்கும் நானும் ஒரே செமஸ்டர் தான் பண்ணோம் கிளினிக்கல் ரிசர்ச் கோர்ஸ். இன்னும் அவங்க கிம்ஸ்ன்னு ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இருக்குது, இன்னும் ஷி இஸ் சிஆர்சி ஒன்லி. எவ்வளோ 15 வருஷமா சிஆர்சி. ஸோ இட்ஸ் இம்பாசிபிள். சிஆர்சி மேக்ஸிமம் 2 years பண்ணுவாங்க, 3 years பண்ணுவாங்க. பட் திஸ் லேடி, பிகாஸ் ஷீ இஸ் கம்ஃபர்டபுள் தேர், ஷீ இஸ் டெல்லிங் ಬಿಡೋ ಯೂಜಿನ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ನನಗಿದು ಸಾರಿ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೇನು ಕ್ಯೂவில் இருந்தால் போதும், பண்ணுறேன், ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறேன், இது பண்ணுறேன், அவ்வளோதான், அது போதும், எனக்கு எக்ஸ்ட்ராலாம் வேணும். ஸோ அது ஓகே, தட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ ஓகே. ஷீ ஆல்சோ மேக்ஸ் அரவுண்ட் லைக் 50,000-60,000 a month. That she is comfortable with that. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying if you want to highlight your career, highlight yourself, you have to take lot of interest on yourself. You should spend at least 1 hour for yourself. 1 hour you should spend for yourself compulsory. What in that 1 hour, I will tell you. Divide the 1 hour into 3 parts, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. First 20 minutes, focus only on your language. Unfortunately, English தான் இப்போ மெயின். அது உங்களுக்கு பிடிக்குதோ பிடிக்கலையோ, you should learn English. Otherwise, you will be nowhere in this corporate world. In the CR industry இல்லை, எந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இருந்தாலும் இங்கிலீஷ் நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கலன்னா, ஃப்ளூவெண்ட்டாக பேசலன்னா, there is no chance for you all. I'm openly saying, now itself I'm saying, just forget the corporate industry. You all should do something like opening a pharmacy or something, settle that way. English is more than 1000% important in this industry. Okay, and English is not some big rocket science or something. In fact, India la Brazil countries nkrom, clinical research la BRIC countries nkrom. BRIC countries are Brazil, Russia, India, Indonesia, SEAC, Chile, China, and SK, Singapore, Malaysia, those countries. In the BRICS country la, India is the number one. You know why? Because when Indian talks English, Chinese sponsor, German sponsor, American sponsor, Russian sponsor, Korean sponsor, everybody are able to understand. But when Chinese guy speaks, only China, even though he's talking in English, idla sollarungle, Dasavataramla Kamal, he can talk 10 languages in Telugu. Andamadi aidum. Okay, you cannot compare the knowledge, the respect globally Indians have because of a command over English. So English 20 minutes if you want your career. I am directly telling you all the point. If you want a job, do these 3 things. 1 hour spend for 60 minutes. Forget the hour also, 60 minutes, keep in mind. First 20 minutes, learn only English. You watch English movies, you watch whatever. English movies, na andha movie podadingappa. I am talking about more conversational movies which has more dialogues. More dialogue should be there, and always watch with subtitles. ஏன்னா உங்கள் லிப் மூமெண்ட்க்கும் உங்கள் சப்டைட்டில்ஸ்க்கும் மேட்ச் பண்ணணும். That's how you improve your language. First 20 minutes English. Next 20 minutes, anything about CR read. உங்களுக்கு புரியுது புரியல, don't bother. Clinical research படிங்க, guideline படிங்க, இல்லை சும்மா ஒரு CRA has opened one YouTube channel and talking something about clinical research பாருங்க. 20 minutes. If you want this, get into this industry, randomly open CDSCO website, Central Drugs and www.cdsco.co.in. Open that. Just read. Don't worry, you don't understand anything, doesn't matter. ICH-GCP website open pannunga. Just read. Any one document, open read. 20 minutes only. I am not asking more. You scroll pandra time, adalla adoda dastin theriyo enko. But spend 20 minutes for that. Next 20 minutes. This is very, very important. It's a lifelong thing. Next 20 minutes, invest in, do some exercise. Some exercise you all should do. Ladies also may think, why, what exercise I don't know. You should do some exercise. The reason why you may think, exercise ko, career development ko, inapa, lot of connection is there. When you exercise, your confidence will improve. The amount of confidence you will get when facing the interviewers, if you have a good physique, if you go and stand in front of them, that itself psychologically, it will give you more confidence. And when you exercise, lot of positive hormones are released. Okay, there are very good hormones released in your body. That will give you more knowledge, more kind of confidence to talk to people, to present yourself. If you can't present yourself confidently, guys, in today's scenario, it's just competition is so heavy, it's very difficult. So 20 minutes you all spend. And don't think, okay, I'm not talking proper English, enku seriya pesa varla, enku seriya idu varla, enku pronunciation seriya varla. Practice pannunga. Practice panningana tha idu. I was a thikwai, do you know, stammerer. Thikwai theriyum அப்படி ஆகும் எனக்கு 7th 8th standard வைக்கும். இந்த tongue formation சரியில்லை. I have a deformity in my tongue. எனக்கு பாதி தங்கு தாக்குது. ஏன்னா யாருன்னா வந்தாக்கா ஐ வில் ஷோ யூ, ஐ எம் நாட் லையிங். இந்த தங்கு வந்துட்டு டிப் வந்து ஸ்டக் டவுன். சரியா? உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சாமி நல்லது நான் குத்துக்குறாங்க தானே? யுவர் டங் இஸ் ப்ராப்பர், ரைட்? என்னால் நான் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி திக்குவாயை இது பண்ணி எக்ஸீட் பண்ணி பேசும்போது உங்களுக்கு என்ன பேசுறதுக்கு நல்ல நாக்கு இருக்குது. ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணிங்கன்னா போதும். டோன்ட் வரி அபவுட் ப்ரொனன்சியேஷன். இட் ஆல் டிபெண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் ப்ராக்டிஸ், ப்ராக்டிஸ், ப்ராக்டிஸ். Every day to overcome my stammering and improve my English, I will go to my terrace, take one book, complicated words, read out aloud, loud reading, then fast reading. So whatever you want, you do, but English is must. Second 20 minutes, CR updation. Even now, even after now I know, need not, most of the things I know, either I know or I know where to get the information. Still, in my office website, I think Sundar sir's brother works in my office, so you can ask him whenever he comes. My websites, all the CIDISCO website, GCP website, Pharma School, all this will be open. Even now, I follow that 20 minutes, I'll keep learning about CR. I need not do it. Still, I still do it. I'm not going to attend any interview now, but still I keep doing it. So, this 60 minutes you'll follow, see the improvement in just 3 months, give yourselves time, 3 months, 90 days. Follow this 1 hour in your pattern, see how quickly you will get confidence to crack any interview. Okay? So CRA, we went too much off, we'll come back to this, because all this, nobody will tell you all. See, class, I can just show the presentation, finish with it, and I can push off, take my money and push. But that's not my intention. I am also an organic counselor. Though I am a Christian by birth, I follow mostly Vedic things, and I'm a strong believer in karma. So this is all positive karma for me. I am attracting the karma because I'm really interested in you all to come up in your lives. At your age, nobody told me all this because nobody knew. Now I am telling you, as far as possible, follow this, focus on this. Next 10 years, your mind should only be about salary. How much salary, how your growth. Don't worry about your job profile, whether CRC, CTA, data management. Don't worry at all. Just focus on what should be my salary now, 5 years, 10 years. That one you track down. You should write down 2030, this will be my salary. You should decide today. Then only you can reach that. Okay? So first CRA, then CRC. I would suggest the best position to start clinical research is CRC. Clinical research coordinator, if you start your career with that, everything about clinical research industry you will learn. Because that is the basic thing. So when you do that correctly, you start there. Within 2 years experience of CRC, anybody can take you as a CRA, they can take you as a CTA or a CRA or data entry operator. Okay, 3 options are there. From CRC you can merge. Okay, that is one thing. Then principal investigator. If this is only for those guys who are doing D-Pharm, or if M-Pharm guys want to become a principal investigator, you should do your PhD. Because PhD is a minimum. If you do PhD also, there are many studies whom you can do as a principal investigator. Principal investigator means no salary. It's like a stakeholder. Per patient 30,000, 1 lakh means 30,000 will be yours per patient. Then you can multiply how many of our patients. Clinical trial assistant. Again, just like CRC for an SMO, CTA for a CRO. Like my company, if you all come as a fresher, as after you complete your CR certification, CTA will be the starting position. Okay? But still, even for them, we tell them, please try to do as a CRC, because CRC's experience is invaluable. If you work as a CRC, the amount of experience you will get, right, even a CTA can't match. CTA is basically a documentation specialist. So, in our company, we have this policy, after 1.5 years of a CTA, they'll get promoted to a CRA. Okay? From CRA, it's completely your hands, how you climb the ladder. There are some CRAs, like I did CRA monitoring as a CRA for 6 years. Directly, I went into project management. I did not do CRA 2, CRA 3, senior CRA, nothing. CRA 5 years, directly I got as an APM, assistant project manager, then project manager, and then started off. So CRA, CTA, CRC. These are the 2 options you can immediately focus on. Okay? And the starting salary for a CRC, anywhere between 15 to 18,000. For a CTA, in our company, we are paying 25. But other companies, maybe 20 to 25. But don't see the 10,000 difference. CRC, you will get much more experience than CTA. Regulatory affairs specialist. This one needs little more experience probably 3 years or 4 years of a CRA, you can be a regulatory consultant. We have one regulatory consultant in a previous company. Just to arrange a meeting with the DCGI, we'll pay him 1.5 lakhs. Just to arrange the meeting with DCGI, be on the call, explain the study, if at all anything is asked. Mostly the sponsor only will explain to DCGI. In case the DCGI asks some technical aspects, rules, something, this consultant will think. How much he charges? 1.5. After requesting bargaining, he'll come to 1.2, 1.25. But just for how much? One call. But he has to have some connects, experience to talk to them and all that. That will come with more experience. So that is a regulatory affairs specialist. Next slide, sir. And even typing you all should learn, guys. Typing also is very important because report preparations as a CRA, inga kanina A, C, D, F, M, adi thedi indinganaka report panadukku ungalku 5 naal agum. Report and all you have to submit in 2 hours maximum. 2 hours is the deadline. Deadline, 1 day deadline will be there. But if you are doing multiple sites, in 2 hours your report should be ready. Each report will go for at least 6 to 7 pages. Template will be having as per our SOP. But unless you know typing, see again investment on yourself. How many of you all know typing? Mobile typing illama, laptop typing chodingra. But good, if you all know it, good. But please, those of you who do not know typing, without typing, you will have hell of a time in corporate world. Very difficult. Okay. We and all, if we type means we will not see the board at all. We'll only be seeing the screen and then attaching and doing it. Because that's how you have to do. Because 2 hours deadline you'll have. If you keep searching keyboards and all, it will not work. And you have to be good in PowerPoint, Excel. Excel sheet is a must. Basic things. How to scroll, how to put basic formulas. Because when I show you some budgets also, if time permits, one study budget I'll show you. So for all that calculations, all that, little bit Excel you should know. So Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Word. Basics you have to know. Clinical data manager. So first to become that, this is especially for the introverts who don't like to meet with people. I just want to go. My interaction should be only with the system. I just want the system, log in, log out. That kind of a profile if you are looking at, clinical data entry is the best job. Nothing you do. I got bored with that, but if you all like it, you all can do. So basically what this job is, the CRF will be scanned and sent to the data entry team. The scanned CRF will be there. The electronic CRF will be there. You just have to see, enter. That's all. Nothing else. So there will not be much learning or anything, but here also the payment and the growth is faster here. Payment will be good, but job is kind of little boring. But if you like that kind of a profile, welcome, do it. Biostatistician. For this little bit of statistics you should know. So besides clinical, this is one of the highest paying careers in clinical research. So if you are like little more of maths, stats and all that, besides a CR certification, you should do one more course on statistics. Then biostatistician is a good opening. This is excellent. We pay a biostatistician in the previous company for any project, his starting price is 1 lakh. You know how much time he'll spend on that for our study? Everything he has software. Maximum he'll spend 30 to 35 minutes. That's all. He will take our data, we'll give it in Excel sheet or MS Access. He'll take the data, feed into the system. It will generate report, he'll put his signature. For that signature, we are paying him 1 lakh. 30 minutes job. These are also career options within CR. Medical writer. Medical writing, I used to do as a freelance. You know what I used to do? Top 3 documents are protocol, CRF, ICD. So as a freelance, I used to take contract from small CROs. I used to give them combo offer, 1.5 lakhs, 3 documents. Okay. And how long it will take me to do that? Initially, it took 3-4 days. Now I have, I don't know how many templates I have of protocols, how many templates I have of ICDs. It will take me maximum, if I sit and focus and work only on that, 4 hours. But I am not a medical person, right? So I have to get the protocol reviewed. My one friend is there, she is a MD person. So I will just send it to her because she will sign off. I cannot sign off because if I was a doctor, that money also I would have taken. But since I don't have the doctor background, I will send it to that professional doctor MD. So she will review once, just the medical aspects, which I don't know, which I can't comment much on. She will do that and she will charge 30,000. She also see, just to review and put a signature, 30,000. She'll spend maximum 30 minutes, 35 minutes for review of protocol. ICD, CRF and all is nothing, half an hour work for me. I have so many templates. So can you imagine, 7 days maximum, in 7 days only minimum payment cycle. So that's why I'm saying 7. 7 days you can make 1.5 lakhs, just like that. Provided by, because when I was a CRC, I learnt about the protocol. When I was a CRC, if I was just doing patient visits and sending, I wouldn't have learned anything about the protocol. So that's what I say, your personal interest matters if you want to make multiple careers in the same domain. Pharmacovigilance. This is one area which I very much like to be part of, but I could not get a chance to work. So in my entire career, if there is one role which I have not got a chance to work in one domain, that is pharmacovigilance. Okay, but I am very much interested in that. We tried to set up some things and all that, but didn't work. On my own, I tried to set up. But this is one thing which, as I told you all right, you know who is the most important person in pharmacovigilance? Now, every tablet that you all prescribe, that whatever the doctor prescribes, that tablet has a life cycle. That life cycle must end in pharmacovigilance. In India, suppose you take one product, one tablet and go home. As a pharmacist, you would give one tablet to one person who comes. Suppose that person has got some side effect, adverse event, which is not supposed to happen. Okay? Say for example, diarrhea or headache is part of the IB. It can happen. Suppose he is having convulsions, which is entirely not mentioned in your side effect list. What should that person do? The actual thing is that person should come back to the pharmacy where he bought it with the batch number, with the product, with the sponsor, all the details, give it to them, make the pharmacist report that event to a central system. In the US, UK, this is very stringently followed. You can type in your Google, whenever you all are free, Uppsala Monitoring Center. It's based in Sweden. So all this pharmacovigilance data, sometimes you hear, right, this drug was recalled, that drug was recalled. How they recall? With pharmacovigilance data. So every person has to have that responsibility, you guys more so, because you are all pharmacists directly involved in that business. But in India, does it happen? Nobody knows. So most of the drugs which we send are all useless drugs which we market. But this is the actual thing. So pharmacovigilance also is for those who have a kind of an introvert personality. You just want to sit, you and your system. So most of the times, entry-level pharmacovigilance, there's something called signal detection that we'll explain in detail. Signal detection, nothing. Basically, where the adverse event happens, when report comes, no, that is called signal detection. That will show the process of the drug, how the drug is performing. That is again a different stream for introvert kind of a personality. Clinical project manager. So clinical project manager is the final stage for a CRA. As a CRA, you become senior, finally you'll end up as the project manager. More than that, if you want to grow, again, your personal interest matters. QA. I used to be a freelance QA auditor. I think I've shared with you all in the webinar. Per day, my charges will be 18,000 as a QA auditor. All my job is, I will go to the site, they'll give me the protocol. I'll have to go through the protocol. They'll give me their SOP template for the report generation. I will take that, go to the site, conduct my QA visit, and QA visit is randomly I'll pick 30%. Suppose if there are 100 people recruited in that subject, in that particular hospital, 100 patients are recruited. My job as a QA, freelance QA auditor was 30% randomly I'll pick. And those things I will check. Whether it's as per the protocol, simple work is very simple, guys. Monitoring work only basically. You have to check whether the documentation is compliant with protocol, regulations, GCP. Just these 3 things. And whatever issues you find, you make it as a report, submit to the sponsor. As a freelance auditor, I was paid 18,000 per day as a QA auditor. Okay. Then, medical science licensing. This is very, very easy. Basically, these are business guys. We have many people, all they do is, they have the experience. They will connect a CRO with a sponsor. I am the middle person. Basically, number language agent. Medical science license basically agent. They will take the budget from us. They will put their cost onto the thing. I told you about the COVID device, no? That budget was 75 lakhs, which we gave. But that licensing middle person, no? He made it 6 lakhs extra. That 6 lakhs was only for him to attend the calls. He will just come, he will discuss the budget, he will tell how the trial is going to be executed. He will not allow us to talk on that conference call. He'll only make the major talking. So cool, nothing. Maximum he would have spent on totally in hour basis, he would have spent on 6-7 hours. That's all. He made 6 lakhs coolly without anything, and that too for him, as soon as contract is signed, we have to pay. As soon as we get he not wait till the end of the study. This are all immediate payments you'll get. But again, for this experience, that's why I tell, even some guys asked me, personally they came, first 3 to 4 years, please don't bother about salary, guys. Don't bother. Once focus only on experience. Once you get the experience, salary will automatically come to you. Money, I'm not talking about salary. Money will automatically come to you. First 3 years, as much as possible, learn from the industry. Don't restrict yourself to only your JD. JD is your job description. Don't restrict to that. HR will tell you, even we as an admin, I tell them, because I am the one who recruits people, who sends off people. Both job, unfortunately, I have to do. So we also tell them the same thing. Don't follow your JD, but that is what the company wants. But what you should do in your career, JD, you should go beyond your JD. You should don't tell, sir, personal development. First you should do JD. Then you should, with the extra time, you should go to the next level. So that is medical science. Clinical operations manager, that's what I am. To become that, at least 8 years you need of. You need to be a PM for at least 2 to 3 years to become an operations manager. Then clinical research scientist, again, basic level. There are many companies. My own friend is having a company in Davangere. He focuses only on medical writing. So he takes freshers also. But again, with CR certification. So that is nothing, mostly it is related to protocol writing. See, every protocol will have a template. As per the template, you will have to fill in the details specific to that particular condition by reviewing the investigator's brochure. Okay, that is also an entry-level position. He pays around 20 or 25,000 to start off with. Okay, that is for clinical research scientists. Then, this is the main guy, Yurta director, business development guy. He is the one who makes hell lot of money. In one CRO which I was working as a BD person. So what she'll tell is, my madam, this money I want to Eugene. This much money out of this project I want. Rest, whatever you make, you manage, you handle. It's for you. So that way it was very easy for me. I used to keep very restricted, and I used to do CRC work also. CRC, why should I pay 20,000 for 6 months, 1.5 lakhs, right? That CRC work will take 8 hours to do that job. I will do it in 3 hours. So you should not think, nan manager item pa, na yen CRC developer, no? CRC developer naka, and the kasa en kedikonte theriyamode. I say, okay, it's what CRC work is nothing for me. And when I do it myself, there will be less of documentation. The CRA who's coming is less experienced than me. So I know more than him. So obviously my documentation will be better than what he is expecting. So again, second lesson for you all, once you grow up, don't think, okay, I should not do CRC work, I do not do CTA work. If money is coming to you in that way, please take it up. Then, clinical research educator trainer. You all have heard about Karnataka College of Pharmacy. In Bangalore, we have one pharmacy college, Kannada College of Pharmacy. So in one of the companies which I worked as a freelancer, I was a clinical research trainer wherein we used to take classes. We completed 3 batches for them, 3 different batches, and almost 80% got placed in the CR industry. Okay. So that is one more option you all can do. Now even I take up sessions in many institutes as a part-timer. So per session, I take between 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Per session, they pay me anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 rupees for 2 hours per session. Okay, that's how it is. And it's all online. So that also, if you all are very good at that, if you all like training, once you get 2 years, 3 years experience, you all can apply for that also. Next, clinical research analyst. This is also an entry-level job. Many hospitals, they don't like to tie up with SMOs. They'll have their own research department. But when the research department comes, they will not, the people whom they recruit, no, they'll think nurses can manage, our junior doctors will manage. Doesn't work. Documentation, you need a certification, all 100%. Once you approach such hospitals having a research institute, okay, inside the hospital, there, this position as a clinical research analyst, there also salary, see starting salary from 15 to 25. That is the starting you should take. That wherever, anywhere in India you all go, that is the market, current market, 15 to 25. But again, I told you, don't bother about salary for at least first 2 years. Afterwards, it will be in geometric progression, not doubles and all, geometric proportions it will go. Now, this is the main, this is only the highlight now. First thing, I used to do this, BA/BE studies, bioavailability, bioequivalence studies. So this study is little different than clinical trial. Entire study will get over in 3 days. So what happens is, there are some sponsors who want to only see the absorption ADME of a drug. Peak analysis, what we call them. So we give a drug, we want to see which is the peak value. So when is there is the highest thing, and then when the drug decreases in your body, you should be knowing better, right? So this study, generally we do it on a weekend. So what happens is, we get around 15 to 20 people. We'll in-house them on Friday. So Friday night they'll come, we'll give them nice food, heavy biryani, nice thing, and give them, because next day they'll be on fasting. Morning full fasting, we'll be dosing them. So for that previous night, we'll give them a nice food and everything. Next day morning, pre-dose sample, we'll take one pre-dose sample, then we'll be dosing them. Dosing is whatever, intravenous, intramuscular, tablet, whatever it is, we'll dose them. Once dosing happens, every half an hour, we'll be collecting blood samples. So cannula will be placed. So every half an hour with the ELTA tubes, we'll be taking the thing. That will be aliquoting into different parts. Just to see when is the peak. USC they say, area under curve. So which is the highest peak they'll see. So for that, what I used to do was, I used to supply the patients. That's also one freelancing job. But to supply, don't think it is simply calling some people and sending. No, I have to explain the protocol to them. I should tell them, Parpa, in the Madi or study irkudu. Friday varno, Saturday இந்த மாதிரி ஃபாஸ்டிங்கில் இருக்கணும் மார்னிங். அப்புறமா அவங்களுக்கு கேனுலா போடுவாங்க, இவ்வளோ பிளட்டு கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, இவ்வளோ சாம்பிள்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. திருப்பி சண்டே மார்னிங் ஃபைனல் சாம்பிள் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு ஜென்ரல் எக்ஸாமினேஷன் பண்ணிட்டு they will send you. Are you okay to participate? So I will give them the counseling, basically like a patient counselor. Once they say yes, and you know how much they pay? They pay anywhere between 15 to 25,000 for normal tablet. If it's intravenous, intramuscular, it goes up to 30,000. So many people who come up, these North Indians, they come for this security jobs and all. I have some groups, so I used to collect them and give. So 30,000 when they pay means in that 50-50. 50% I'll keep, 50% to the patient. Because I'll keep calling them for multiple different dosings. That is patient support person. AI scientist. AI scientist, I think Sundar sir will send you one thing in WhatsApp. ICMR currently has a challenge. Any innovative concepts you have, you can propose. In AI, me and my friend, RK sir, I think Sundar sir knows that person. So he's a digital solutions provider. So we plan to design a software wherein there is no need to do clinical trials at all. No need to do clinical trials at all. The sponsor has to give us the protocol title, primary endpoint, secondary endpoint, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. We will take the data, put it in our software, which we create. That will take all the data from all the clinical CTRI, then clinicaltrials.gov into the US. All that it will take, it will give you an idea, okay, this study will work or not work. So what is the advantage? A sponsor has to spend close to 2 to 3 crores in current scenario. Even if it is a nutraceutical product, minimum they have to spend 1 crore to conduct the trial and wait for at least 7 to 8 months. Even if it's a 3-month dosing study, 7 months to get the report out. Our software, which we didn't do it since of time lag, lot of things are there, so we are still working on that. So once it is ready, the sponsor just needs to give us 5 lakhs, that's all. In 3 days, we will run that program in our software. In 3 days, we'll tell them what is the percentage of success for the study. So then the sponsor, instead of waiting 7 months, spending 1 crore and then the product failing, he'll at least get a confidence for just 5 lakhs. So a person who is willing to spend 1 crore, 5 lakhs is nothing for them. They'll feel very happy. So in that 5 lakhs, we only tell them, sir, this product waste, sir, idu povadingo, or kodi vedagana podungo, idla podadingo, product la podadingo, it's a waste product. He'll also feel happy, right? He's just investing 5 lakhs and he's getting it within 1 week, the data. So that is AI. That is one concept which we are working on. In the Madi, you all can come up with whatever concepts. This is again a mixture of freelance and some digital solutions guys hires people for AI also. This salary is slightly higher, more brains you have to use for this. This starting salary goes up to 35. Okay. Then ethics pharmacoeconomic analyst. We are doing one study for WOCAD, pharmacoeconomic study. Anybody has understood what we do in this study? Pharmacodynamics, you all know. Pharmacoeconomics. Okay, they have one product. What we have to do is very simple. This product is aimed at reducing the ICU stay for a patient. So as patient, after the surgery, they'll put them in MICU or ICU, right? So ICU, generally, it's very expensive, right? Per day, it's 25,000 in Bangalore, ICU per day. So if a person stays for 7 days, you can imagine. So this product, if they take, the ICU days will reduce. The study is not about this. Pharmacoeconomics is all we have to do. We have to contact different hospitals. We have to collect the data. In this last 1 year, how many patients were in ICU? For what was the duration? How much money they spent? So this data collection related to economics. That data will collect and give to the sponsor. Sponsor, what they'll do, with this data, they will market their product. They'll say, see, generally on average, 10 days the patient stays in ICU. You take our product, from 10 days it will become 3 days. So insurance company benefits, patient also, ICU, right, how difficult it will be to stay in that environment. They also benefit, hospital also benefits. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. That is the pharmacoeconomic analyst. Here also many entry-level jobs are there. This job requires primarily data collection. You should go to hospital, collect the data and report to your person, your manager. That also anywhere between 15 to 25 salary. Then ethics committee member. எந்த வேலையும் செய்யாம சும்மா போய் உட்கார்ந்து காசு வாங்கணும்னா ethics committee member. I was their member. All ethics committees, right? There should be a mixture of people. First, there should be MDs. Then there should be scientists. There should be a lay person. Lay person means maximum 8th to 10th standard. 10th standard they should have studied. That's all. Then there should be a religious person, maybe a priest or a Swamiji, someone like that. So it's a mixed group. All they do is only the scientists, 1, 2, 3 doctors will be interacting. Other people just come for samosa, tea, 5,000 rupees they'll get for 1 hour sitting and going. That's all. They'll put their vote. Okay, I approve one signature. That also, once you get 4 to 5 years experience, you can apply for independent ethics committee as a member. We were searching few years back, I wanted to start one EC. I was searching for pharmacists. I was telling them, I'll give you 5,000 for 1 hour. So that is one more option as a freelancer. You can do all this as a freelancing. Then SME. What is SME? Common term. Subject matter expert. Suppose I have a CRO. Okay, the CRO is run by a non-technical person. We will consult. Suppose the study is on, say for example, BAB study. Pharmacokinetics, I want one expert person to explain. And be by my side. I will do the study, everything. But because I'm a life science person or something, I have started my company, I want one SME, subject matter expert, to just be with me. Nothing, they need not come to the hospital site, nothing. They should only, if a sudden doubt vanche, a sudden PK na inapa, a PK means what man? Pharmacokinetics. Okay. Pharmacokinetics na ina, just to give me that input so that I can talk the same thing to the sponsor. Got it? Those people are called SMEs, subject matter experts. They get paid some anywhere between 800 to 1000 rupees per hour. So that is also one freelancing option for you all. So one more thing, as I told you all before, don't think simply I have taken data from all ChatGPT and put here. Except pharmacovigilance, everything else I have personally worked and I have made money. That's why I'm sharing it to you all. Data entry, very simple. You know Microlabs? In Bangalore, opposite race course, there's a big company called Microlabs. So they used to outsource some data entry work to us. Very simple. They will give us huge bundles of CRFs and they'll give us an Excel sheet. Per data, no, they will pay us 10 paisa. That time they used to pay. 10 paisa means don't think it's very less. Patient came to the site, yes or no. Yes, you click on yes, that is one data. Patient age, 35. You enter 35, that is one data. Like that, per CRF, you can, they used to pay us around 600 to 800 rupees per CRF. And they used to give us almost 1,000, 1,500 CRFs. So you can multiply that. So 10 paisa means don't take only that paisa thing. You see the entire bulk. If you just press like this, 10 paisa. If you keep pressing. Okay, that is also one thing, data entry, which we used to do. They just gave us almost for 6 months, they gave us outsourced to things. So we used to take all freelancers. Many people at working at home also, we'll give them. Only thing you should be careful with the CRF. No coffee you should not do. You should return that CRFs back. Accountability will be there. That's one, it's called transmittal form, CRF transmittal form. Only that if you fill and keep, that's enough. Simple way to make reasonable amount of money. Then scientific writer. Scientific writer, as I told you, again, somewhat similar to a medical writer, freelancing medical writer. Those people also, it's all per hourly basis. In hour, they get paid anywhere 1,000 to 1,500 per hour. Then manuscript reviewer. This is again very simple job. If you know how to edit format, I will show you the example. I was doing this job. You can make easily, even now you can start this. This need not wait for CR, come nothing. Straight away, but you should be excellent at editing and you should know basic, which you already know. Pharmacists, I used to find it little difficult. I stopped doing this because sometimes it's drug names and all, I don't know the classification, all that I used to Google. It was waste of my time. And you can make some good pocket money, like 10 to 12,000 offhand. Okay, you can, I'll show you one example also how I used to do that. Then I'll just show you of that. So since now, if you see this, no? This is actually, they'll allocate 5 articles to me. So what happens is many doctors do small studies, clinical research studies. They don't have time for formatting, referencing, they don't have time. And it will be horrible. If I have time, I can show you that other document. All I have to do is just complete that and send it back to them. Only formatting, editing, little knowledge about that product I should have. That much enough. I used to make around 15 to 20,000. I used to do this part-time, just to learn formatting. I did this because that's also they'll only train. Okay, periodic trainings will be there. So see, training on kedigide, experience on kedigide, kaas on kedigide. So that way, to just show you all that I am not simply making it up. This is the actual assignment, one of the actual assignments which I used to receive. So the allocation, I used to take 5 articles of 5 articles of 5 pages. Depends, whatever is your time limit, you can take from them. This is again a very easy way to do it. Next, last fast, sir, we'll finish off. Another 15 minutes we'll finish off. Sir. 10 minutes we'll finish. Then auditor, monitor, I told you. Auditor, current charges are 15 to 18,000 per day for auditing visit. Monitoring, if you are experienced, again it is 12 to 15. If you are a newcomer, maybe 2 years experience, all that 1 or 2 years experience, you can make 5 to 6,000 per day as a freelance person. Then regulatory consultant, I already told you all in the previous. BD, very simple. I have one friend, she sits in Ahmedabad. All she does is connects, in the previous company, she'll just connect with the sponsor. She'll get some synopsis, send it to us. If the contract is signed, straight away our commission is 10%. So 30 lakhs project means 3 lakhs. As soon as the contract is signed, we'll have to transfer to her. Nothing, no work. I have seen her only 2 times. We have paid her more than 15-20 lakhs in the previous company because so many projects. Straight away 10% flat is her fee. But again, as I told you, you need experience. That is very important. Experience to understand the study. Then medical writer, I told you. EC member, I told you again. Then, as I told you, with all this experience, after 10 to 15 years, if you have good experience, I'm not saying that's the higher limit. Even before that, all these 4 things you can start very easily. See, SMO, I gave you the example of Mohammed Shafi, my friend who has started SMO in Hyderabad. How much money he is making just with 2 years of CRC experience. He is making more than me actually. 3-4 lakhs he makes per month. Then lab. Again, lab, central lab, very easy to start off. Not problem. Get one clinical company, CRO to get attached to your lab, you can make a hell lot of money. IEC, you can start your own ethics committee. This is the basic for those of you all. Yarpa vadivel solrarengla. Vela senja verga vandrompan. Verta avargu nammul kaavad. For such people, once you get enough experience, you can start your IEC. Nalla AC room, they'll sit. Samosa, tea, ella vandrom. Or presentation they will do. உங்களுக்கு புரியுதோ புரியலையோ ஏதாவது 2-3 கொஸ்டின் கேளுங்க அப்ரூவ்டு நான் அப்ரூவ்டுன்னு போட்டு வந்து நேருங்க வழியோ யூ வில் கெட் ஈஸி மணி தென் மெடிக்கல் ரைட்டிங் அகாடமி ஒன் ஆஃப் மை ஃப்ரெண்ட் ஐ டோல்ட் யூ இன் தாவன்கரே ஹி ஹேஸ் திஸ் திங் he also takes freshers so if you all are actually interested in this medical writing but again little more thinking is involved more you have to research little bit and all that is another option for you all. This I already told you all. So now coming to the certification course, what we are planned. So how we have designed this, as soon as you finish this course, you should be able to crack the interview. That is our only objective. We are not focusing much on in-depth training. Why? Because any company, even our company, at least 3 months we will train you all. Before we put you in the project, 3 months, whatever you study, we'll repeat it. So training, by default, you will get it. We will not focus in-depth training. Of course, that also, our training also will be in-depth. But our primary focus is, as soon as you complete the course, within 1 month, you should be able to crack an interview and get into a job. That will be our primary focus in giving this particular course. So other details, you can ask Sundar sir. He will be sharing with you all. And as I told you, some of you all asked me, why I need the CR course? I already know pharmacy, everything and all that. Already I know about all the drug development, everything. The simple answer is, you know how to drive the car. But you do not know, just by knowing how to drive the car, you can't drive in our roads, right? You should know what speed to ride. You should know the traffic regulations, traffic rules. You should know when to stop. You should know about those basic things, right? That is what the course will teach. So though you all have an edge, an advantage over life science graduates in understanding clinical research, but when it comes to the regulations, the documentation practices, the other operations part, it's all equal. That is more important than the technical part. Technical part, by default, we'll be training you all. Not only we, any company for that matter. Accenture, when I joined for data entry, I spent 6 months, 2.5 months only in training. What is the protocol, how to enter the data, everything. So training by default they'll give you, but you have to crack that interview to get in. For that will be our orientation for these courses. So now I give it to you all. If you all have any questions, happy to address. So how was the day? You all enjoyed? You all got some knowledge? That is more important. use that knowledge. So any questions you all have, you all can ask. You can connect with me in these 3 platforms. I'll be more than happy to respond. So I have my channel as well and my email ID. That one I use. This email ID I specifically use only for students. Whatever students' questions have, because my other email ID will be filled with other nonsensical things. So I want to keep it separate. And this is easier for me because most of the responses are repeat questions. So I can just copy, paste and send anything you all can me. If you all want, my YouTube channel is there. You can there also. I'll be posting on clinical research topics at times. You all can comment and interact there. Or my LinkedIn profile, you can just type Eugene Winifred George, you'll get my LinkedIn profile. Questions? So lecturers know will tell one sentence. If no questions means either you understood everything or understood nothing. So what I should take it as? Everything understood. Good, that way I am happy. You all can ask any questions, job related, CV. Yeah, CV, you can ask me what you all want in the CV. Sir, Mike. Sir. First rule in research, be very confident. Even if you are talking completely incorrect English, no confidence, it's okay. Stand up, talk fluently. Yeah, somebody had a question there, no? You can ask, don't worry. How will you all face interviewer then, if you all don't face your friends only? Okay, CV you all had some question. So I'll tell you some basic inputs. First thing, CV should not be more than 2 pages. We don't want to know what all studies you did here, preclinical studies, what all awards you got here. Nobody is interested in all that. Okay? CV, basically a decent picture of yours on your left, preferably on your left. Right side, your name in a good bold font, your name. And in your aim or objective, you should target towards what job you are applying. I get CVs, as I told you. I am looking for CRC job in your company. My company is a CRO. First of all, there is no CRC profile only. Nan engandu paat therata ungalku CRC job in the company la. So basic things, what we'll understand, no, this person will reject because they don't even know what industry, what CRC is, CRA, nothing they know, simply they are applying. Then give a brief about what you are good at, expertise. For freshers, if you are experienced, you can put your experience. For freshers, put your highlights. Why I should take you instead of another person. Highlight yourself. Put some things about your personal thing. What language is very important. What languages you know you have to put. And what is your expertise. In my CV, I will put Hindi, English, command, I'll put English, command, excellent. Kannada, read, write, speak. Hindi, read, write, speak. Tamil, speak only. Telugu, speak only. Malayalam, speak only. That much only I'll put. So, it's not important for us, you know these languages. What is your command at that language? That is also important. Then, birth date, those things and all, okay. Don't put parents' name and all. What we'll do with your parents' name and all, guys. Don't put all that. Just put your name enough. Birth date, because we should know, what is your experience. We'll just compare your age with your experience. That's for that. That's the only thing. Even married or unmarried, what does it matter for us? Whether you're married or unmarried doesn't matter. Don't even, that's all unnecessary in a CV. Highlight your personality, not your person. What kind of a person you are. I am an innovative thinker. Words like this, which attracts us. Innovative thinker, team player. Team player in job group discussion silent inapa team player and put silent. No. You should be honest. As I told you, hobbies also, don't put playing cricket, dancing. You dance culture event once in 1 year, 3-4 times it will come. What we are going to do with dance, how you should put is, my hobbies are researching. Researching is my hobby. Or attending conferences. I have a hobby of attending. Such hobbies will interest us. Okay, not dancing, singing, reading books. Chumma they'll put. Okay, any other questions? So this is the highlights for the fresher level. This much is sufficient. So this is the course which we are designed. So Sundar sir will explain much more. So basically, as I told you all, you will get this course. I personally paid for a similar course in 2008, 1.6 lakhs. Plus they took 20,000 extra for placement, which they didn't give. But I paid them and they said they are affiliated with Cranfield University. Then I came to know, Bangalore University. They are just given such words. So this is the course detail. We'll have 3 modules. So it will take you around 300 hours of training. So this course will not only talk about clinical research. 80% it will be clinical research. 20% it will be personality development. How to improve your communication. How to improve your confidence. How to improve your presentation skills. How to crack an interview. In an interview, what are aptitude questions? How to crack them. What to talk in a group discussion, all those things. So basically, as I told you all before, after this course, within 30 days, you all should be able to crack an interview. So that is the primary target. So the cost is 24,000. Again, they are having some discount of 21. And another thing, what they are planning is, those who enroll faster for the placement, they'll be giving first preference. Then only 50 people, because again, as I told, we don't want to simply do it for the sake of money. Take as many people as possible and then no. For a good, healthy interaction, 50 people is the max. That's the reason we have kept the slab at 50. And don't think of this 21,000 as fees. Your first salary will be much more than that. Maximum worst case scenario, 2 months salary, it will be much more than that. So don't bother about the thing. See it not as a fees. See, when you take something, your mindset is important. If you take it, are you 21,000 fees? No, don't go by that. Take it as your self-investment. You are investing in yourself. I am not telling this to market or anything. That's how I see anything. Every conference, whether it's 10,000, my budget is maximum 20,000. So within 20,000, any conferences come, I will personally take interest, go attend and come, if my schedule is okay. I need not do that at this point of my career, but still I do it. Why? To grow some connections, to learn what is the current thing. And even till last 2 years back, every year at least 10 to 12 interviews I'll attend. I'm not interested in the job. But any interview comes for my profile, simply I'll go attend. Because I want to know what is the current industry. Because with that, when I take these sessions, I can now tell you all, know the pricing, costing and all, how I can tell. Because I'll keep attending interviews. Now, current company I stopped because they think I'm leaving and going, so I don't want to give them a bad message, so I stopped for the past 2 years. Otherwise, whatever interview comes, I'll simply go attend. Learn that. So how to attend also we will tell you. Plus where to attend. You should customize your CV. All that we'll explain in the course. Now same CR field only. Now if I want to apply for a QA auditor, freelance QA auditor, I should tweak my CV. If I want for the BD developer, I should tweak. For QA auditor CV, if I send for BD, you think I'll get that contract? I'll not get it. So all those small nuances, how to modify, customize your CVs, all that we'll give you all training. Basically, to summarize, we are just going to focus on job as early as possible. We have a separate team which is helping us in placements. So as soon as happens, again, don't think that, okay, as soon as I enter, I will get it. No, you should put effort in yourself. See, so many times, sir sends, recently also we placed 2-3 people. I referred them. So when it's a positive referral, I also feel happy. Sometimes in IQVIA, Quintiles IQVIA, Bangalore, one of the biggest things. My college senior is the head HR there. He will literally shout at me. He'll tell, Neen Bartya ba, Nee Varya va veleki. Namadi Dabba saving la Tirpi Amcha, Magan Tirpi, Pataboda Wangredi Enkita. Like that, he will shout at me. Okay, he's my college senior. He's in a senior position in IQVIA HR. So he'll sometimes send me bulk requirement of 15 CVs, 20 CVs. That time we should have, sometimes see, I cannot keep sitting and reviewing CV by CV. Why should I spend my time in that? No. So we will train you all how that CV will directly be detected. Now many companies, they have a CV detector. Do you all know that? You will send 1 lakh CVs, you will send for 10,000 job. They will have to screen out. Manually it's not possible. AI will screen out. So we will teach you how to plan your CV so that AI will accept your, first robo accept pannumpa, apmata manshungo will even look at you. Robo should understand your CV. Sila per CV robo padal tension aido. Yarra indamadi CV panikran. So all those things we will teach you all. So rest of the things, sir is there. So I'll also be part of this as one of the instructors. Plus I have a group of friends, industry experts who will join me. So you'll have a lot of expert people teaching, not academic people. Expert industry people will be taking these sessions. So any questions you want, you can have, or we'll close it to it, sir. Sir.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and inspiring presentation. Your insights have truly broadened our understanding, and we are grateful for the time, effort, and passion you shared with us today. We now move on to certificate distribution ceremony. I request Dr. V.S. Sarunan, sir, to kindly come forward and present the certificate to the participants for the successful completion of today's workshop. I request the representative from the following colleges to kindly collect your certificates. Shanmuga College of Pharmacy, Sengundar, SSM, Swami Vivekananda, Vellalar, Kasturibai Gandhi, Nanda College, JKKN Kumarapalayam and TN Palayam, JKKNN, CL Bed, Ramachandra. Shanmuga College of Pharmacy, Sengundar College of Pharmacy, SSM College, Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, Vellalar College, Kasturibai Gandhi College of Pharmacy. Nanda College of Pharmacy. JKKM Kumarapalayam. JKKN JKKM TN Palayam. CL Bade.
Feedback submit பண்ண சொல்லுங்க.
Feedback
submit பண்ண சொல்லிருந்தீங்களே. குரூப்ல போட்டுருக்கோம்.
நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க.
குரூப்ல feedback form போட்டுருக்கோம். அதை சப்மிட் பண்ணுங்க இப்போ. ஓகேவா? So next one.
To conclude the wonderful session, I now invite Dr. V.S. Sarunan sir to kindly address the gathering and deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. Respected Chief Patron, distinguished guests, our esteemed speaker, Mr. Eugene Winfield, faculty members and dear students. It's my proud privilege on behalf of the ERODE College of Pharmacy and on my own behalf to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks to all who have made today's one-day workshop on exploring clinical trials, career path and advancement a resounding success. First and foremost, I extend sincere thanks to our management, Thiru A. Natarajan sir, Professor Jagannathan sir, Thiru Thangamuthu sir, Sri R. Kulangasamy sir, for their continuous encouragement and supporting in organizing such academic enrichment programs. I express our deep gratitude to our dynamic principal, Dr. R. Sambatkumar, for his constant guidance, motivation and commitment in bringing such valuable learning opportunities to our campus. A special words of appreciation goes to our resource person, Mr. Eugene Winfield, for his insightful and inspiring session. Your expertise in clinical trials operations and the practical knowledge you shared today will undoubtedly guide for our students in shaping their career paths in the clinical research domain. My thanks also go to the organizing committee, faculty members and support staff for their meticulous planning and smooth coordinating ensuring the success of this event. To our dear students and participants, thank you for your active involvement, enthusiasm and thoughtful questions, which made this workshop truly interactive and meaningful. Finally, I thank every individual directly or indirectly involved whose contribution has helped us make today's event a memorable and fruitful experience. Let us carry forward the knowledge gained today and apply to our professional journeys to make a difference in the field of clinical research. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, Pa, thank you.